Chapter 56. The Stanford Prison Experiment, Constrained Optimization, Part 6. Silent. It was thankfully silent. The metal door on the next level down. Either there wasn't someone behind there, or they were hurting quietly. Maybe they were screaming, but their voice had given out already. Or they were just muttering to themselves quietly in the dark. "I'm not sure I can do this," Harry thought, and he couldn't blame the despairing thoughts on the Dementors either. It would be better to be lower. Safer to be lower. His plan would take time to implement, and the auras were probably already working their way down. But if Harry had to pass any more of those metal doors while staying silent and keeping his breathing perfectly regular, he might go mad. If he had to leave a piece of himself behind at each one, soon there wouldn't be anything left of him. A luminous, moonlit cat leaped into existence and landed in front of Harry's Patronus. Harry almost screamed, which wouldn't have helped his image with Bellatrix.
"Harry!"
said the voice of Professor McGonagall, sounding as alarmed as Harry had ever heard from her.
"Where are you? Are you all right? This is my Patronus. Answer me."
With a convulsive effort, Harry cleared his mind, repurposed his throat, forced calm, swapped in a different personality like an occlumency barrier. It took a few seconds, and he hoped like hell that Professor McGonagall didn't notice a problem with that thanks to the communications delay, just as he hoped like hell that Patronuses didn't report on their surroundings. A young boy's innocent voice said, "I'm in Mary's place, Professor, in Diagon Alley. Going to the restroom, actually. What's wrong?" The cat leaped away, and Bellatrix began to chuckle softly. Dusty, appreciative laughter, but she cut herself off abruptly at a hiss from Harry. A moment later, the cat returned and said in Professor McGonagall's voice,
"I'm coming to pick you up right now. Don't go anywhere. If you're not around the defence professor, don't go back to him. Don't say anything to anyone. I'll be there as quickly as I can."
And the bright cat blurred forward and vanished. Harry glanced down at his watch, noting down the time so that after he got everyone out of here, and Professor Quirrell anchored the time turner again, he could go back and be in the restroom of Mary's place at the appropriate time. "You know," said the problem-solving part of his brain, "there's a limit to how many constraints you can add to a problem before it really is impossible. You know that?" It shouldn't have mattered, and it didn't really. It didn't compare to the suffering of a single prisoner in Azkaban. And yet, Harry still found himself feeling very aware that if his plan didn't end up with him being picked up from Mary's place just like he'd never left, and the defence professor looking completely innocent of any and all wrongdoing, Professor McGonagall was going to kill him. As their team prepared to eat another bite of territory out of Sea Spiral, shielding and scanning before dispelling the previous shield to their rear, Amelia was tapping her fingers on her hip and wondering if she ought to consult the obvious expert. If only he wasn't so... Amelia heard the familiar crack of fire and knew what she would see as she turned. A third of her auras were spinning around and levelling their wands on the old wizard in half-moon glasses and a long silver beard, who had appeared directly within their midst, a bright, red, golden phoenix on his shoulder. "Hold your fire!" Polyjuice made it easy to forge the face, but faking the phoenix travel would have been rather more difficult. The wards permitted it as one of the fast ways into Azkaban, though there were no fast ways out. The old witch and the old wizard stared at each other for a long moment. Amelia wondered, in the back of her mind, which of her auras had sent the word. There were several former members of the Order of the Phoenix with her. She tried to remember, in the back of her mind, if she'd seen Emmeline's sparrow or Andy's cat missing from the flock of bright creatures, but she knew it was futile. It might not even be any of her people, for the old meddler often knew things he had no way at all of knowing. Albus Dumbledore inclined his head to Amelia in a courteous gesture.
"I hope I am not unwelcome here," the wizard said calmly. "We are all on the same side, are we not?"
"That depends," Amelia said in a hard voice. "Are you here to help us catch criminals, or to protect them from the consequences of their actions?"
"Are you going to try to stop the killer of my brother from getting her well-deserved kiss, old meddler?" From what Amelia heard, Dumbledore had gotten smarter toward the end of the war, mostly due to Mad Eye's non-stop nagging, but had relapsed into his foolish mercies the instant Voldemort's body was found. A dozen smaller points of white and silver reflections of the shining animals gleamed off the old wizard's half-moon glasses as he spoke.
"Even less than you would I see Bellatrix Black freed," the old wizard said. "She must not leave this prison alive, Amelia."
Before Amelia could speak again, even to express her surprised gratification, the old wizard gestured with his long black wand and a blazing silver phoenix sprang into existence, brighter perhaps than all the other Patronuses put together. It was the first time she'd seen that spell cast wordlessly.
"Order all your auras to cancel their Patronus charms for 10 seconds, said the old wizard. "What darkness cannot find, the light may."
Amelia snapped off the order to the communications officer, who would notify all auras through their mirrors, commanding Dumbledore's will to be done. That took a few moments, and it became a period of awful silence, none of the auras daring to speak while Amelia tried to weigh her own thoughts.
"She must not leave this prison alive."
Albus Dumbledore wouldn't turn into Bartimus Crouch without a strong reason. If he had meant to tell her why, he already would have. But it certainly wasn't a positive sign. Still, it was good to know they'd be able to work together on this one. "Now!" said a chorus of mirrors, and all the Patronus charms winked out except that blazing silver phoenix.
"Is there another Patronus still present?"
the old wizard said clearly to the bright creature. The bright creature dipped its head in a nod.
"Can you find it?"
The silver head nodded again.
"Will you remember it, should it depart and come again?"
A final nod from the blazing phoenix.
"It is done,"
Dumbledore said. "Over," said all the mirrors a moment later, and Amelia raised her wand and began recasting her own Patronus, though it took some extra concentration, with that wolfish smile already on her face, to think of the first time Susan had kissed her cheek, instead of dwelling on the looming fate of Bellatrix Black. That other kiss was a happy thought indeed, but not quite the right kind for the Patronus charm. They hadn't even gotten to the end of that corridor before Harry's Patronus raised its hand, politely, as though in a classroom. Harry thought quickly. The question was, how to... No, that was also obvious.
"It seems,"
Harry said in a coldly amused voice,
"that someone has instructed this Patronus to speak its message only to me."
He chuckled.
Well then, pardon me, dear Bella. Quietus."
At once, the silver humanoid said in Harry's own voice,
"There is another Patronus which seeks this Patronus."
"What?" said Harry, and then, without pausing to think about what was happening,
"Can you block it? Stop it from finding you?"
The silver humanoid shook its head. No sooner did Amelia and the other Aurors finish casting their Patronus charms when the blazing silver phoenix flew off and the true red golden phoenix followed it, and the old wizard calmly strode after both of them with his long wand gripped low. The shields around their territory parted around the old wizard like water and closed behind him with hardly a ripple.
"Albus!"
shouted Amelia.
"What do you think you're doing?"
But she already knew.
"Do not follow me,"
the old wizard's voice said sternly.
"I can protect myself. I cannot protect others."
The curse Amelia shouted after him made even her own Aurors flinch.
"This isn't fair. Isn't fair. There's a limit to how many constraints you can add to a problem before it really is impossible."
Harry blocked off the useless thoughts, ignoring the fatigue he was feeling, and forced his mind to confront the new requirements. He had to think fast, use the adrenaline on following the chains of logic quickly and without hesitation, instead of wasting it on despair. For the mission to succeed, 1. Harry would have to dispel his Patronus. 2. Bellatrix needed to be hidden from the Dementors after the Patronus was dispelled. 3. Harry needed to resist the Dementor's drain after his Patronus was dispelled.
"If I solve this one,"
said Harry's brain,
"I want a cookie afterward. And if you make the problem any more difficult than this, I mean the slightest bit more difficult, I'm climbing out of your skull and heading for Tahiti."
Harry and his brain considered the problem. Azkaban had stood invincible for centuries, relying upon the impossibility of evading the Dementor's gaze. So, if Harry found another way to hide Bellatrix from the Dementors, it would rely on either his scientific knowledge or his realization that the Dementors were death. Harry's brain suggested that an obvious way to stop the Dementors from seeing Bellatrix was to make her stop existing, i.e., kill her. Harry congratulated his brain on thinking outside the box and told it to continue searching.
"Kill her, and then bring her back,"
came the next suggestion.
"Use Frigidaire to cool Bellatrix down to the point where her brain activity stops, then warm her up afterward using thermos. Just like people who fall into very cold water can be successfully revived half an hour later without noticeable brain damage."
Harry considered this. Bellatrix might not survive in her debilitated state, and it might not stop death from seeing her. And it'd have trouble carrying a cold, unconscious Bellatrix very far. And Harry couldn't remember the research on which exact body temperature was supposed to be non-fatal but temporarily brain-halting. It was another good outside-the-box idea, but Harry told his brain to keep thinking of
ways to hide from death.
A frown moved over Harry's face. He had heard something about that somewhere.
One of the requisites for becoming a powerful wizard is an excellent memory, Professor Quirrell had said. The key to a puzzle is often something you read 20 years ago in an old scroll, or a peculiar ring you saw on the finger of a man you met only once.
Harry focused as hard as he could, but he couldn't remember. It was on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't remember. So, he told his subconscious to go on trying to recollect it, and refocused his attention on the other half of the problem.
How can I protect myself from the Dementors without a Patronus charm?
The headmaster had been repeatedly exposed to a Dementor from a few steps away, over and over throughout a whole day, and had come out of it looking merely tired. How had the headmaster done that? Could Harry do it too? It could just be some random genetic thing, in which case Harry was screwed. But, assuming the problem was solvable, then the obvious answer was that Dumbledore wasn't afraid of death. Dumbledore really wasn't afraid of death. Dumbledore, honestly, truly believed that death was the next great adventure. Believed it in his core, not just as convenient words used to suppress cognitive dissonance, not just pretending to be wise. Dumbledore had decided that death was the natural and normative order, and whatever tiny, lingering fear was still in him, it had taken a long time and repeated exposures for the Dementor to drain him through that small flaw. That avenue was closed to Harry. And then Harry thought of the flip side, the obvious inverse question.
Why am I so much more vulnerable than average? Other students didn't fall over when they faced the Dementor.
Harry meant to destroy death, to end it, if he could. He meant to live forever, if he could. He had hope of it. The thought of death brought him no sense of despair or inevitability. He was not blindly attached to his own life. Indeed, it had taken an effort not to burn away all his life on the need to protect others from death. Why did the shadows of death have such power over Harry? He would not have thought himself so afraid. Was it Harry, all along, who had been rationalizing, who was secretly so afraid of death that it was twisting his own thoughts, as Harry had accused Dumbledore? Harry considered this, preventing himself from flinching away. It felt uncomfortable, but uncomfortable thoughts weren't always true, and this one didn't sound exactly right. Like there was a grain of truth, but it wasn't hiding where the hypothesis said it was. And that was when Harry realized. Oh, I understand now. The one who is afraid is... Harry asked his dark side what it thought of death. And Harry's Patronus wavered, dimmed, almost went out upon the instant for that desperate sobbing, screaming terror, an unutterable fear that would do anything not to die, throw everything aside not to die, that couldn't think straight or feel straight in the presence of that absolute horror, that couldn't look into the abyss of non-existence any more than it could have stared straight into the sun. A blind, terrified thing that only wanted to find a dark corner and hide and not have to think about it anymore. The silver figure had darkened to moonlight, was flickering like a failing candle.
"It's all right,"
thought Harry.
"It's all right."
Visualizing himself cradling his dark side like a frightened child in his arms.
"It's right and proper to be horrified, because death is horrible. You don't have to hide your horror. You don't have to feel ashamed of it. You can wear it as a badge of honor, openly, in the sun."
It was strange to feel himself split in two like this. The track of his thoughts that gave the comfort, the track of his thoughts that followed his dark side's incomprehension at the alienness of the ordinary Harry's thoughts. Of all the things that his dark side associated with its own fear of death, the one thing it had never expected or imagined that it might find was acceptance and praise and help.
"You don't have to fight alone,"
Harry said silently to his dark side.
"The rest of me will back you up on this. I won't let myself die, and I won't let my friends die either. Not you, not Hermione, not Mum or Dad, not Neville or Draco or anyone. This is the will to protect."
Visualizing wings of sunlight, like the wings of the Patronus he had spread to give shelter to that frightened child. The Patronus brightened again. The world spun around Harry, or was it his own mind that was spinning?
"Take my hand,"
Harry thought and visualized.
"Come with me, and we'll do this thing together."
There was a lurch in Harry's mind, like his brain had taken one step to the left, or the universe had taken one step to the right. And in a barely lit corridor in Azkaban, the dim gaslights far outshone by the steady and unwavering light of a human-shaped Patronus, an invisible boy stood with a strange small smile on his face, shaking only slightly. Harry knew, somehow, that he'd just done something significant, something that went beyond just strengthening his resistance to Dementors. And more than that, he'd remembered. Thinking of death as an anthropomorphic figure had done the trick, ironically enough. Now Harry could remember it. What was reputed to hide someone from the gaze of death himself. In a corridor of Azkaban, a wizard's striding legs came to an abrupt halt, for the bright silver thing that was his guide had halted in midair, fluttering its wings in distress. The brilliant white phoenix craned its head, looking backward and forward as though confused, and then it turned to its master and shook its head in apology. Without another word, the old wizard turned and strode back the way he came. Harry stood straight and upright, feeling the fear wash over him and around him. Some tiny part of him might have been eroded a little by the waves of emptiness that broke continually upon his unmoving stone, but his limbs were not cold, and his magic was with him. In time, those waves might corrode him and consume him, sneaking through whatever tiny part of him still cowered before death, instead of using its fear to energize itself for battle. But that doom would take time, with the shadows of death far away and uncaring of him. The flaw, the crack, the fault line that was in him had been repaired, and the stars blazed brightly in his mind, vast and unafraid and brilliant in the midst of cold and darkness. To anyone else's eyes, it would have seemed that the boy stood alone in the dimly lit metal corridor, wearing that strange smile. For Bellatrix Black and the snake draped around her shoulders were concealed by the cloak of invisibility, one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, and reputed to hide its wearer from the gaze of Death himself. The riddle whose answer had been lost, and which Harry had found anew. And Harry knew now that the concealment of the cloak was more than the mere transparency of disillusionment, that the cloak kept you hidden, and not just invisible, as unseeable as were thestrals to the unknowing. And Harry also knew that it was thestral blood which painted the symbol of the Deathly Hallows on the inside of the cloak, binding into the cloak that portion of Death's power, enabling the cloak to confront the Dementors on their own level and block them. It had felt like guessing, and yet a certain guess, the knowledge coming to him in the instant of solving the riddle. Bellatrix was still transparent within the cloak, but to Harry she was no longer hidden. He knew that she was there, as obvious to him as a thestral. For Harry had only loaned his cloak, not given it, and he had comprehended and mastered the Deathly Hallow that had been passed down through the Potter line. Harry gazed directly at the invisible woman and said,
"Can the Dementors reach you, Bella?" "No,"
said the woman in a soft, wandering voice. Then,
"But, my lord, you—" "If you say anything foolish, it will annoy me," Harry said coldly. "Or are you under the impression that I would sacrifice myself for you?" "No, my lord," the Dark Lord's servant replied, sounding puzzled and perhaps awed. "Follow," spoke Harry's cold whisper. And they continued their journey downward as the Dark Lord reached into his pouch and took a cookie and ate it. If Bellatrix had asked, Harry would have claimed it was for the chocolate. But she didn't ask. The old wizard strode back into the midst of the auras, the silver and the red golden phoenixes now following behind. "You!" Amelia began to bellow.
"They have dismissed their Patronus,"
said Dumbledore. The old wizard didn't seem to raise his voice, but his calm words somehow overrode her own.
"I cannot find them now."
Amelia gritted her teeth and put a number of scathing remarks on hold and turned to the communications officer. "Tell the duty room to ask the Dementors again if they can sense Bellatrix Black." The communications specialist spoke to her mirror for a moment, and a few seconds later looked up, surprised. "No." Amelia was already cursing violently in her mind. "But they can see someone else on the lower levels who isn't a prisoner." "Fine," snapped Amelia. "Tell the Dementor that a dozen of its kind are authorized to enter Azkaban and seize whoever that is and anyone in their company. And if they see Bellatrix Black, they're to kiss her immediately." Amelia turned and glared toward Dumbledore then, daring him to argue, but the old wizard only looked at her a bit sadly and held his peace. Aura McCuster finished speaking to the corpse that drifted outside the window, conveying the director's orders. The corpse gave him a deathly smile that almost unstrung his limbs and then floated downward. Soon after, a dozen Dementors arose from where they had drifted in the central pit of Azkaban and headed outward, toward the walls of the vast metal structure that towered above them. entering through holes set into the base of Azkaban, the darkest of all creatures began their march of horror. Chapter 57. The Stanford Prison Experiment, Constrained Contagion, Part 7. Harry had hoped that he'd just fused with his mysterious dark side and would be able to draw on all of its benefits with none of the drawbacks. Call up the crystal clarity and indomitable will on demand without needing to go cold or angry. Once again, he had overestimated how much progress he'd made. Something had happened, but Harry still had a mysterious dark side. It was still separate from him, and his ordinary self was still domitable. And, despite the repair work he'd done on his dark side's fear of death, he didn't dare go dark while unshielded in Azkaban. That was tempting fate way too much. Which was unfortunate, because a bit of non-domitability would have sure come in handy about now. What made it harder was that he couldn't slump against a wall, couldn't break into tears, couldn't even heave a sigh. His dear Bella was watching him, and that wasn't the sort of thing her Dark Lord would do.
"My lord?"
Bellatrix said. Her low voice was strained.
"The Dementors, they are coming. I can feel them, my lord."
"Thank you, Bella," said a dry voice. "I already know that."
Harry could sense the holes in the world, the same way as when he'd been wearing the Deathly Hallow, but he could feel the empty pull increasing in intensity. At first, he'd mistaken it for the result of descending a stairwell until he and Bellatrix had finished descending and the pull had gone on increasing. Then decreased as the Dementors moved away along the spiral, then increased as they went up another flight of stairs. There were Dementors within Azkaban itself now, and they were coming for him. Of course they were. Harry might be resistant now, but he was not hidden.
"New requirement," Harry told his brain. "Find a way of defeating Dementors that doesn't invoke my Patronus charm. Alternatively, find yet another way of hiding someone from Dementors besides the cloak of invisibility." "I quit," said his brain. "Find yourself another piece of computing substrate to solve your ridiculously over-constrained problems." "I mean it," thought Harry. "So do I," said his brain. "Put up your Patronus charm and wait for the auras to find you. Be sensible. It's over. Give up."
The sucking emptiness seemed to pull harder as he thought it, and Harry realized what was happening. Concentrated more intensely on the stars, turned his mind away from the despair.
"You know," observed the logical side of him, "if you're not allowed to think any negative thoughts, because that will open your mind to the Dementors, that's a cognitive bias too. How would you know if it actually was time to give up?"
A desperate, sobbing scream rose up from below. Words mixed in like, "No!" and "Away!" The prisoners knew. The prisoners could feel it. The Dementors were coming.
"My lord, you should not risk yourself for me.
take back your cloak."
"Be silent, fool," hissed an angry voice. "When I decide to sacrifice you, I will tell you so." "She's got a valid point," said Slytherin. "You shouldn't risk yourself for her. There's no way her life is as valuable as yours."
For an instant, Harry considered sacrificing Bellatrix to save himself. And in that moment, some of the dim, orange gaslight seemed to flee the corridor. A touch of cold crept over Harry's fingertips, and he knew then that to think of leaving Bellatrix to the shadows of death would make him vulnerable once more. Even in the moment of making the decision, he might become unable to cast the Patronus charm, for he would have given up the thought that had saved him before. It occurred to Harry that he could still take the cloak from Bellatrix afterward, even if he couldn't cast the Patronus charm, and then he had to wrench his thoughts away from that option, focus firmly on his decision not to do it, or he might have just fallen over where he stood. For the whirlpool of emptiness swirling around him was now deadly strong. There were screams coming from above, and the screams below had stopped.
"This is ridiculous," said his logical side. "Rational agents shouldn't have to put up with this sort of censored reasoning process. All the theorems assume that how you think doesn't affect reality apart from your actual actions, which is why you're free to choose an optimal algorithm without worrying about how your thoughts interact with Dementors." "That is a really dumb idea," said Gryffindor. "Even I think it's a dumb idea, and I'm your Gryffindor side. You're not seriously going to just stand there and—"
"We have a fix!"
shouted Aura, holding up her magic mirror as though in triumph.
"The Dementor outside the inner wall pointed to level 7, C-Spiral. That's where they are."
Her auras were looking at her expectantly.
"No,"
Amelia said in a level voice.
"That's where one of them is. The Dementors still can't find Bellatrix Black. We're not running down there and letting her through in the confusion, and we're not dividing our forces to be ambushed. So long as we move with caution, we can't lose. Tell Scrimgeour and Shacklebolt to keep going down level by level, same as before."
The old wizard was already striding forward. Amelia didn't even bother cursing him this time, as once again their carefully constructed shields parted like water and rippled gently in his wake. Harry waited at the beginning of the corridor, just next to the stairs leading upward. Bellatrix and the snake were behind him, concealed by the deathly hallow that Harry had mastered. He knew, though he could not see, that the emaciated sorceress was sitting upon the stairs, slumped back since Harry had withdrawn his hover charm to free up his mind and magic. Harry's eyes were fixed on the far end of the corridor, next to the stairs that led downward. Not in his mind now, but in true reality, the light in the corridor had dimmed. The temperature had fallen. The fear thundered over him and around him like a sea whipped by hurricane winds, and the sucking emptiness had become a howling draw towards some approaching black hole. Up the stairs at the far end, floating smoothly through the dying air, came the voids, the absences, the wounds in the world. And Harry expected them to stop. With all the will and focus he could muster, Harry expected them to stop, anticipated their stopping, believed they would stop. That was the idea, anyway. Harry shut down the dangerous stray thought and expected the Dementors to halt. They had no intelligence of their own. They were just wounds in the world. Their form and structure was borrowed from others' expectations. People had been able to negotiate with them, offer them victims in exchange for cooperation, only because they believed Dementors would bargain. So, if Harry believed hard enough that the voids would turn and go, they would turn and go. But the wounds in the world kept coming. The swirling fear seemed like a solid thing now. The emptiness tearing at matter as well as mind, substance as well as spirit. You could see the metal beginning to tarnish as the holes in the world passed. A small sound came from behind him, from Bellatrix, but she said no word, for she had been instructed to remain silent.
Don't think of them as creatures. Think of them as psychosensitive objects. They can be controlled if I can control myself.
The problem was that he couldn't control himself so easily, couldn't make himself believe blue was green by an act of will, couldn't suppress all those thoughts about how irrational it was to make yourself believe something, how impossible it was to trick yourself into believing something if you knew that was what you were doing. All the training Harry had given himself against self-deception was refusing to switch off, no matter how harmful it was in this unique, special case. The shadows of death crossed the halfway point of the corridor, and Harry held up his hand, fingers spread, and said in a voice of firm and confident command, "Stop!" The shadows of death stopped. Behind Harry, Bellatrix gave a strangled gasp, like it was being torn out of her. Harry gestured to her, the signal he had set up in advance, which meant, "Repeat what you heard the Dementors say."
"They say,"
Bellatrix said. Her voice was shaking.
"They said Bellatrix Black was promised to us. Tell us where she hides, and you will be spared."
Bellatrix?
Harry said, making his voice sound amused.
She escaped a while ago.
A moment later, Harry realized that he should have said that Bellatrix was among the Aurors in the top level. That would have caused more confusion. No, it was wrong to think of the Dementors as trickable. They were merely things. They were controlled only by expectations.
"They say,"
Bellatrix said in a cracked voice,
"they say they know you're lying."
The voids began to move forward again.
Her anticipations are more solidly believed than mine. She's controlling them unwittingly. Don't resist, Harry said, pointing his wand behind him.
I love you. Farewell, my lord.
Somnium.
It had helped, strangely enough, hearing those particular awful words. Understanding Bellatrix's mistake, it reminded Harry why he was fighting.
"Stop!"
Harry said again. Bellatrix was asleep. Now only his own will, his own expectations, rather, should control those spheres of annihilation. But they kept on gliding forward, and Harry couldn't stop himself from worrying that the previous experience had damaged his confidence, which meant that he wouldn't be able to stop them, and as he noticed himself thinking that, he doubted even more. He needed more time to prepare, really ought to practice controlling just one Dementor in a cage first. There was only a quarter of corridor now between Harry and the shadows of death. The empty winds were so strong that Harry could feel the erosion beginning in the cracks of himself. And the thought came to Harry that maybe he was wrong. Maybe the Dementors did have their own desires and planning capability. Or maybe they were controlled by how everyone thought they worked, not just whoever was closest to them. And in either case, Harry drew up his wand into the starting position for the Patronus charm and spoke.
"One of your number went to Hogwarts and did not return. It no longer exists. That death is dead."
The Dementors halted. A dozen wounds in the world stood motionless, while the emptiness screamed around them like a deadly wind to nowhere.
"Turn and go, and do not speak of this to anyone, little shadows, or I will destroy you as well."
Harry's fingers slid into the starting position for the Patronus charm and readied himself to cast it. In his mind, the earth shone among the stars, the day side bright and blue with reflected sunlight, the night side glimmering with the light of human cities. Harry wasn't bluffing, wasn't trying to do anything tricky with his thoughts. The shadows of death would move forward and be annihilated, or they would depart. He was equally ready for either. And the voids retreated back as smoothly as they came, the winds of nothingness lessening with each meter they traversed as they slid back down the stairs and departed. Whether they truly had their own pseudo-intelligence, or whether Harry had finally succeeded in expecting them to go, that Harry didn't know. But they were gone. Harry took a moment to sit down beside the unconscious Bellatrix on the stairs, and slumped down as she was slumped, closing his eyes for a moment. Only a moment. He sure as hell wasn't planning to sleep in Azkaban, but he needed to take that moment. The auras would still be going down the stairs, slowly, Harry hoped, so it wouldn't hurt to take just 5 minutes to rest. Harry was careful to keep his thoughts positive, cheerful. I'll just have some nice regenerative rest here, and then I'll feel better. Rather than say, I'll just collapse in emotional and physical exhaustion, because the Dementors hadn't yet retreated very far. "And, by the way," Harry said to his brain, "you're fired."
"I found him,"
cried the old wizard's voice.
"Who?"
thought Amelia as she turned to see Dumbledore's return, carrying in his arms the one sight, the one person she would never have expected to behold. A man in torn red robes, looking scorched like he'd fought a small war, blood dried on many cuts. His eyes were open, and he was chewing on a bar of chocolate held in his one living hand. Barry One Hand was alive. A glad cry went up, her aurors lowering their wands, some of them already starting to rush forward.
"Stay on guard!"
bellowed Amelia.
"Check them both for polyjuice. Scan Barry for small animagi or traps." "Innovate. Wingardium Leviosa."
There was a pause. Harry sensed, though he could not quite see, that the invisible woman was pushing herself to her feet and turning her head to look around.
"I'm alive?"
Harry was sorely tempted to say no, just to see what she made of that. Instead, he hissed,
"Don't ask stupid questions."
"What happened?"
whispered Bellatrix, and the Dark Lord gave a wild, high-pitched laugh and said,
"I scared the Dementors away, my dear Bella."
There was a pause. Harry wished he could see Bellatrix's face. Had he said the wrong thing? After a time, in a quavering voice,
"Could it be, my lord, that in your new form you have begun to care for me?"
"No," said Harry coldly, and turned from her, though he kept his wand on her, and began walking.
"And take care that you do not offend me again, or I will abandon you here, use or no use. Now follow, or be left behind. I have work to do."
Harry strode forward, not listening to the gasping sounds that came from behind him. He knew Bellatrix was following. Because the last thing that woman needed, the very last thing she needed to start thinking before the psychiatric healer began trying to deprogram her, was to believe that her Dark Lord could ever love her back. The old wizard smoothed his silver beard contemplatively, looking at where Aura Barry had been carried out of the room by 2 strong auras.
"Do you understand this, Amelia?"
"No,"
she said simply. She suspected some trap they hadn't yet been able to fathom, which was why Aura Barry was going to be kept outside the main party and guarded.
"Perhaps," the old wizard said at length, "whichever of their number can cast the Patronus charm is more than a simple hostage. Someone who was tricked into this, mayhap. For whatever reason, they have left your aura alive. Let us not be the first to wield deadly curses when we find them."
"I see," said the old witch in sudden realization. "That was their plan. It costs them nothing to obliviate him and leave him alive, and makes us hesitate."
Amelia nodded decisively and said to her people,
"We carry on as before."
The old wizard sighed.
"Any news from the Dementors?"
"If I tell you," Amelia snapped, "will you run off again?"
"It costs you nothing, Amelia,"
the old wizard said quietly,
"and may save one of your own people the fight."
"Costs me nothing except my chance at vengeance."
But that was nothing compared to the other. The annoying old wizard was often right in the end. It was part of what made him so annoying.
"The Dementors have ceased to answer questions about the other person they said they saw,"
Amelia told him,
"and they will not say why nor where."
Dumbledore turned to the blazing silver phoenix on his shoulder, whose light illuminated the whole corridor, and received a silent headshake in reply.
"I cannot detect them either,"
said Dumbledore. Then he shrugged.
"I suppose I shall just walk the whole spiral from top to bottom and see if anything turns up. Shall I?"
Amelia would have ordered him not to do it, if she thought that would have made the tiniest difference.
"Albus,"
said Amelia as the old wizard turned to depart,
"even you can be ambushed."
"Nonsense, my dear,"
the old wizard said cheerfully as he strode off yet again, waving as though in admonition his 15-inch wand of unidentifiable dark grey wood.
"I'm invincible."
There was a pause.
"I didn't just really say that,"
whispered the newest aura present, a slim, prim young lady by the name of Noelle Curry, to the senior member of her trio, Aura Brooks.
"Did he?" "He could get away with it,"
Isabel whispered back to her.
"He's Dumbledore. Not even fate takes him seriously anymore."
"And that,"
Amelia said heavily, for the benefit of the younger auras,
"is why we never call him in on anything unless we absolutely must."
Harry lay very still on the hard bench that served as the bed of this cell, a blanket pulled over him, staying as absolutely motionless as he could while he waited for the fear to return. There was a Patronus approaching, and a powerful one. Bellatrix was hidden by a deathly hallow. No easy charm would penetrate that, but Harry didn't know what other art the auras might employ to detect his own self, and dared not reveal his ignorance by asking her. So, Harry lay on a hard bed, in a cell with a locked door, and the mighty metal door locked behind him, in absolute darkness, with a thin blanket pulled over him, hoping that whoever it was wouldn't look in, or wouldn't look too closely if they did. That wasn't a point Harry could affect, really. That part of his fate lay entirely in the hands of the hidden variables. Most of his mind was concentrating on the ongoing transfiguration he was performing. Listening in the silence, Harry heard the quick footsteps approach. They paused outside his door, and then continued onward. Soon the fear returned. Harry didn't allow himself to notice his own relief any more than he allowed himself to notice the fear. He was holding in his mind the form of a Muggle device rather larger than a car battery, and slowly applying that form to the substance of an ice cube, which Harry had frozen using Frigidaire on water from a bottle in his pouch. You weren't supposed to transfigure things to be burned, but between the original substance being water and the bubblehead charm to protect their air supply, Harry hoped that this wouldn't make him or anyone else sick. Now it was just a question of whether there would be enough time before the auras did a detailed check on this cell block for Harry to finish this transfiguration, and the partial transfiguration he would do after that. When the old wizard strode back empty-handed, even Amelia began to feel a twinge of worry. She and the other two aura teams had worked a third of the way down the 3 spirals, in synchrony so as not to allow any gap in their coverage that could be jumped by cutting through a ceiling, and they'd yet to find any sign.
"Might I ask you to report?"
Amelia said, keeping the edge out of her voice.
"First, a simple walk from top to bottom,"
said the old wizard. He was frowning, wrinkling his face even more than usual.
"I examined Bellatrix's cell and found a death doll left in her place. This escape was meant to go unremarked, I think. There is something hidden in the corner beneath the scrap of cloth. I left that undisturbed for your auras to examine. On the return trip, I opened each door and looked within the cells. I saw nothing disillusioned, only the prisoners."
They were interrupted by a scream from the red golden phoenix, and all her aurors flinched from it. Condemnation was in it, and an urgent demand that almost started Amelia running from the corridor on the spot.
"In a rather distressing condition,"
Dumbledore said quietly. For a moment, the blue eyes were very cold beneath the half-moon glasses.
"Will any of you speak to me of the consequences of their actions?"
"I did not," Amelia began.
"I know," said the old wizard. "My apologies, Amelia," he sighed. "Some of the more recent prisoners had scraps of their magic left when I looked upon them, but I sensed no uneaten power. The strongest had only as much magic left as a first-year child. I heard Fawkes scream in distress many times, but never challenge. It seems you shall have to continue your search. They can hide well enough to escape my mere glance."
When Harry finished his first transfiguration, he sat up, pulled back the blanket that had covered him, cast a quick lumos, glanced at his watch, and was shocked to see that nearly an hour and 30 minutes had passed. How much of that time had gone by since someone had opened the door and then closed it again? Harry hadn't been looking in that direction, of course. That Harry couldn't guess.
"My lord,"
whispered Bellatrix's voice, soft and very tentative.
"You may speak now,"
Harry said. He told her to remain silent while he worked.
"That was Dumbledore who looked upon us."
Pause.
"Interesting,"
Harry said neutrally. He was glad he had not noticed this at the time. That sounded like a rather close shave. Harry said a word to his pouch and began drawing forth the magical device that he would mate to the product of his hour's labour. Then, when that was drawn forth, another word brought forth a tube of industrial-strength glue. Before using it, Harry cast the bubblehead charm on himself and Bellatrix, and had Bellatrix cast the same charm on the snake so that the glue fumes in the enclosed cell would not harm them. When the glue had begun to set, binding technology to magic, Harry laid it down upon the bed and sat down on the floor, resting his magic and will for a moment before essaying the next transfiguration.
"My lord,"
Bellatrix said hesitantly.
"Yes,"
said the dry voice.
"What is that device you made?"
Harry thought rapidly. It seemed like a good chance to check his plans with her, under the guise of leading questions.
"Consider, my dear Bella," said Harry smoothly, "how difficult it is for a powerful wizard to cut the walls of Azkaban."
There was a pause, and then Bellatrix's voice came slow and puzzled.
"Not difficult at all, my lord."
"Indeed,"
said the dry, high voice of Bella's master.
"Suppose one were to do this and fly through the hole on a broomstick and soar up and away. Rescuing a prisoner from Azkaban would seem easy then, would it not?"
"But, my lord,"
said Bella,
"the Aurors would have their own broomsticks, my lord. fast ones.
Harry listened. It was as he had thought. The Dark Lord replied, again in tones of smoothly Socratic inquiry, as Bellatrix asked a further question, which Harry had not expected. But Harry's own counter-question showed that it should not matter in the end, and in response to Bellatrix's last question, the Dark Lord only smiled and said that it was time for him to resume his work. And then Harry got up from the floor of the cell, went to the far end of the cells, and touched his wand to the hard surface of the wall of Azkaban, the solid metal that separated them from direct exposure to the Dementor's pit. And Harry began a partial transfiguration. This spell would go faster, Harry hoped. It spent hours and hours practicing the unique magic which had made it routine, not much more difficult for him than ordinary transfiguration. The shape he was changing had not all that much total volume. The transfigured shape might be tall and wide and long, but it was very thin. 0.5 millimeter, Harry had thought, would be enough, considering the perfect smoothness. On the long bench that served as a prison bed, where Harry had set down the transfigured technological device and the mated magic item for the glue to dry, tiny letters in golden script gleamed on the Muggle artifact. Harry hadn't really planned for them to be there, but they'd kept running through the back of his mind, and so seemed to have become part of the transfigured form. There were many different things Harry could have said before using this particular triumph of technological ingenuity. Any number of things that would be, in one sense or another, appropriate. Or, at least, things that Harry could have said, would have said, if Bellatrix had not been there. But there was only one thing to say that Harry would only get the chance to say just this once, and probably never get a better chance to say ever again. Or think, anyway, if he couldn't say it. He hadn't seen the actual movie, but he'd seen a preview, and for some reason the phrase had stuck in his mind. The tiny golden letters upon the Muggle device said, "All right, you primitive screwheads, listen up!" Chapter 58. The Stanford Prison Experiment, Constrained Cognition, Part 8. In darkness absolute, a boy stood holding his wand to the solid metal wall of Azkaban, saying a magic that only 3 other people in the world would have believed possible, and that none save he alone could wield. Of course, a powerful wizard could have cut through the wall in seconds, with a gesture and a word. For an average adult, it might have been a matter of a few minutes' work, and afterward they would have been winded. But to accomplish the same end as a first-year Hogwarts student, you had to be efficient. Luckily, well, not luckily, luck had nothing to do with it. Conscientiously, Harry had practiced transfiguration for an extra hour every day, to the point where he was ahead of even Hermione in that one class. He had practiced partial transfiguration to the point where his thoughts had begun taking the true universe for granted, so that it required only slightly more effort to keep its timeless quantum nature in mind, even as he kept a firm mental separation between the concept of form and the concept of substance. And the problem with that art having become so routine was that Harry could think about other things while he was doing it. Somehow, his thoughts had managed to not go there, to not confront the obvious, until he was faced with the prospect of really, actually doing it in just a few minutes. What Harry was about to do was dangerous. Really dangerous. Someone might actually, genuinely get killed dangerous. Facing down 12 Dementors without a Patronus charm had been scary, but merely scary. Harry could have cast the Patronus charm, would have cast it as soon as he thought he was in danger of not being able to do so, as soon as he felt his resistance beginning to fail. And even if that hadn't worked, even so, unless the Dementors had been instructed to kiss anyone they found, failure shouldn't have been fatal. This was different. The transfigured Muggle device could explode and kill them. The interface between the technology and the magic could fail in any number of ways and kill them. The auras could get in a lucky shot. It was just, well, seriously dangerous. Harry had caught his mind trying to argue itself into believing that it was safe. And sure, the whole thing could work, but even leaving out that rationalists weren't ever allowed to argue themselves into things, Harry knew he couldn't possibly have argued himself into estimating less than a 20% possibility of dying.
"Lose,"
said Hufflepuff.
Lose,
said the voice of Professor Quirrell in his mind.
Lose,
said his mental model of Hermione and Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick and Neville Longbottom and, well, basically everyone Harry knew except for Fred and George, who would have gone for it in a hot second. He should just go find Dumbledore and turn himself in. He should. He really, really should. It was the only sane thing to do at this point. And if it had been only Harry on the mission, only his own life that would be at stake, he would have. He surely would have. The part of him that was almost causing him to lose his concentration on the partial transfiguration he was performing, the part that was threatening to open him up to the Dementors, was Professor Quirrell, still unconscious, still a snake. If Professor Quirrell went to Azkaban for his part in the escape, he would die. He probably wouldn't last even a week. He was that sensitive. It was that simple. If Harry lost here, he lost Professor Quirrell.
"Even though he's probably evil?"
said the Hufflepuff part of him quietly.
"Even so?"
It wasn't a decision that Harry made in any conscious way. He just couldn't do it. Losing was for house points, not people.
"If you think your own life is valuable enough that you're not willing to take on an 80% probability of dying in order to protect all the prisoners in Azkaban,"
his Slytherin side observed,
"there's no way you can justify taking a 20% risk to your life to save Bellatrix and Professor Quirrell. The math doesn't add up. You can't be assigning consistent utilities over outcomes here."
The logical side of him noted that Slytherin had just won the argument. Harry kept the form in his mind, kept on casting the spell. He could always just abort the mission when he was done with the transfiguration. He didn't want to lose the effort he had already invested. And then Harry thought of something else that suddenly made it very hard to keep the magic going, very hard to keep up his resistance to the Dementors.
What if the portkey doesn't take us where Professor Quirrell said it did?
It was obvious in retrospect, the moment he thought about it. Even if the planned escape went completely right, even if the Muggle device worked and didn't explode and didn't interact badly with the mated magic item, Even if the Aurors didn't get in a lucky shot, even if Harry made it far enough away from Azkaban to use the portkey, there might not be a psychiatric healer at the end of it. That was something Harry had believed when he'd trusted Professor Quirrell, and he'd forgotten to re-evaluate it after Professor Quirrell was no longer to be trusted.
"You can't do this," said Hufflepuff. "At this point, we're talking mere stupidity."
Cold seemed to spread through the room, but Harry kept the transfiguration going, even as his resistance against the Dementors faltered.
"I can't lose Professor Quirrell." "He tried to kill a police officer," said Hufflepuff. "You already lost him in that moment. Bellatrix is probably just what everyone thinks she is. Just take your cloak back, go find Dumbledore, and tell him you were tricked." "No," thought Harry desperately. "Not without talking to Professor Quirrell. There might be an explanation. I don't know. Maybe he was standing far enough away from my Patronus that the Dementors got to him. I don't understand. It doesn't make sense on any hypothesis. Why would he do that? I can't just..."
Harry turned his mind away from that chain of thought before it completely broke his resistance to the fear, because he couldn't think of feeding Professor Quirrell to Dementors whilst staying resolved against death. It was a cognitive impossibility.
"Your reasoning is artificially impaired," observed the logical part of him calmly. "Find a way to unimpair it." "All right, let's just generate alternatives," Harry thought. "Not choose, not weigh, certainly not commit. Just think about what else I might be able to do besides the original plan."
Harry went on cutting the hole in the wall. He was using partial transfiguration on a thin, cylindrical shell of metal, 2 meters in diameter and 0.5 millimeter thick, running all the way through the wall. He was transfiguring that 0.5 millimeter thickness of metal into motor oil. Motor oil was a liquid, and you weren't to transfigure liquids because they might evaporate. But he and Bellatrix and the snake all had bubblehead charms, and Harry would cast Finite on the oil immediately after, dispelling his own transfiguration. As soon as the separated and lubricated hunk of metal slid out of the wall and onto the floor of their cell, he'd slanted it so gravity would pull it in once the transfiguration was done. If Harry and Bellatrix didn't exit on his broomstick through the resulting hole in the wall, Harry's brain suggested that he could try to transfigure a surface cover over the hole in the wall, leaving a space for Bellatrix and Professor Quirrell to hide in, wearing the cloak, while Harry turned himself in, and Professor Quirrell would eventually wake up and he and Bellatrix could try to figure out how to escape Azkaban on their own. It was, first of all, a dumb idea, and second, there would still be a huge hunk of metal on the floor of the cell which would give it away. And then Harry's brain saw the obvious.
"Let Bellatrix and Professor Quirrell use the escape route you invented. You stay behind and turn yourself in."
Bellatrix and Professor Quirrell were the ones whose lives were at stake. They were gaining, not losing, from taking the risk. And there was no reason. No sane reason at all for Harry to go with them. A calm came over Harry as he thought it. The cold and darkness that had been wavering around the fringes of his mind retreated. Yes, that was it. That was the creative, outside-the-box route. That was the hidden third alternative. The falseness of the dilemma was obvious in retrospect. If Harry turned himself in, he didn't have to turn in Bellatrix and Professor Quirrell. If Bellatrix and Professor Quirrell took a dangerous escape route, Harry didn't need to go with them. Harry didn't even need to face the embarrassment of admitting he had been tricked, if he ordered Bellatrix to remove the memory. Everyone would just assume he'd been kidnapped, including Harry himself. Admittedly, there was no plausible reason why the Dark Lord would ever ask Bellatrix to do that, but Harry could simply smile and tell Bellatrix she wasn't allowed to know, and that would be that. Her Aura team had gotten around 3/4 of the way down Azkaban, as had the other 2 teams on the other 2 spirals. Amelia was feeling tenser already, though she was betting on the criminals hiding on the second to lowest floor. Part of her wished Dumbledore had thought to check that specific floor more carefully, and part of her was glad he hadn't. And then there was a distant sound, like a tiny tink noise coming from far away, like a very loud sound, coming from the second to lowest floor, say. Amelia looked at Dumbledore before she realised, before she managed to stop herself. The old wizard shrugged, gave her a small smile, said,
"Since you asked it, Amelia,"
and went off again.
"Finite incantatem,"
Harry said to the oil coating the giant chunk of metal on the floor. He hardly heard himself speak. His ears were still ringing from the gigantic thud of the solid metal sliding out of the wall and falling. He should have put up a quieting charm in retrospect, though that wouldn't have stopped the noise from spreading through the solid metal floor. And then Harry said it again.
"Finite incantatem,"
to the oil coating the 2-meter hole in the wall, spreading the effect wider. It was his own magic Harry was cancelling, which made the spell almost effortless. Harry was feeling a bit tired now, but that was the last use of magic he would need. He hadn't even needed to do it, really, but Harry didn't want to leave transfigured liquid lying around, and he didn't want to reveal the secret of partial transfiguration either. It seemed very inviting, that 2-meter hole leading to freedom. The light from outside coming in wasn't exactly the sun shining on his face, but it was brighter than anything of Azkaban's interior. Harry was tempted to just go with. Just hop on the broomstick with Bellatrix and the snake. Chances were that they would get out safely. And if they did get out safely, and Harry came with, then he and Professor Quirrell could go back in time and look perfectly innocent. Everything would go back to normal. If Harry stayed behind and turned himself in, then, even if everyone assumed Harry had been a hostage, assumed Harry had lied to Professor McGonagall's Patronus at one point, even if Harry himself got off lightly, well, it wasn't likely that the defense professor would go on teaching at Hogwarts. Professor Quirrell would have reached the predestined end of his career in February of the school year. And yes, Professor McGonagall would kill Harry. And yes, it would be slow and painful. But staying behind was the sensible, safe, sane thing to do. And Harry was feeling more relaxed than regretful. Harry turned to Bellatrix. He opened his mouth to instruct her a final time, and there was a hiss. A weak hiss, a hiss that sounded slow and confused, and the hiss said,
"What was that noise?"
Through the corridor, the old wizard strode. He came to a metal door and opened it, already knowing from memory that the cells within were empty. 7 mighty and discerning incantations the wizard spoke then, before he moved on. It would be little enough exertion in total, with so few cells left to check.
"Teacher!"
Harry hissed. So many emotions bubbling up in him all at once. He knew, though he could not see, that the green snake around Bellatrix's shoulders was slowly lifting its head to look around.
"Are you all right, teacher?"
"Teacher?"
came the weak, confused hiss.
"Where is this?"
"Prison,"
Harry hissed.
"The prison with life-eaters. We were to rescue a woman, you and I. You tried to slay the Protector Man. I blocked your killing curse. There was a resonance between us. You fell unconscious. I had to defeat the Protector Man myself. My guardian charm was dispelled. The Life-Eaters could tell the Protectors that the woman had escaped. There is someone here who can sense my guardian charm, probably the schoolmaster. So had to dispel my guardian charm, find different way to hide you and the woman from Life-Eaters without guardian charm, learn to protect myself without guardian charm, scare off Life-Eaters without guardian charm, then devise new escape plan for you and the woman, and finally cut hole in thick metal wall of prison, even though I am only first-year student. No time to explain. You must go now. If we never meet again, teacher, then I was glad to know you for a time, even though you are probably evil. It is good to have the chance to say this much. Goodbye."
And Harry took the broomstick and presented it to Bellatrix, saying simply,
"Get on."
He had decided to keep the memories. For one thing, they were important. For another, he and the defense professor had started planning this a week ago, and Harry wasn't about to obliterate the whole last week or explain to Bellatrix exactly what needed to be obliviated. Harry could probably fool Veritaserum, and if Dumbledore insisted that Harry drop his occlumency shields for a deeper examination, well, Harry had acted heroically throughout.
"Stop,"
said the snake. Its voice was stronger now.
"Stop! Stop! Stop! What do you mean, goodbye?"
"Escape plan is risky," said Harry. "My life is not at stake, only yours and hers. So I am staying, turning myself in."
"No,"
said the snake. The hiss was forceful.
"Must not permitted."
Bellatrix mounted the broomstick. Harry could sense, but never see, her head turning to look at him. She said no word, awaiting him, perhaps, or merely awaiting his orders.
"No longer trust you," Harry said simply. "Not since you tried to slay the Protector Man."
And the snake hissed.
"I did not seek to slay the Protector Man. Ah, you fool boy! Slaying him would not make sense, evil or no."
The Earth ceased to turn on its axis, paused in its orbit around the sun. The snake's hiss was now more furious than anything Harry had ever heard from the human Professor Quirrell.
"Slay him? Had I sought to slay him, he would have been dead within seconds, fool boy. He was no match for me. I sought to subdue, to dominate, force him to drop shields upon his mind. Needed to read him, to know who awaited his reply. Learn details for memory spell.
You cast killing curse.
Knew he would dodge.
Was his life worth so little? What if he did not dodge?
Would have pushed him out of the way with own magic, fool boy.
Again, the pause in the planet's spin. Harry hadn't thought of that.
Witless dunce of a plotter,
hissed the snake, so angrily that their hisses seemed to overlap and slither over each other's tails.
Clever imbecile, cunning idiot, fool of an untrained Slytherin. Your misplaced mistrust has ruined.
This is not a fair time to argue,
Harry observed mildly. The surge of relief trying to flood through him was cancelled by the increased tension.
Since I cannot get angry at you properly without opening myself to life-eaters, must rush. Someone may have heard noise.
Explain escape plan,
the snake said imperiously.
Swiftly.
Harry explained. Parseltongue didn't have words for the Muggle technology, but Harry described the function, and Professor Quirrell seemed to understand. There were a few short hisses, the snakish equivalent of a bark of surprised laughter, and then snapped commands.
Tell woman to look away. Cast spell of silence. Set guardian charm outside door. Will transform myself. Make few swift improvements to your invention. Give woman emergency potion so she can shield us. Transform back before you dispel charm. Plan will be safer then.
And am I to believe,
Harry hissed,
that healer for woman truly awaits us?
Use sense, boy. Suppose I am evil. To end use of you here is obviously not what I planned. Mission is target of opportunity, invented after saw your guardian charm. Whole affair meant to be unnoticed, hid when left eating place. Obviously, you will see person pretending to be healer on arrival. Go back to eating place afterward. Original plan carries on undisturbed.
Harry stared at the invisible snake. On the one hand, saying it like that made Harry feel rather dumb, and on the other hand, it wasn't exactly reassuring.
So,
Harry hissed,
what is your plan for me precisely?
You said no time, came the snake's hiss. But plan is for you to rule country, obviously. Even your young noble friend has understood that by now. Ask him on return if you wish. We'll say no more now. Is time to fly, not speak.
The old wizard reached out toward another metal door, from behind which came an endless dead mutter.
I'm not serious. I'm not serious. I'm not serious.
The red golden phoenix on his shoulder was already screaming urgently, and the old wizard was already wincing when another cry pierced the corridor, phoenix-like, but not the true phoenix's call. The wizard's head turned, looked at the blazing silver creature on his other shoulder, even as the ephemeral and substanceless talons launched the spell entity into the air. The false phoenix flew down the corridor. The old wizard raced off after, legs churning like a spry young man of 60. The true phoenix screamed once, twice, and a third time, hovering before the metal door, and then, when it became clear that its master would not return for all its calling, flew reluctantly after. Professor Quirrell had assumed his true form, this time. Polyjuice only lasted for an hour without redosing, and though the defense professor was pale, leaning against the metal bars of the nearest cell, his magic was strong enough to seize his wand without a word, even as Bellatrix doffed the cloak and placed it obediently in Harry's waiting hand. The sense of doom was building once more, though not in full force, as the defense professor's power returned, the fringes of its vast force clashing with Harry's slight, childish aura. Harry said aloud the description of his muggle device, naming it to the observing wizard, and then a finite from Harry turned all his hard work back into an ice cube. Professor Quirrell could not cast spells on something Harry had transfigured, for that would be interaction, however slight, between their magics. But 3 seconds after, Professor Quirrell was holding his own transfigured version of the Muggle device. A single barked word and a sweep of his wand, and the residue of glue was gone from the magical item. 3 more incantations later, the magical and technological were fused together as though into a single thing, and charms of unbreakability and flawless function had been cast upon the Muggle device. Harry felt a lot better about doing this under adult supervision. A potion was thrown to Bellatrix, and Professor Quirrell and Harry both commanded, "Drink!" as though speaking in the same voice. The emaciated woman had already been lifting it to her lips without waiting, for it was evident to anyone that this snake animagus was a servant of the Dark Lord and a powerful and trusted one. Harry finished pulling the hood of the cloak of invisibility over his head. A brief and terrible magic lashed out from the defense professor's wand, scouring the hole in the wall, scarring the huge chunk of metal that lay in the room's midst, as Harry had requested, saying that the method he'd used might identify him. "Left-hand glove," Harry said to his pouch, and drew it forth and put it on. A gesture from the defense professor made a harness appear upon Bellatrix's shoulders, and another, smaller cloth device upon her hand, and something like handcuffs on her wrists, even as the woman finished drinking the potion. A strange, unhealthy colour seemed to come over Bellatrix's pale face. She straightened, her sunken eyes seemed brighter and far more dangerous. Small wisps of steam were coming out of her ears. Harry decided not to think about that part. And Bellatrix Black laughed then, sudden, mad laughter that rang much too loudly amid the small prison cells of Azkaban. Very soon, the defense professor had said, Bellatrix would fall unconscious and stay that way for a while. The price of the potion she had taken, but for just a few moments she would regain perhaps a 20th part of the power she had once wielded. The defense professor threw his wand toward Bellatrix and an instant later blurred into a green snake. An instant after that, the Dementor's fear returned to the room. Bellatrix flinched only slightly, caught the wand and gestured without a word. The snake flew up and was inserted into the harness on her back. Harry said, "Up!" to the broomstick. Bellatrix attached the wand to the holster on her hand. Harry leaped onto the two-person broomstick in the lead position. Bellatrix followed behind him. She took the cuff-like devices on her wrists and chained her hands to the grips of the broomstick, even as Harry's right hand shoved his wand into his pouch. And the three shot forward through the hole in the wall, emerging into the open air directly above the Dementor's pit, in the vast interior of the vast triangular prism that was Azkaban. The blue sky, now clearly visible above them, shining down its daylight. Harry angled the broomstick and began accelerating upward and toward the center of the triangular space. His left hand, gloved to prevent direct contact between his skin and something which Professor Quirrell had transfigured, held the switch of the control on the Muggle device. Far above them, distant shouts rang out.
"All right, you primitive screwheads!"
Auras on fast racing broomsticks angled out of the sky, diving straight down toward them, faint sparks of light already blazing downward as the first shots were fired.
"Listen up!
Protego Maximus!
Shouted Bellatrix in a mighty, cracked voice, followed by a cackling laugh as a shimmering blue field surrounded them.
You see this?
From the decaying pit in the center of Azkaban, over 100 Dementors rose into the air, appearing to some as a great mass of corpses, a flying graveyard, appearing to another as a conglomerate of absences that seemed to form one vast rip in the world as they slid upward.
This?
The voice of an ancient and powerful wizard bellowed a terrible incantation, and a great blast of white golden fire shot out of the hole in Azkaban's wall, shapeless for only a moment before it began to form wings.
Is...
And the auras activated the anti-gravity jinx that had been built into the wards of Azkaban, dispelling all flying spells whose enchantment had not been cast within the recently changed passphrase. The lift on Harry's broom switched off. Gravity, on the other hand, stayed on. The broom's upward rise slowed, started to decelerate, began the process of turning into a fall.
My!
But the enchantments that kept the broom pointed in a direction and allowed steering, the enchantments that kept the riders attached and somewhat protected them from acceleration, those enchantments were still functioning.
Broomstick!
Harry hit the ignition switch on the General Technics made Model Berserker PFRC N-Class ammonium perchlorate composite propellant solid fuel rocket that had been mated to his Nimbus X200 two-person broomstick. And there was noise. Chapter 59. The Stanford Prison Experiment, Curiosity, Part 9. Broomsticks had been invented during what a Muggle would have called the Dark Ages, supposedly by a legendary witch named Celestria Relevo, allegedly the great-great-granddaughter of Merlin. Celestria Relevo, or whichever person or group had really invented those enchantments, hadn't known a darned thing about Newtonian mechanics. Broomsticks, therefore, worked by Aristotelian physics. They went where you pointed them. If you wanted to move straight forward, you pointed them straight forward. You didn't worry about keeping some of the thrust going downward to cancel out the effect of gravity. If you turned a broomstick, all of its new velocity was in the new direction of pointing. It didn't go sideways based on its old momentum. Broomsticks had maximum speeds, not maximum accelerations. Not because of anything to do with air resistance, but because a broomstick had some maximum Aristotelian impetus its enchantments could exert. Harry had never explicitly noticed that before, despite being dexterous enough to get the best grades in flying class. Broomsticks worked so much like the human mind instinctively expected them to work that his brain had managed to entirely overlook their physical absurdity. Harry, on his first Thursday of broomstick lessons, had been distracted by more interesting-seeming phenomena, words written on paper, and a glowing red ball. So, his brain had simply suspended its disbelief, marked the reality of broomsticks as accepted, and proceeded to have its fun, without ever once thinking of the question, whose answer would have been obvious. For it is a sad fact that we only ever think about a tiny fraction of all the phenomenon we encounter. That is the story of how Harry James Potter Evans Verris was almost killed by his own lack of curiosity. Because rockets did not work by Aristotelian physics. Rockets did not work like a human mind instinctively thought a flying thing should work. A rocket-assisted broomstick, therefore, did not move like the magical broomsticks upon which Harry was such a very good flyer. None of this actually went through Harry's mind at the time. For one thing, the loudest noise he'd ever heard in his life was preventing him from hearing himself think. For another thing, accelerating upward at 4 gravities meant that he had around 2.5 seconds total to go from the bottom to the top of Azkaban. And even if they were 2.5 of the longest seconds in the history of time, that wasn't enough room to do much thinking. There was time only to see the lights of the Aura's curses arrowing down at him, slightly angle the broomstick to avoid them, realize that the broomstick was simply continuing on with mostly the same momentum instead of going in the direction he pointed it, and activate the wordless concepts, grab, and Newton. Whereupon Harry angled the broomstick much harder, and then they started to very quickly approach the wall, so he angled it back the other way, and there were more lights coming down, and the Dementors were sliding smoothly up toward them, along with some kind of giant winged creature of white golden flame. So Harry wrenched the broomstick back toward the sky, but now he was still sliding toward another wall, so he tilted the broomstick slightly, and he stopped approaching, but he was too close, so he tilted it again, and then the distant auras on their broomsticks weren't very distant at all, and he was going to crash into that woman, so he spun his broomstick straight away from her, and then in another instant he realized that his rocket was an extremely powerful flamethrower, and in a fraction of a second it would be pointing directly at the aura. So he spun the broomstick sideways as he kept going up, and he couldn't remember if it was pointing at any auras now, but at least it wasn't pointing at her. Harry missed another aura by about a meter, zipping past him on a sideways-pointed flamethrower, moving upward at, Harry would later guess, around 300 kilometers per hour. If there were any screams of roasted auras, he didn't hear them, but this was not evidence one way or another, because all that Harry was hearing at the moment was an extremely loud noise. A couple of calmer, if not quieter seconds later, There didn't seem to be any Aurors around, or any Dementors, or any giant winged flamed creatures, and the vast and terrible edifice of Azkaban looked surprisingly tiny from this height. Harry got the broomstick pointed toward the sun, faintly visible through the clouds. It wasn't high in the sky at this time of day and month of winter, and the broomstick accelerated for another 2 seconds in that direction and picked up an amazing amount of speed very quickly before the solid fuel rocket burned itself out. After that, once Harry could hear himself think again, when there was only the howling wind from their ridiculous speed, and Harry's enchantment-assisted fingers gripping the broomstick were merely resisting the decelerating drag of moving way faster than terminal velocity, that was when Harry actually thought all that stuff about Newtonian mechanics and Aristotelian physics and broomsticks and rocketry and the importance of curiosity and how he was never going to do anything this Gryffindor ever again. Or at least not until after he learned the Dark Lord's secret of immortality, and why had he listened to Professor Quirinus?
"I assure you, boy, I would not attempt this if I did not anticipate my own survival."
Quirrell, instead of Professor Michael.
"Son, if you try anything to do with rockets on your own, I mean anything whatsoever without a trained professional watching, you will die, and that'll make Mum sad." Varys Evans.
"What?" shrieked Amelia at the mirror. The wind had died down to a bearable level as the air resistance slowed them, giving Harry plenty of opportunity to listen to the buzzing, ringing sound that seemed to fill his whole brain. Professor Quirrell had been supposed to cast a quieting charm on the rocket exhaust. Apparently, there were limits to what quieting charms could do. In retrospect, Harry should have transfigured a pair of earplugs, not just trusted to the quieting charm, though that probably wouldn't have been enough either. Well, magical healing probably had something to treat permanent hearing damage. No, really, magical healing probably had something to treat that. He'd seen students go to Madame Pomfrey with injuries that sounded a lot worse.
Is there some way of transplanting an imaginary personality to someone else's head?
Asked Hufflepuff.
I don't want to live in yours anymore.
Harry shoved it all into the back of his mind. There really wasn't anything he could do about it right now. Was there anything he should be worrying about? Then Harry glanced behind him, remembering for the first time to check whether Bellatrix or Professor Quirrell had been blown off the broomstick. But the green snake was still in its harness, and the emaciated woman was still clinging to the broomstick, her face still charged with unhealthy colour, and her eyes still bright and dangerous. Her shoulders were shaking like she was laughing hysterically, and her lips were moving as though to shout, but no sound was coming out. Oh, right. Harry took off the hood of his cloak, tapped his ears to let her know he couldn't hear, whereupon Bellatrix grasped her wand, pointed it at Harry, and suddenly the ringing in his ears diminished. He could hear her. A moment later, he regretted it. The imprecation she was screaming at Azkaban, Dementors, Aurors, Dumbledore, Lucius, Bartimus Crouch, something called the Order of the Phoenix, and all who stood in the way of her Dark Lord, etc., were not suitable for young and more sensitive listeners, and her laughter was hurting his newly healed ears.
"Enough, Bella!"
Harry finally said, and her voice stopped on the instant. There was a pause. Harry pulled the cloak back over his head, just on general principles, and realized in the same instant that they might have telescopes down there or something. In retrospect, pulling down his hood for even a moment had been an incredibly dumb move. He hoped the whole mission didn't end up failing because of that one error.
"We're not really cut out for this, are we?"
observed Slytherin.
"Hey!"
Hufflepuff objected in sheer reflex.
"We can't expect to do anything perfectly the first time. We probably just need more practice." Forget I said that!
Harry looked back again, saw Bellatrix looking around with a puzzled, wondering look on her face. Her head kept turning, and finally Bellatrix said, her voice now lower,
"My lord, where are we?"
"What do you mean?" Does she think she's dead? That this is heaven?
Bellatrix's hands were still chained to the broomstick, so it was only a finger that came up and pointed when she said,
"What is that?"
Harry followed the direction of her finger and saw nothing in particular, actually. Then Harry realized, after they'd gone up high enough, there hadn't been any clouds to obscure it anymore.
"That is the sun, dear Bella."
It came out remarkably controlled, the Dark Lord sounding perfectly calm and maybe a little impatient with her, even as the tears started down Harry's cheeks. In the endless cold, in the pitch blackness, the sun would surely have been a happy memory. Bellatrix's head kept turning.
"And the fluffy things,"
she said.
"Clouds?"
There was a pause, and then Bellatrix said,
"But what are they?"
Harry didn't answer her. There was no way his voice could have been steady, would have been steady. It was all he could do to keep his breathing perfectly regular while he cried. After a while, Bellatrix breathed, so softly Harry almost didn't hear.
"Pretty?"
Her face slowly relaxed, the colour leaving its paleness almost as quickly as it had arrived. Her skeletal body slumped down against the broomstick. The borrowed wand dangled lifelessly from the strap attached to her unmoving hand.
"You have got to be kidding!"
Harry's mind remembered then the pepper up potion came at a cost. Bellatrix would
"Sleep for a considerable time,"
Professor Quirrell had said. And in the same instant, another part of Harry became utterly convinced, looking back at the chalk-white emaciated woman, seeming deader in the bright sunlight than anything Harry had ever seen alive, that she was dead, that she had just uttered her last word, that Professor Quirrell had misjudged the dosage, or deliberately sacrificed Bellatrix to guard their own escape.
"Is she breathing?"
Harry couldn't see if she was breathing. There was no way, on the broomstick, to reach back and take her pulse. Harry looked ahead to make sure they weren't about to run into any flying rocks, kept on steering the broomstick toward the sun, the invisible boy and the possibly dead woman riding off into the afternoon, while his fingers gripped the wood so hard they turned white. He couldn't reach back and perform artificial respiration. He couldn't use anything from his healer's kit.
"Trust Professor Quirrell to have not endangered her."
Strange. It was strange that even genuinely believing that Professor Quirrell hadn't meant to kill the aura, for it would have been stupid. Thinking of the defense professor's reassurances no longer felt reassuring. Then it occurred to Harry that he had yet to check. Harry looked back and hissed, "Teacher!" The snake did not stir within its harness and said no word. Maybe the snake, not being a natural rider, hadn't been protected from the acceleration. Or maybe coming that close to the Dementors without a shield, even for a moment in Animagus form, had knocked out the defense professor. That wasn't good. It was to have been Professor Quirrell who told Harry when it was safe to use the portkey. Harry steered the broomstick with whitened fingers and thought. He thought very hard for a small, unmeasured length of time, during which Bellatrix might or might not have been breathing, during which Professor Quirrell himself might have already been not breathing for a while. And Harry decided that while it was possible to recover from the error of wasting the portkey in his possession, it was not possible to recover from the error of letting a brain go too long without oxygen. So, Harry took the next portkey in the sequence from his pouch, as he slowed his broomstick to a halt in the bright blue air. Harry didn't know, when he thought about it, whether a portkey's ability to adjust for the Earth's rotation also included the ability to match velocity in general with its new surroundings. Touched the portkey to the broomstick, and Harry paused, still holding the twig. The mate of the twig he had snapped what seemed like 2 weeks ago. He was feeling a sudden reluctance. His brain seemed to have learned the rule, by some purely neural process of operant conditioning, that snapping twigs is a bad idea. But that wasn't actually logical, so Harry snapped the twig anyway. There was a thunderous boom from behind the nearby metal door, causing Amelia to drop the mirror she was holding and spin around with her wand in hand, and then that door burst open to reveal Albus Dumbledore, standing there in front of a great smoking hole in the prison wall.
"Amelia," said the old wizard.
There was no trace of any of his customary levity. His eyes were hard as sapphires beneath his half-moon glasses.
"I must leave Azkaban, and I must do so now. Is there any faster way than a broomstick to get beyond the wards?"
No.
"Then I require your fastest broomstick at once."
The place where Amelia wanted to be was with the aura, who had been injured by that fiend fire, or whatever it had been. What she needed to do was find out what Dumbledore knew.
"You!"
The old witch barked at the team around her.
"Keep clearing the corridors until you're at the bottom. They may not all have escaped yet."
And then, to the old wizard,
2 broomsticks! You can brief me once we're in the air."
There was a match of stairs, but not a long one. A sickeningly hard yank caught at Harry's abdomen, considerably harder than the yank that had transported him to Azkaban, and this time the distance traversed was great enough that he could hear an instant of silence, watch the unseeable space between spaces, in the crack between one place and another. The sun, which had shone on the two only briefly, was swiftly occluded by a rain cloud as they shot away from Azkaban, in the direction of the wind and faster than the wind.
"Who's behind it?"
shouted Amelia to the broomstick, flying a pace away from her.
"One of 2 people," Dumbledore said back. "I know not at this instant who. If the first, then we are in trouble. If the second, we are all in far greater trouble."
Amelia didn't spare any breaths for sighs.
"When will you know?"
The old wizard's voice was grim, quiet and yet somehow rising above the wind.
3 things they need for perfection, if it is that one. The flesh of the Dark Lord's most faithful servant, the blood of the Dark Lord's greatest foe, and access to a certain grave. I had thought Harry Potter's safe, with their attempt on Azkaban all but failed, though I still set guards upon him. But now I am fearful indeed. They have access to time. Someone with a time turner is sending messages for them, and I suspect the kidnapped attempt on Harry Potter has already taken place some hours ago, which is why we have not heard about it, being in Azkaban where time cannot knot itself. That past came after our own future, you see.
"And if it is the other?"
shouted Amelia. What she had heard already was worrying enough. That sounded like the darkest of dark rituals and centering on the dead Dark Lord himself. The old wizard, his face now even grimmer, said nothing, only shook his head. When the Portkeys yank had subsided, the sun was only just peeking over the horizon, looking more like dawn than sunset as their broom hovered low above a brief expanse of dark orange rock and sand, arranged into lumpy hills like someone had kneaded the land's dough a few times and then forgotten to roll it flat. In the near distance, waves rolled past in an endless vista of water, though the ground over which the broomstick hovered was above sea level by meters at the least. Harry blinked at the dawn colours, and then realised the Portkey had been international.
"Oi!"
came a brisk female shout from behind him, and Harry spun the broomstick to look. A middle-aged lady was holding up one hand to her mouth in a deliberate cooling gesture and bustling forward. Her kindly features, narrow eyes, and umber skin marked a race unfamiliar to Harry. She was clad in brilliant purple robes of a style Harry had never seen before, and when her lips opened again, she spoke with an accent that Harry couldn't place, for he was not widely travelled.
"Where are you? You're 2 hours late. I almost gave up on the lot of you. Hello?"
There was a brief pause. Harry's thoughts seemed to be moving oddly. Too slow. Everything felt distant, like there was a thick pane of glass between himself and the world, and another thick pane of glass between himself and his feelings, so that he could see, but not touch. It had come over him upon seeing the dawn's light and the kindly witch, and thinking that it all seemed like a proper end to the adventure. Then the witch was rushing forward and drawing her wand. A muttered word severed the cuffs that bound the emaciated woman to the broomstick, and Bellatrix was being floated down onto the sandy rock with her skeletal arms and pale legs dangling like lifeless things.
"Oh, Merlin!"
whispered the witch.
"Merlin, Merlin, Merlin!" "She appears concerned,"
thought an abstract, distant thing between two panes of glass.
"Is that what a real healer would say? Or is it what someone told to put on a performance would say?"
As though it wasn't Harry who spoke, but some other part of himself behind yet another pane of glass, a whisper came from his lips.
"The green snake on her back is an animagus."
Not high, the whisper, not cold, only quiet.
"He's unconscious."
The witch's head twitched up to look at where that voice had seemed to speak out of empty air, and then looked back down at Bellatrix.
"You're not Mr. Jaffe." "That would be the animagus,"
whispered Harry's lips.
"Oh,"
thought the Harry behind glass, listening to the sound of his own lips.
"That makes sense. Professor Quirrell must have used a different name." "Since when is he Bah! Forget it!"
The witch laid her wand on the snake's nose for a moment, then shook her head sharply.
"Nothing wrong with him that a day's rest won't cure." "Huh?" "Can you wake him up now?"
whispered Harry's lips.
"Is that a good idea?"
thought Harry, but his lips definitely seemed to think so. Again, the sharp headshake.
"If an innovate didn't work on him,"
began the witch.
"I didn't attempt one,"
whispered Harry's lips.
"What? Why? Oh, never mind. Innovate."
There was a pause, and then a snake slowly crawled out of its harness. Slowly, the green head came up, looked around. A blur later, Professor Quirrell was standing, and a moment later had sagged to his knees.
"Lie down,"
said the witch without looking up from Bellatrix.
"That you in there, Jeremy?"
"Yes,"
said the defense professor rather hoarsely as he carefully laid himself down on a relatively flat patch of sandy orange rock. He was not so pale as Bellatrix, but his face was bloodless in the dim dawn light.
"Salutations, Miss Campbell Bunker."
"I told you,"
said the witch, sharpness in her voice and a slight smile on her face.
"Call me Crystal. This isn't Britain, and we'll have none of your formality here. And it's Doctor now, not Miss."
"My apologies, Dr. Campbell Bunker."
This was followed by a dry chuckle. The witch's smile grew a little wider, her voice that much sharper.
"Who's your friend?"
"You don't need to know."
The defense professor's eyes were closed where he lay on the ground.
"How wrong did it go?"
Very dryly indeed.
"You can read about it tomorrow in any newspaper with an international section."
The witch's wand was tapping here, there, poking and prodding all over Bellatrix's body.
"I missed you, Jeremy."
"Truly?"
said the defense professor, sounding slightly surprised.
"Not even a tiny little bit. If I didn't owe you."
The defense professor started to laugh, and then it turned into more of a coughing fit.
"What do you think?"
said Slytherin to the inner critic, while Harry listened from behind the glass walls.
"Performance or reality?" "Can't tell,"
said Harry's inner critic.
"I'm not in top critical form right now. Can anyone think of a good probe to gather more information?"
said Ravenclaw. Again, that whisper from the empty air above the broomstick.
"What's the chance of undoing all that was done to her?" "Oh, let's see. Legitimacy and unknown dark rituals. 10 years for that to set in place, followed by 10 years of Dementor exposure. Undo that, you're out of your skull, Mr. Whoever you are. The question is whether there's anything left, and I'd call that maybe 1 chance in 3.
The witch suddenly cut herself off. Her voice, when it spoke again, was quieter.
"If you were a friend before, then no. You're never getting her back. Best understand that now." "I'm voting that this is a performance,"
said the inner critic.
She wouldn't just blurt all that out in response to one question unless she was looking for an opportunity. Noted, but I'm putting a low weight of confidence on that, said Ravenclaw. It's very hard not to let your suspicions control your perceptions when you're trying to weigh evidence that subtle. What potion did you give her? The witch said after opening Bellatrix's mouth and peering inside, her wand flashing multiple colours of illumination. The man lying on the ground calmly said, "Pepper her up." Were you out of your mind? Again the coughing laugh. She'll sleep for a week if she's lucky, the witch said and clucked her tongue. I'll allow you when she opens her eyes, I suppose, so you can come back and talk her into that unbreakable vow. Have you got anything to stop her from killing me on the spot, if she manages to even move for another month? The defence professor, eyes still closed, took a sheet of paper from his robes. A moment later, words began to appear on it, accompanied by tiny wisps of smoke. When the smoke had stopped rising, the paper floated over toward the woman. The woman looked over the paper with raised eyebrows, gave a sardonic snort. This had better work, Jeremy, or my last will and testament says that my whole estate goes into putting a bounty on your head. Speaking of which... The defence professor reached again into his robes and tossed the witch a bag that made a clinking sound. The witch caught it, weighed it, made a pleased sound. Then she stood up, and the pale skeletal woman floated off the ground beside her. I'm heading back, said the witch. I can't start my work here. Wait, said the defence professor, and with a gesture retrieved his wand from Bellatrix's hand and harness. Then his hand pointed the wand at Bellatrix and moved in a small circular gesture, accompanied by a quiet "Obliviate." That's it, snapped the witch. I'm taking her out of here before anyone does her any more damage. One arm came around to hug the bony form of Bellatrix Black to her side, and they both disappeared with the loud pop of apparition. And there was silence in that lumpy place, but for the gentle rush of the passing waves and a little breath of wind. I think the performance is finished, said the inner critic. I give it 2.5 out of 5 stars. She's probably not a very experienced actor. I wonder if a real healer would seem more fake than an actor told to play one, mused Ravenclaw. Like watching a television show. That was how it felt. Like watching a television show whose characters you didn't particularly empathize with. That was all that could be seen and felt from behind the glass walls. Somehow, Harry managed to move his lips himself, send his own voice out into the still dawn air, and then was surprised to hear his own question. How many different people are you, anyway? The pale man lying on the ground didn't laugh, but from the broomstick, Harry's eyes saw the sides of Professor Quirrell's lips curling up, the edge of that familiar sardonic smile. I cannot say that I bothered keeping count. How many are you? It shouldn't have shaken the inner Harry so much, hearing that response, and yet he felt unstable, like his own centre had been subtracted. Oh, excuse me, said Harry's voice. It now sounded as distant and detached as the fading Harry felt. I'm going to faint in a few seconds, I think. Use the 4th portkey I gave you, the one I said was our fallback refuge, said the man lying on the ground,
calmly but swiftly.
"It will be safer there, and continue wearing your cloak."
Harry's free hand retrieved another twig from his pouch and snapped it. There was another portkey yank, internationally long, and then he was somewhere black.
"Lumos,"
said Harry's lips, some part of him looking out for the safety of the whole. He was inside what looked like a Muggle warehouse, a deserted one. Harry's legs climbed off the broomstick, lay on the floor. His eyes closed, and some tiny fraction of self willed his light to fail before the darkness took him.
"Where will you go?"
yelled Amelia. They were almost at the edge of the wards.
"Backward in time to protect Harry Potter,"
said the old wizard, and before Amelia could even open her lips to ask if he wanted help, she felt the boundary of the wards as they crossed them. There was a pop of apparition, and the wizard and the phoenix vanished, leaving behind the borrowed broomstick. Hello! Thank you so much for listening so far. We have over 40 hours published already. We release a new chapter twice a week on Tuesdays and on Fridays. Please do come join us on Discord. There's a link in the description of every episode, where we record this live on Monday evenings, 8 p.m. GMT. If you haven't left a review on Audible yet, please do. They really help with the rankings and help more people listen to this incredible story. Chapter 60. The Stanford Prison Experiment, Part 10.
"Wake!"
Harry's eyes flew open as he came awake with a choking gasp, a jerking start of his prone body. He couldn't remember any dreams. Maybe his brain had been too exhausted to dream. It seemed like he'd only closed his eyes and then heard that word spoken a moment after.
"You must awaken,"
said the voice of Quirinus Quirrell.
"I gave you as much time as I could, but it would be wise to reserve at least one use of your time, Turner. Soon we must go backward 4 hours to Mary's place, appearing in every way as though we have done nothing interesting this day. I wish to speak to you before then."
Harry slowly sat up in the midst of darkness. His body ached, and not only in the places where it had laid on the hard concrete. Images tumbled over each other in his memory, everything his unconscious brain had been too tired to discharge into a proper nightmare. 12 terrible voids floating down a metal corridor, tarnishing the metal around them. Light dimmed and temperature falling as the emptiness tried to suck all life out of the world. Chalk white skin stretched just above the bone that had remained after fat and muscle faded. A metal door. A woman's voice.
"No, I didn't mean it. Please don't die."
What was that place? Harry said hoarsely, in a voice pushed out of his throat like water forced through a too thin pipe. In the darkness, it sounded almost as shattered as Bellatrix Black's voice had been. What was that place? That wasn't a prison. That was hell!
"Hell,"
said the calm voice of the defense professor.
"You mean the Christian punishment fantasy? I suppose there is a similarity."
How? Harry's voice was blocking. There was something huge lodged in his throat. How How could they? People had built that place. Someone had made Azkaban. They'd made it on purpose. They'd done it deliberately. That woman, she'd had children. Children she wouldn't remember. Some judge had decided for that to happen to her. Someone had needed to drag her into that cell and lock its door while she screamed. Someone fed her every day and walked away without letting her out.
How could people do that?
Why shouldn't they? Said the defense professor.
A pale blue light lit the warehouse then, showing a high, cavernous concrete ceiling and a dusty concrete floor, and Professor Quirrell sitting some distance away from Harry, leaning his back against a painted wall. The pale blue light turned the walls to glacier surfaces, the dust on the floor to speckled snow, and the man himself had become an ice sculpture, shrouded in darkness where his black robes lay over him.
What use are the prisoners of Azkaban to them?
Harry's mouth opened in a croak. No words exited. A faint smile twitched on the defense professor's lips.
You know, Mr. Potter, if he who must not be named had come to rule over magical Britain and built such a place as Azkaban, he would have built it because he enjoyed seeing his enemies suffer. And if instead he began to find their suffering distasteful, why, he would order Azkaban torn down the next day. As for those who did make Azkaban, and those who do not tear it down while preaching lofty sermons and imagining themselves not to be villains, well, Mr. Potter, I think if I had my choice of taking tea with them or taking tea with you-know-who, I should find my sensibilities less offended by the Dark Lord.
I don't understand, Harry said. His voice was shaking. He'd read about the classic experiment on the psychology of prisons. The ordinary college students who had turned sadistic as soon as they were assigned the role of prison guards. Only now he realized that the experiment hadn't examined the right question, the one most important question. They hadn't looked at the key people. Not the prison guards, but everyone else. I really don't understand, Professor Quirrell. How can people just stand by and let this happen? Why is the country of magical Britain doing this? Harry's voice stopped. The defense professor's eyes appeared to be the same colour as always, in the pale blue light, for that light was the same colour as Quirinus Quirrell's irises, those never thawing chips of ice.
Welcome, Mr. Potter, to your first encounter with the realities of politics. What do the wretched creatures in Azkaban have to offer any faction? Who would benefit from aiding them? A politician who openly sided with them would associate themselves with criminals, with weakness, with distasteful things that people would rather not think about. Alternatively, the politician could demonstrate their might and cruelty by calling for longer sentences. To make a display of strength requires a victim to crush beneath you, after all. and the populace applauds, for it is their instinct to back the winner."
A coldly amused laugh.
"Ha ha! You see, Mr. Potter, no one ever quite believes that they will go to Azkaban, so they see no harm in it for themselves. As for what they inflict on others, I suppose you were once told that people care about that sort of thing. It is a lie, Mr. Potter. People don't care in the slightest, and if you had not led a vastly sheltered childhood, you would have noticed that long ago. Console yourself with this. Those now prisoner in Azkaban voted for the same ministers of magic who pledged to move their cells closer to the Dementors. I admit, Mr. Potter, that I see little hope for democracy as an effective form of government, but I admire the poetry of how it makes its victims complicit in their own destruction."
Harry's recently cohered self was threatening to shatter into fragments again, the words falling like hammer strikes on his consciousness, driving him back, step by step, over the precipice where lurked some vast abyss. And he was trying to find something to save himself, some clever retort that would refute the words. But it did not come. The defense professor watched Harry, the gaze reflecting more curiosity than command.
"It is very simple, Mr. Potter, to understand how Azkaban was built, and how it continues to be. Men care for what they themselves expect to suffer or gain, and so long as they do not expect it to redound upon themselves, their cruelty and carelessness is without limit. All the other wizards of this country are no different within than he who sought to rule over them. You know who. They only lack his power and his frankness."
The boy's hands were clenched into fists so tightly that the nails cut into his palm. If his fingers were white or his face was pale, you couldn't have seen that, for the dim blue light cast all into ice or shadow.
"You once offered to support me if my ambition were to be the next Dark Lord. Is that why, Professor?"
The defense professor inclined his head, a thin smile on his lips.
"Learn all that I have to teach you, Mr. Potter, and you will rule this country in time. Then you may tear down the prison that democracy made, if you find that Azkaban still offends your sensibilities. Like it or not, Mr. Potter, you have seen this day that your own will conflicts with the will of this country's populace, and that you do not bow your head and submit to their decision when that occurs. So, to them, whether or not they know it, and whether or not you acknowledge it, you are their next Dark Lord."
In the monochromatic light, unwavering, the boy and the defense professor both seemed like motionless ice sculptures, the irises of their eyes reduced to similar colors, looking very much the same in that light. Harry stared directly into those pale eyes. All the long-suppressed questions, the ones he'd told himself he was putting on hold until the Ides of May, that had been a lie. Harry now knew. A self-deception. He'd kept silent for fear of what he might hear. And now, everything was coming forth from his lips, all at once.
On our first day of class, you tried to convince my classmates I was a killer.
You are, amusedly. But if your question is why I told them that, Mr. Potter, the answer is that you will find ambiguity a great ally on your road to power. Give a sign of Slytherin on one day, and contradict it with a sign of Gryffindor the next, and the Slytherins will be enabled to believe what they wish, while the Gryffindors argue themselves into supporting you as well. So long as there is uncertainty, people can believe whatever seems to be to their own advantage. And so long as you appear strong, so long as you appear to be winning, their instincts will tell them that their advantage lies with you. Walk always in the shadow, and light and darkness both will follow.
And,
said the boy, his voice level,
just what do you want out of all this?
Professor Quirrell had leaned further back against the wall from where he sat, casting his face into shadow, his eyes changing from pale ice into dark pits like those of his snake form.
I wish for Britain to grow strong under a strong leader. That is my desire. As for my reasons why,
Professor Quirrell smiled without mirth,
I think they shall stay my own.
The sense of doom that I feel around you.
The words were becoming harder and harder to say as the subject danced closer and closer to something terrible and forbidden.
You always knew what it meant.
I had several guesses, said Professor Quirrell, his expression unreadable. And I will not yet say all I guessed, but this much I will tell you. It is your doom which flares when we come near, not mine.
For once, Harry's brain managed to mark this as a questionable assertion and possible lie, instead of believing everything it heard.
Why do you sometimes turn into a zombie?
Personal reasons,
said Professor Quirrell with no humour at all in his voice.
What was your ulterior motive for rescuing Bellatrix?
There was a brief silence, during which Harry tried hard to control his breathing, keep it steady. Finally, the defence professor shrugged, as though it were of no account.
I all but spelled it out for you, Mr. Potter. I told you everything you needed to deduce the answer, if you had been mature enough to consider that first obvious question. Bellatrix Black was the Dark Lord's most powerful servant, her loyalty the most assured. She was the single person most likely to be entrusted with some part of the lost lore of Slytherin that should have been yours.
Slowly, the anger crept over Harry. Slowly, the wrath. Something terrible beginning to boil in his blood. In just a few moments he would say something that he really shouldn't say while the two of them were alone in a deserted warehouse.
But she was innocent, said the defence professor.
He was not smiling.
And the degree to which all her choices were taken away from her, so that she never had a chance to suffer for her own mistakes, it struck me as excessive, Mr. Potter. If she tells you nothing of use, the defence professor gave another small shrug, I shall not consider this day's work a waste.
How altruistic of you, Harry said coldly. So, if all wizards are like you-know-who inside, are you an exception to that, then?
The defense professor's eyes were still in shadow, dark pits that could not be met.
Call it a whim, Mr. Potter. It has sometimes amused me to play the part of a hero. Who knows but that you-know-who would say the same? Call it a whim, Mr. Potter. Who knows but that you-know-who would say the same?
Harry opened his mouth a final time, and found that he couldn't say it. He couldn't ask the last question, the last and most important question. He couldn't make the words come out, even though a refusal like that was forbidden to a rationalist, for all that it ever recited the litany of Tarski, or the litany of Gwendolen, or sworn that whatever could be destroyed by the truth should be, in that one moment couldn't bring himself to say his last question out loud. Even though he knew he was thinking wrongly, even though he knew he was supposed to be better than this, he still couldn't say it.
Now it is my turn to inquire of you.
Professor Quirrell's back straightened from where it had leaned back against the glacier wall of painted concrete.
I was wondering, Mr. Potter, if you had anything to say about nearly killing me and ruining our mutual endeavor. I am given to understand that an apology, in such cases, is considered a sign of respect. But you have not offered me one. Is it just that you have not yet gotten around to it, Mr. Potter?
The tone was calm, the quiet edge so fine and sharp that it would slice all the way through you before you realized you were being murdered. And Harry just looked at the defense professor with cool eyes that would never flinch from anything. Not even death now. He was no longer in Azkaban, no longer fearful of the part of him that was fearless, and the solid gemstone that was Harry had rotated to meet the stress, turning smoothly from one facet to another, from light to darkness, warm to cold.
A calculated play on his part to make me feel guilty, put me in a position where I must submit. A genuine emotion on his part.
I see, said Professor Quirrell. I suppose that answers.
No, said the boy in a cool, collected voice.
You don't get to frame the conversation that easily, Professor. I went to considerable lengths to protect you and get you out of Azkaban safely, after I thought you had tried to kill a police officer. That included facing down 12 Dementors without a Patronus charm. I wonder, if I had apologized when you demanded it, would you have said thank you in turn? Or am I correct in thinking it was my submission you demanded there, and not only my respect?
There was a pause, and then Professor Quirrell's voice came in reply, openly icy with danger no longer veiled.
It seems you still cannot bring yourself to lose, Mr. Potter.
Darkness stared out of Harry's eyes without flinching, the defense professor himself reduced to a mortal thing within them.
Oh, and are you pondering now whether you should pretend to lose to me and pretend to humble yourself before my own anger in order to preserve your own plans? Did the thought of a calculated false apology even cross your mind? Me neither, Professor Quirrell.
The defense professor laughed, low and humorless, emptier than the void between the stars, dangerous as any vacuum filled with hard radiation.
Ha ha ha. No, Mr. Potter, you have not learned your lesson. Not at all.
I thought of losing many times in Azkaban,
said the boy, his voice level.
I thought I ought to simply give up and turn myself over to the auras. Losing would have been the sensible thing to do. I heard your voice saying it to me in my mind, and I would have done it, if I had been there by myself. But I couldn't bring myself to lose you.
There was silence then, for a time, as though even the defense professor couldn't quite think of what to say to that.
I am curious, said Professor Quirrell at last. What do you think that I should apologize for, precisely? I gave you explicit instructions in the event of a fight. You were to stay down, stay out of the way, cast no magic. You violated those instructions and brought down the mission.
I made no decision,
the boy said evenly.
There was no choice in it. Only a wish that the aura should not die, and my Patronus was there. For that wish to have never occurred, you should have warned me that you might bluff using a killing curse. By default, I assume that if you point your wand at someone and say Avada Kedavra, it is because you want them dead. Shouldn't that be the first rule of unforgivable curse safety?
Rules are for duels,
said the defense professor. Some of the coldness had returned to his voice.
And dueling is a sport, not a branch of battle magic. In a real fight, a curse which cannot be blocked and must be dodged is an indispensable tactic. I would have thought this obvious to you, but it seems I misjudged your intellect.
It also seems to me imprudent,
said the boy, continuing as though the other had not spoken,
to not tell me that my casting any spell on you might kill us both. What if you had suffered some mishap and I had tried an innovate or a hover charm? That ignorance which you permitted for purposes I cannot guess played also some part in this catastrophe.
There was another silence. The defense professor's eyes had narrowed, and there was a faintly puzzled look on his face, as though he had encountered some completely unfamiliar situation, and still the man spoke no word.
Well,
said the boy. His eyes had not wavered from the defense professor's.
I certainly regret hurting you, Professor, but I do not think the situation calls for me to submit to you. I never really did understand the concept of apology, still less as it applies to a situation like this. If you have my regrets, but not my submission, does that count as saying sorry?
Again that cold, cold laugh, darker than the void between the stars.
I wouldn't know, said the defense professor. I, too, never understood the concept of apology. That ploy would be futile between us, it seems, with both of us knowing it for a lie. Let us speak no more of it, then. Debts will be settled between us in time.
There was silence for a time.
By the way,
said the boy,
Hermione Granger would never have built Azkaban, no matter who was going to be put in it, and she'd die before she hurt an innocent. just mentioning that, since you said before that all wizards are like you-know-who inside, and that's just false as a point of simple fact. Would have realised it earlier if I hadn't been."
The boy gave a brief, grim smile.
"Stressed out."
The defense professor's eyes were half-lidded, his expression distant.
"People's insides are not always like their outsides, Mr. Potter. Perhaps she simply wishes others to think of her as a good girl. She cannot use the Patronus charm."
"Ha ha!"
said the boy. His smile seemed realer now, warmer.
"She's having trouble for exactly the same reason I did. There's enough light in her to destroy Dementors, I'm sure. She wouldn't be able to stop herself from destroying Dementors, even at the cost of her own life."
The boy trailed off, and then his voice resumed.
"I might not be such a good person. Maybe. But they do exist, and she is one of them."
Dryly.
"She is young, and to make a show of kindness costs her little."
There was a pause at this. Then the boy said,
"Professor, I have to ask, when you see something all dark and gloomy, doesn't it ever occur to you to try and improve it somehow? Like, yes, something goes terribly wrong in people's heads that makes them think it's great to torture criminals, but that doesn't mean they're truly evil inside, and maybe if you taught them the right things, showed them what they were doing wrong, you could change."
Professor Quirrell laughed then, and not with the emptiness of before.
"Ah, Mr. Potter, sometimes I do forget how very young you are. Sooner you could change the colour of the sky."
Another chuckle, this one colder.
"And the reason it is easy for you to forgive such fools and think them well, Mr. Potter, is that you yourself have not been sorely hurt. You will think less fondly of commonplace idiots after the first time their folly costs you something dear, such as 100 galleons from your own pocket, perhaps, rather than the agonizing deaths of 100 strangers."
The defense professor was smiling thinly. He took a pocket watch out of his robes, looked at it.
"Let us depart now, if there is nothing more to say between us."
"You don't have any questions about the impossible things I did to get us out of Azkaban?"
"No," said the defense professor. "I believe I have solved most of them already. As for the rest, it is too rare that I find a person whom I cannot see through immediately, be they friend or foe. I shall unravel the puzzles about you for myself in due time."
The defense professor shoved himself up, pushing back on the wall with both hands and rising to his feet, smoothly, if too slowly. The boy, less gracefully, did the same. And the boy blurted out the last, most terrible question which he had earlier been unable to ask, as though to say it aloud would make it real, and as though it were not already vastly obvious.
"Why am I not like the other children my own age?"
In a deserted side road of Diagon Alley, where scraps of unvanished trash could be seen lodged into the edges of the brick street and the blank brick building sides that surrounded it, along with scattered dirt and other signs of neglect, an ancient wizard and his phoenix apparated into existence. The wizard was already reaching within his robes for his hourglass when, in habit, his eyes jumped to a random spot between the road and the wall to memorize it. and the old wizard blinked in surprise. There was a scrap of parchment in that spot. A frown crossed Albus Dumbledore's face as he took a step forward and took the crumpled scrap, unfolding it. On it was a single word. No. And nothing more. Slowly, the wizard let it flutter from his fingers. Absently, he reached down to the pavement and picked up the nearest scrap of parchment, which looked remarkably similar to the one he had just taken. He touched it with his wand, and a moment later it was inscribed with the same word, no, in the same handwriting, which was his own. The old wizard had planned to go back 3 hours to when Harry Potter first arrived in Diagon Alley. He had already watched, upon his instruments, the boy leaving Hogwarts, and that could not be undone. His one attempt to fool his own instruments, and so control time without altering its appearance to himself, had ended in sufficient disaster to convince him to never again try such trickery. He had hoped to retrieve the boy at the first possible moment after his arrival and take him to another safe location. If not Hogwarts, for his instruments had not shown the boy's return. But now...
A paradox, if I retrieve him immediately after he arrives in Diagon Alley,
murmured the old wizard to himself.
Perhaps they did not set in motion their plan to rob Azkaban until after they had confirmed his arrival here. Or else, perhaps...
Painted concrete, hard floor and distant ceilings, 2 figures facing off across from each other. One entity who wore the shape of a man in his late 30s, and already balding, and another mind that wore the form of an 11-year-old boy with a scar upon his forehead. Ice and shadow. Pale blue light.
I don't know,
said the man. The boy just looked at him, and then said,
Oh, really?
Truly, said the man. I know nothing, and of my guesses I will not speak. Yet, I will say this much.
Chapter 61. The Stanford Prison Experiment. Secrecy and Openness. Part 11. Through green flame they whirled. Through the Flu network they spun, Minerva's heart racing with a pounding horror that she hadn't felt in 10 years and 3 months. The corridors between space coughed and spit them out into the lobby of Gringotts, the safest Flu receiver in Diagon Alley, the connection most difficult to intercept, the fastest way out of Hogwarts without a phoenix. A goblin attendant turned toward them. His eyes widened. He began a slightly respectful bow.
Determination, destination, deliberation.
And the 2 of them were in the alley just at the back of Mary's place, wands already out and raised, spinning around, back to back, and the words of an anti-disillusionment charm already rising to Severus's lips. The alley was empty. When she turned back to look at Severus, his wand was already cracking down on his own head with a sound like smashing an egg as his lips chanted words of invisibility. He took on the colours of his surroundings, became a blur of his surroundings. The blur moved and matched what was behind him, and then there was nothing there. She lowered her wand and stepped forward to receive her own disillusionment. From behind her, the unmistakable sound of a burst of flame. She spun and saw Albus there, his long wand already drawn and raised in his right hand. His eyes were grim beneath the half-circles of his glasses, and Fawkes upon his shoulder had spread his fire-coloured wings in readiness for flight and fight.
"Albus," she said, "I thought—"
She had just seen him depart from Azkaban, and she'd thought not even phoenixes could return from there so easily. Then she realised.
"She escaped," said Albus. "Did your Patronus reach him?"
The pounding in her heart grew stronger. The horror in her veins solidified.
"He said he was here, in the washroom."
"Let us hope he spoke true,"
said Albus. The wand tapped her head with a sensation like water trickling over her, and a moment later, the four of them, even Fawkes had been rendered invisible, though sometimes you saw a flicker of something like fire in his air, were racing to the front of the restaurant. They paused before the door while Albus whispered something, and a moment later one of the customers, visible through the windows, stood up with a vague look on his face and opened the door, as though taking a quick look outside for some friend. And the three of them were through, racing past the unwitting customers. Severus was marking their faces, Minerva knew, and Albus would see any disillusioned, toward the sign that pointed to the washroom. An old wooden door marked with the sign of a toilet burst open with a slam, and 4 invisible rescuers stormed through it. The small but clean wooden room was empty. Fresh droplets of water showed in the sink, but there was no sign of Harry. Only a sheet of paper left on the closed lid of the toilet. She couldn't breathe. The sheet of paper rose up into the air as Albus took it, and a moment later was thrust in her own direction. M. What did the hat tell me to tell you? H.
"Ah!"
Minerva said aloud in surprise, her mind taking a moment to place the question. It wasn't the sort of thing you'd forget, but she hadn't been thinking in that mode, really.
"I'm an impugnant youngster, and I should get off its lawn."
"Huh?"
said the heir in Albus's voice, as if even he could be shocked. And then Harry Potter's head appeared, suspended next to the heir beside the toilet. His face was cold and alert, the too adult Harry she'd seen sometimes, eyes darting back and forth and around.
"What's going on?"
the boy began. Albus, now visible once more along with her and Fawkes, was moving forward in an instant. His left hand reached forward and plucked a hair from Harry's head, producing a startled yelp from the boy. Minerva accepted the hair in her own hand, and a moment later Albus swept up the mostly invisible boy in his arms, and there was a flash of red-golden fire. And Harry Potter was safe. Minerva took a few steps forward, leaned against the wall where Albus and Harry had been, trying to recover her poise. She'd lost some habits in the 10 years since the Order of the Phoenix had disbanded. Beside her, Severus shimmered into visibility. His right hand was already drawing forth the flask from his robes, his left hand already stretching forth in demand. She gave him Harry's hair, and a moment later it dropped into the flask of unfinished polyjuice, which at once began fizzing and bubbling as it settled into the potency that would enable Severus to act his part as bait.
"That was unexpected,"
the potions master said slowly.
"Why did our headmaster not retrieve Mr. Potter earlier? I wonder if he was going so far as to twist time. There should have been nothing preventing him from doing so. Indeed, your Patronus should have found Mr. Potter already safe."
She hadn't thought of that, a different realization having jumped to the forefront of her mind. It wasn't nearly as horrifying as Bellatrix Black having escaped from Azkaban, but still.
"Harry has an invisibility cloak,"
she said. The potions master did not answer. He was shrinking. Tick, snick, drip, blip, ding, ring, ting. It still annoyed her, though it faded past attention after a while, and when, and if, she became headmistress, she intended to silence the whole lot. Which head of Hogwarts, she wondered, had first been so inconsiderate as to create a device that made noise, to pass on to their successors? She was sitting in the headmaster's office with a quickly transfigured desk of her own, doing some of the 100 little pieces of necessary paperwork that kept Hogwarts from grinding to a halt. She could lose herself in it easily, and it prevented her from thinking about other things. Albus had once remarked, sounding rather wry, that Hogwarts seemed to run even more smoothly when there was an outside crisis for her to avoid thinking about. 10 years ago. That was the last time Albus had said that. There was the chime that indicated an approaching visitor. Minerva kept reading her current parchment. The door slammed open, revealing Severus Snape, who took 3 steps inward and demanded without the slightest pause, "Any word from Mad Eye?" Albus was already rising from his chair, even as she tucked away her parchments and dispelled the desk.
"Moody's Patronus is reporting to the me in Azkaban," Albus said. "His eye saw nothing, and if the eye of Vance does not see a thing, then that thing does not exist. Yourself?"
"No one has tried to forcibly take my blood," Severus said.
He gave a quick grimace of a smile.
"Except the defense professor."
"What?"
said Minerva.
"He saw me for an impostor before I could even open my lips, and quite reasonably attacked me on the spot, demanding to know the whereabouts of Mr. Potter."
Another grimace of a smile.
"Shouting that I was Severus Snape did not seem to reassure him for some reason. I do believe that man would kill me for a sickle and give back 5 knuts change. I had to stun our good Professor Quirrell, which was not easy, and then he reacted poorly to the hex. Harry Potter, naturally alarmed, ran out and told the owner, and the defense professor was taken to St. Mungo's."
"St. Mungo's?"
"Which said he had probably been overworking himself for weeks before he collapsed. Such was his state of exhaustion. Your precious defense professor is fine, Minerva. The stunner may have helped him by forcing him to take a few days off. Afterward, I declined the offer of a flu to Hogwarts and went back to Diagon Alley and wondered. But no one seems to have wanted Mr. Potter's blood today."
"Our defense professor is in the best of hands, I am sure," said Albus. "Greater matters command our attention, Minerva."
It took considerable effort for her to wrench her attention back, but she sat back down, and Severus gestured up a chair for himself as well, and the 3 of them drew together to begin their council. She felt like a polyjuiced impostor, sitting with those 2. War was not her art, nor plotting. She had to strain to keep 1 step ahead of the Weasley twins, and sometimes she failed at that. She was sitting here, ultimately only because she had heard the prophecy.
"We are faced," the headmaster spoke first, "with a rather alarming mystery. I can think of only 2 wizards who might have engineered this escape.
Minerva drew in her breath sharply.
There is a chance it's not you-know-who.
I'm afraid so,
said the headmaster. She glanced to her side and saw that Severus looked as puzzled as herself. Afraid the Dark Lord was not rising again? She would have given almost anything for that to be true.
So,
Albus said heavily,
our first suspect is Voldemort, risen again and seeking to resurrect himself. I have studied many books I wish I had not read, seeking his every possible avenue of return, and I have found only 3. His strongest road to life is the Philosopher's Stone, which Flamel assures me that not even Voldemort could create on his own. By that road he would rise greater and more terrible than ever before. I would not have thought Voldemort able to resist the temptation of the stone. Still less because such an obvious trap is a challenge to his wit. But his second avenue is nearly as strong. The flesh of his servant willingly given, the blood of his foe forcibly taken, and the bone of his ancestor unknowingly bequeathed. Voldemort is a perfectionist.
Albus glanced at Severus, who nodded in agreement.
And he would certainly seek the most powerful combination. The flesh of Bellatrix Black, the blood of Harry Potter, and the bone of his father. Voldemort's final avenue is to seduce a victim and drain the life from them over a long period, in which case Voldemort would be weak compared to his former power. His motive to spirit away Bellatrix is clear, and if he is keeping her in reserve, to use only in case he cannot attain the stone, that would explain why no kidnapped attempt was made on Harry this day.
Minerva glanced at Severus, saw him listening attentively, but without surprise.
What is not clear, the headmaster continued, is how Voldemort could have engineered this escape. A death doll was left in Bellatrix's place. Her escape was meant to be undetected. And even though that went wrong, the Dementors could not find her after their first warning. Azkaban has stood impenetrable for centuries, and I cannot imagine any means by which Voldemort could have accomplished this.
That may mean little,
Severus said, expressionless.
For the Dark Lord to do what we cannot imagine requires only that he has a better imagination.
Albus nodded grimly.
Unfortunately, there is now another wizard who laughs at impossibilities. A wizard who, not long ago, developed a new and powerful charm which could have blinded the Dementors to Bellatrix Black's escape. And he is implicated for other reasons as well.
Minerva's heart was skipping beats. She didn't know how or why, but a terrible apprehension was dawning on her as to who.
Who would that be?
Said Severus, sounding puzzled. Albus leaned back and said the fatal words, even as she had feared them.
Harry, James, Potter, Evans, Verres.
Potter?
Demanded the potions master, as much shock in that usually silken voice as she had ever heard from him.
Headmaster, is this one of your jokes? He is in his first year at Hogwarts. A temper tantrum and a few childish pranks with an invisibility cloak does not make him.
It is no joke,
said Minerva, her voice barely above a whisper.
Harry is already making original discoveries in transfiguration, Severus. Though I did not know he was researching charms as well.
Harry is no ordinary first year, the headmaster said solemnly. He is marked as the Dark Lord's equal, and he has power the Dark Lord knows not.
Severus was looking at her, and you would have needed to know him well to recognize that his glance was pleading.
Am I to take this seriously?
Minerva simply nodded.
Does anyone else know of this new and powerful charm?
Severus demanded. The headmaster glanced at her apologetically. Somehow, she knew. She knew before he even said it, and she wanted to scream at the top of her lungs, and said,
Quidditors, Quiddle.
Why,
she said in a voice that should have melted half the devices in the office,
did Mr. Potter even tell our defence professor about this brilliant new charm for breaking out of prisons?
The headmaster passed a weary, wrinkled hand across his equally wrinkled forehead.
Quidditors just happened to be there, Minerva. Even I saw no harm in it at the time.
The headmaster hesitated.
And Harry said his charm was too dangerous to be explained to either of us. And when I asked him again this day, he insisted he had still not explained it to Quirinus, nor had he ever dropped his occlumency barriers in the defense professor's presence.
Mr. Potter is an occlument. You gave him an invisibility cloak, and he's immune to Veritaserum, and he's friends with the Weasley twins. Albus, do you have any idea what you unleashed upon this school?
Her voice was nearly shrieking now.
By his 7th year, there won't be anything left of Hogwarts but a smoking hole in the ground.
Albus leaned back in his great cushioned chair and said, smiling,
Don't forget the time, Turner.
She did scream then, but quietly. Severus drawled,
Should I teach him to brew polyjuice, headmaster? I ask only for the sake of completeness, in case you are not satisfied with the magnitude of your pet disaster.
Perhaps next year, said Albus. My dearest friends, the question before us is whether Harry Potter has spirited Bellatrix Black out of Azkaban, which is more than youthful high spirits, even by my tolerant standards.
Excuse me, headmaster,
Severus said, with one of the drier smiles she had ever seen him deliver to Albus.
But I will register my opinion that the answer is no. This is the Dark Lord's work, pure and simple.
Then why?
Albus said, and now there was no humour at all in his voice.
When I planned to retrieve Harry immediately after his arrival in Diagon Alley, did I find that this would result in paradox?
Minerva sank further back into her chair, dropped her left elbow onto the hardest, uncushioned armrest, leaned her head into her hand, and shut her eyes in despair. There was a narrowly circulated proverb to the effect that only one aura in 30 was qualified to investigate cases involving time-turners, and that of those few, the half who weren't already insane, soon would be.
So, you suspect,
Severus's voice was saying,
that Potter went from Diagon Alley to Azkaban, then looped back to Diagon Alley afterward to be picked up by us.
Precisely,
said Albus's voice.
Though it is also possible that Voldemort or his servants watched to make sure Harry did arrive in Diagon Alley before they began their attempt on Azkaban, and that they had someone with a time-turner who would send back the message of their success to trigger the abduction. Indeed, it was my suspicion of this possibility that caused me to dispatch you and Minerva on your own mission before I myself went to Azkaban. I thought then that their breakout would fail, but if retrieving Harry Potter meant observing the fact of their eventual failure, then I myself could not have gone to Azkaban after I had interacted with him, for Azkaban's future cannot touch its past. When in Azkaban, I received no report from you or Minerva, nor from Flitwick, whom I told to try contacting you. I knew that your interaction with Harry Potter had been an interaction with Azkaban's future, meaning that someone was sending messages through time.
Then Albus's voice stopped.
But, Headmaster,
said Severus,
you came back from Azkaban's future and interacted with us.
The potion master's voice trailed off.
But Severus, if I had received reports from you and Minerva of Harry's safety, I would not, in the first place, have gone backwards in time to...
Headmaster, I think we must draw diagrams for this.
I agree, Severus.
There was the sound of parchment being spread on a table, and then quills scratching, and more arguing. Minerva sat in her chair, head resting in her hand, eyes shut. There was a story she'd once heard about a criminal who had possessed a time-turner, which the Department of Mysteries had sealed to him, in a case of extremely bad judgment as to who needed one, and there had been an aura assigned to track down this unknown time criminal, who had also been given a time-turner. And the story ended with both of them in St. Mungo's ward for totally unrecoverable nutcases. Minerva sat there with her eyes shut, trying not to listen, trying not to think about it, and trying not to go insane. After a while, when the argument seemed to have wound down, she said aloud,
Mr. Potter's time-turner is restricted to the hours of 9 p.m. through midnight. Was the shell tampered with, Albus?
Not to my most discerning charms, said Albus. But the shells are new things, and to defeat the unspeakable's precautions and leave no trace of the defeat might not be impossible.
She opened her eyes and saw Severus and the headmaster staring intently at a parchment covered with tangled squiggles that would have no doubt driven her mad to comprehend.
Have you come to any conclusions?
Minerva said.
And please, don't tell me how you arrived at them.
Severus and the headmaster looked at each other, then turned to look at her.
We have concluded,
the headmaster said gravely,
that either Harry was involved or he was not. That either Voldemort has access to a time-turner or he does not. And that regardless of what could have happened within Azkaban, nobody would have visited the little Hangleton graveyard during the period Moody has already watched over it within my own past.
In short, Severus drawled, we know nothing, dear Minerva, though it seems at least likely that another time-turner was involved somehow. My own suspicion is that Potter has been bribed, tricked, or threatened into conveying messages backward in time, perhaps even regarding this very prison break. I shall not make the obvious suggestion as to who is pulling his strings, but I suggest that at 9 o'clock tonight we test whether Potter is able to travel the full 6 hours backward to 3 o'clock to see if he has yet used his time-turner.
That seems wise to do in any case, said Dumbledore. See that done, Minerva, and tell Harry to stop in my office at his convenience afterward.
But you still suspect Harry of direct involvement in the prison break itself,
Minerva said.
Possible, but unlikely, said Severus. At the same time, Albus said,
Yes.
Minerva pinched the bridge of her nose, took a deep breath, let it out.
Albus, Severus, what possible reason has Mr. Potter to do such a thing?
None that I can think of, said Albus, but it remains that Harry's magics alone, of all the means known to me, might have...
Hold,
said Severus. All expression vanished from his face.
A thought occurs to me. I must check.
The potions master seized a pinch of flue powder, strode across the room toward the fireplace. Albus hastily waved his wand to light it, and then, in a glare of green flame, and the words,
Slytherin head of house office,
Severus was gone. She and Albus looked at each other, and both shrugged, and then Albus turned back to studying the parchment. It was only a few minutes later that Severus spun back out of the flue, brushing traces of ash from himself.
Well,
said the potions master, again the expressionless face.
I am afraid that Mr. Potter does have motive.
Speak,
said Albus.
I found Lesarth Lestrange in the Slytherin common room studying,
Severus said.
He was not reluctant to meet my eyes, and it seems that Mr. Lestrange did not like to think of his parents in Azkaban. The cold and the darkness, with the Dementors sucking away their life, hurting every second of every day, and he told Mr. Potter so in as many words, and begged him to get them out, since, you see, Mr. Lestrange had heard that the boy who lived could do anything.
She and Albus exchanged glances.
Severus,
Minerva said.
Surely, even Harry has more common sense than that.
Her voice trailed off.
Mr. Potter thinks he is God,
Severus said without expression.
And Lesarth Lestrange fell to his knees before him in a heartfelt cry of prayer.
Minerva stared at Severus, feeling sick to her stomach. She had studied Muggle religion. It was the most common reason for needing to memory charm the parents of Muggleborns, and she knew enough to understand what Severus had just said.
In any case,
said the potions master,
I looked within Mr. Lestrange to see if he knew anything of his mother's escape. He has heard nothing, but the instant he learns, he will conclude that the person responsible was Harry Potter.
I see, Albus said slowly. Thank you, Severus. That is good news.
Good news?
Minerva burst out. Albus looked at her, his face as expressionless as Severus's now, and she remembered, with a shock, that Albus's own.
It is the best reason I can possibly imagine for removing Bellatrix from Azkaban,
Albus said quietly.
And if it is not Harry, let us recall, then it is certainly Voldemort himself making his first moves. But let us not be hasty in judgment while there is much we do not yet know, but soon will.
Albus once more stood up from behind his desk, strode to the fireplace still alight, cast in another pinch of green powder, and stuck his head into the flames.
Department of Magical Law Enforcement, he said. Director's office.
After a moment, the voice of Madame Bones came through clear and sharp.
What is it, Albus? I am somewhat busy.
Amelia, said Albus, I beg of you to share any discoveries you have made concerning this matter.
There was a pause.
Oh,
said the cold voice of Madame Bones from the blazing fire.
And is that a two-way road then, Albus?
It may be,
the old wizard said calmly.
If any aura dies of your reticence, old meddler, I will hold you responsible in full measure.
I understand, Amelia,
Albus said.
But I have no wish to spark needless alarm and incredulity.
Bellatrix Black has escaped from Azkaban! What alarm or incredulity do you think I will call needless in the face of that?
I may call on you to remember those words, said the old wizard into the green flames. For if I learn that my fears are not needless, I will tell you. Now, Amelia, I beg you, if you have learned anything whatsoever upon this matter, please share it.
There was another pause, and then Madame Bones's voice said,
I have information which I learned 4 hours into the future, Albus. Do you still want it?
Albus paused. Weighing, Minerva knew, the possibility that he might want to go back more than 2 hours from this instant, for you couldn't send information further back in time than 6 hours, not through any chain of time-turners. And finally said,
Yes, please.
We had a lucky break, said Madame Bones's voice. One of the Aurors who witnessed the escape was a Muggle-born, and she told us that the flying fire spell, as we were calling it, might be no spell at all, but a Muggle artifact.
Like a punch in the stomach. That was how it felt, and the sickness in Minerva's belly redoubled. Anyone who'd watched a Chaos Legion battle knew whose hand that showed. Madame Bones's voice continued.
We brought in Arthur Weasley from misuse of Muggle artifacts. He knows more about Muggle artifacts than any wizard alive, and gave him the descriptions from the auras on the scene, and he cracked it. It was a Muggle artifact called a rocker, and they called it that because you have to be off your rocker to ride one. Just 6 years ago, one of their rockers blew up, killed hundreds of Muggles in a flash, and almost set fire to the moon. Weasley says that rockers use a special kind of science called opposite reaction. So, the plan is to develop a jinx which will prevent that science from working around Azkaban.
Thank you, Amelia,
Albus said gravely.
Is that everything?
I will check if we have anything from 6 hours forward,
said the voice of Madame Bones.
If so, they wouldn't have told me, but I'll have them tell you. Do you have anything you want to tell me, Albus? Which of those 2 possibilities is it looking like?
Not yet, Amelia,
Albus said,
but I may have word for you soon.
He straightened up from the fire then, which faded back to ordinary yellow flames. Every minute of the old wizard's years, every natural second since his birth, and every second which time-turning had added, all of that, plus a few extra decades for stress, was visible on his lined face.
Severus,
the old wizard said,
what was it, actually?
A rocket,
said the half-blood potions master, who had grown up in the Muggle town of Spinner's End.
One of the most impressive Muggle technologies.
How likely is Harry to do such arts?
Said Minerva. Severus drawled.
Oh, a boy like Mr. Potter knows all about rockets. That, dear Minerva, is a certainty. You must remember that things are done differently in the Muggle world.
Severus frowned.
But rockets are dangerous and expensive.
Harry has stolen and hidden an unknown amount of money from his Gringotts vault. Perhaps thousands of galleons,
said the headmaster, and then, to their twin stares,
that was not in my plan, but I made the mistake of sending the defense professor to supervise Harry's withdrawal of 5 galleons for Christmas presents.
The headmaster shrugged.
Yes, I agree. Sheer folly in retrospect. Let us continue.
Minerva quietly thudded her head a few times against the headrest of her chair.
None the less, headmaster,
Severus said,
just because the Death Eaters never used Muggle artifacts in the First War, that does not mean he is ignorant. Rockets fell on Britain as well in the Muggle side of Grindelwald's War. If he spent the summers of those years in a Muggle orphanage, as you told us, headmaster, then he too has heard of rockets. And if he has been listening to reports of Mr. Potter and his mock battles using Muggle artifacts, he would certainly learn his enemy's strengths and try to redouble them himself. That is just how he thinks. Any power he sees, he will try to take for his own.
The old wizard was standing stock still, utterly motionless, even the hairs of his beard frozen in place like solid wires, and the thought came to Minerva, as frightening as any thought she'd ever had, that Albus Dumbledore was rooted to the spot in horror.
Severus,
Albus said, and his voice almost cracked.
Do you realize what you're saying? If Harry Potter and Voldemort fight their war with Muggle weapons, there will be nothing left of the world but fire.
What?
Said Minerva. She had heard of guns, of course, but they weren't that dangerous to an experienced witch. Severus spoke as though she weren't in the room.
Then, perhaps, headmaster, he is sending a deliberate warning to Harry Potter of exactly that, saying that any attack with Muggle weapons will be met with retaliation in kind. Command Mr. Potter to cease his use of Muggle technology in his battles. That will show him the message is received, and not give him any more ideas.
Severus frowned.
Though, come to think of it, Mr. Malfoy, and of course Miss Granger, well, on second thought, a blanket prohibition on technology seems wiser.
The old wizard pressed both his hands to his forehead, and from his lips came an unsteady voice.
I begin to hope that it is Harry behind this escape. Oh, Merlin, defend us all! What have I done? What have I done? What will become of the world?
Severus shrugged.
From the rumours I've heard, Headmaster, Muggle weapons are only slightly worse than the more recondite aspects of wizardry.
Worse!
Gasped Minerva, and then shut her mouth as though by force.
Worse than any peril left in these fading years,
said Albus.
Not worse than that which erased Atlantis from time.
Minerva stared at him, feeling the sweat break out all along her spine. Severus continued, still addressing Albus.
All the Death Eaters, save Bellatrix, would have betrayed him. All his supporters turned against him. All the powers of the world converged to destroy him if he had been reckless with any truly dangerous potency. Is this so different, then?
Some motion, some colour, had returned to the old wizard's face.
Perhaps not.
And in any case,
Severus said with a slightly condescending smile,
Muggle weapons are not so easy to obtain. Not for 1,000 galleons, or 1,000,000.
Doesn't Harry just transfigure the devices he uses in his battles?
Thought Minerva, but before she could open her mouth to ask, the fireplace erupted in green flames then, and the face of Pius Thicknessy, Madam Bones's assistant, appeared therein.
Chief Warlock, said Thicknessy, I have a report for you, transmitted from...
Thicknessy's eyes flickered over Minerva and Severus.
6 minutes ago.
6 hours ahead, you mean?
Said Albus.
These two are meant to hear it. Deliver your report.
We know how it was done,
said Thicknessy.
In Bellatrix's black cell, hidden in one corner, was a potions vial, and testing the traces of remaining fluid shows that it was an animagus potion.
There was a long pause.
I see,
Albus said heavily.
Pardon me,
said Minerva. She didn't. Thicknessy's head turned toward her.
Animagi, Madam McGonagall, in their animagus forms, are of less interest to Dementors. All prisoners are tested before their arrival at Azkaban, and if they're animagi, their animagus form is destroyed. But we had not considered that someone protected by a Patronus charm while taking the potion and performing the meditation might be able to become an animagus after they went to Azkaban.
I understood,
Severus said, having by now put on his customary sneer,
that the animagus meditation requires considerable time.
Well, Mr. Snape,
Thicknessy barked.
Records show that Bellatrix Black was an animagus before she was sentenced to Azkaban and her form destroyed. So, maybe her second meditation didn't take as much time as her first.
I would not have thought it possible for any prisoner of Azkaban to do such a thing,
Albus said.
But Bellatrix Black was a most powerful sorceress before her incarceration, and she might have done it if any witch could. Can Azkaban be secured against this method?
Yes,
said the confident head of Pius Thicknessy.
our experiment says that it's nigh unimaginable that an animagus meditation could be performed in less than 3 hours, regardless of experience. All visits to prisoners allowed to receive them will be limited to 2 hours henceforth, and the Dementors will inform us if any Patronus charm is maintained in the prison areas for longer than that.
Albus looked unhappy at that, but nodded.
I see. There will be no further attempts of that sort, of course, but do not relax your vigilance. And when Amelia has been told all this, tell her that I have information for her.
The head of Pius Thicknessy vanished without another word.
No further attempts,
said Minerva.
Because, dear Minerva,
Severus drawled, having not quite taken off his habitual sneer.
If the Dark Lord had planned to free any of his other servants from Azkaban, he would not have left behind the vial of potion to tell us how it was done.
Severus frowned.
I confess, even so, I do not see why that vial was left there.
It is some kind of message,
Albus said slowly,
and I cannot see what it means. Not at all.
He drummed his fingers on his desk. For a long minute, or 3, the old wizard stared off into nothingness, frowning. Well, Severus also sat in silence. Then Albus shook his head in dismay and said,
Severus, do you comprehend this?
No,
said the potions master, and with a sardonic smile,
which is probably all the better for us. Whatever we are intended to conclude from it, that part of his plan has misfired.
You are certain now that it is, that it is Voldemort,
said Minerva.
It could not have been that some other Death Eater conceived this clever notion.
And they knew about rockets too,
Severus said dryly.
I don't believe the other Death Eaters were so fond of Muggle studies. It is he.
Aye, it is he,
Albus said.
Azkaban has endured impenetrable for ages, only to fall to an ordinary animagus potion. It is too clever and too impossible, which was ever Voldemort's signature since the days he was known as Tom Riddle. Anyone who wished to forge that signature must need be as cunning as Voldemort himself to do so. And there is no one else in the world who would accidentally overestimate my wit and leave me a message I cannot understand at all.
Unless he has gauged you exactly,
Severus said tonelessly,
in which case all that is just what he intended you to think.
Albus sighed.
Indeed. but even if he has tricked me perfectly, we may at least rely on the conclusion that it was not Harry Potter."
It should have come as a relief, and yet Minerva felt the chill spreading through her spine and her veins, her lungs and her bones. She remembered conversations like this. She remembered conversations like this from 10 years ago, from a time when blood had run through Britain in wide rivers, when wizards and witches she had once taught in class had been slaughtered by the hundreds. She remembered burning homes and screaming children and flashes of green light.
"What will you tell Madam Bones?"
she whispered. Albus stood from his desk and paced to the centre of the room. His hand lightly touched the devices, here an instrument of light, there an instrument of sound. He adjusted his glasses with one hand, used the other to centre the long silver beard against his robes, and then finally that ancient wizard turned back and faced them.
"I will tell her what little I know of the dark art called Horcrux, by which a soul is deprived of death," said Albus Dumbledore in a soft voice that seemed to fill the whole room. "And I will tell her what may be done with the flesh of the servant. I will tell her that I am reconstituting the Order of the Phoenix. I will tell her that Voldemort has returned, and that the Second Wizarding War is begun."
Some hours later. The antique old clock upon the wall of the deputy headmistress's office had golden hands and silver numerals to make the clock face. It ticked and jerked soundlessly through its motions, for there was a quieting enchantment on it. The golden hour hand approached the silver numeral of 9. The golden minute hand did the same. The two linked components of time nearing each other, soon to be in the same place and never to collide. It was 8:43 p.m., and the time approached when Harry's time-turner would open, to be tested in the one way that no imaginable spell could fall, unless that spell could bypass the laws of time itself. No body or soul, no knowledge or substance could stretch an extra 7 hours in a single day. She would make up a message on the spot and tell Harry to take that message back 6 hours to Professor Flitwick at 3 p.m, and she would ask Professor Flitwick if he had received it in that hour. And Professor Flitwick would tell her that he had indeed received it at 3 p.m. And she would tell Severus and Albus to have a little more faith in Harry next time. Professor McGonagall cast the Patronus charm and told her shining cat,
"Go to Mr. Potter and tell him this. Mr. Potter, please come to my office as soon as you hear this, without doing anything else along the way."
Hello! So, we release this podcast twice a week, Tuesdays and Fridays, and I've had a rather large backlog that I've been working through. I have recently had COVID, and then caught another cold from my kids immediately after, and so haven't actually been able to record new chapters of this book for a while. And this is the last chapter I have backed up. I might not sound too bad at the moment, but if I narrate for too long, my voice ends up getting pretty rough. I hope to get out another chapter this Friday, but this is a warning that it might not be there. Keep your fingers crossed, and I will do my best. Chapter 62. The Stanford Prison Experiment, Final. Minerva gazed up at the clock. The golden hands and silver numerals. The jerking motion. Muggles had invented that, and until they had, wizards had not bothered keeping time. Bells, timed by a sanded hourglass, had served Hogwarts for its classes when it was built. It was one of those things that blood purists wished not to be true, and therefore Minerva knew it. She had received an outstanding on her Muggle Studies NEWTs, which now seemed to her a mark of shame, considering how little she knew. Her younger self had realized, even then, that the class was a sham, taught by a pureblood, supposedly because Muggleborns could not appreciate what Wizardborns needed to be told, and actually because the Board of Governors didn't approve of Muggles at all. But when she was 17, the outstanding grade had been the main thing that mattered to her. She was saddened to remember.
If Harry Potter and Voldemort fight their war with Muggle weapons, there will be nothing left of the world but fire.
She couldn't imagine it, and the reason she couldn't imagine it was that she couldn't imagine Harry fighting you-know-who. She had encountered the Dark Lord 4 times and survived each one, 3 times with Albus to shield her, and once with Moody at her side. She remembered the damaged, snake-like face, the faint green scales scattered over the skin, the glowing red eyes, the voice that laughed in a high-pitched hiss and promised nothing but cruelty and torment. The monster, pure and complete. And Harry Potter was easy to picture in her mind. The bright expression on the face of a young boy who wavered between taking the ludicrous seriously and taking the serious ludicrously. And to think of the two of them facing off at Wand Point was too painful to be imagined. They had no right at all to set this on an 11-year-old boy. She knew what the headmaster had decided for him this day, for she had been told to make the arrangements, and if it had been her at the same age, she would have raged and screamed and cried and been inconsolable for weeks and—
"He is no ordinary first year,"
Albus had said.
"He is marked as the Dark Lord's equal, and he has power the Dark Lord knows not."
The terrible, hollow voice booming from Sybil Trelawney's throat, the true and original prophecy, echoed once more through her mind. She had a feeling it didn't mean what the headmaster thought it did, but there was no way to put the difference into words. And even so, it still seemed true, that if there were any 11-year-old within the earth entire who could bear this burden, that boy approached her office now. And if she said anything at all like, "Poor Harry," to his face, well, he wouldn't like it.
"So, now I've got to find some way to kill an immortal dark wizard,"
Harry had said on the day he had first learned.
"I really wish you'd told me that before I started shopping."
She had been head of House Gryffindor for long enough. She had watched enough friends die to know that there were some people you couldn't save from becoming heroes. There came a knock at the door, and Professor McGonagall said,
"Enter."
When Harry entered, his face had the same cold, alert look she'd seen in Mary's place, and she wondered for an instant if he had been wearing that same mask, that same self this whole day. The young boy seated himself on the chair before her desk and said,
"So, is it time for me to be told what's going on?"
Neutral the words, not the sharpness that should have gone with the expression. Professor McGonagall's eyes rose in surprise before she could stop them, and she said,
The headmaster told you nothing, Mr. Potter?
The boy shook his head.
Only that he had received a warning that I might be in danger, but I was safe now.
Minerva was having trouble meeting his gaze. How could they do this to him? How could they lay this upon an 11-year-old boy? This war, this destiny, this prophecy, and they didn't even trust him. She forced herself to look at Harry directly, and saw that his green eyes were calm as they rested on her.
Professor McGonagall,
the boy said quietly.
Mr. Potter?
Said Professor McGonagall.
I'm afraid it's not my place to explain, but if after this the headmaster still does not tell you anything, you may come back to me and I will go yell at him for you.
The boy's eyes widened, something of the real Harry showing through the crack before the cool mask was set back in place.
In any case,
Professor McGonagall said briskly,
I'm sorry for the inconvenience, Mr. Potter, but I need to ask you to use your time turner to go back 6 hours to 3 o'clock and give the following message to Professor Flitwick. Silver on the tree. Ask the professor to note down the time at which you gave him that message. Afterward, the headmaster wishes to meet with you at your convenience.
There was a pause. Then the boy said,
Am I suspected of misusing my time turner then?
Not by me,
Professor McGonagall said hastily.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Mr. Potter.
There was another pause, and then the young boy shrugged.
It'll play hob with my sleep schedule, but I suppose it can't be helped. Please let the house elves know that if I ask for an early breakfast at, say, 3 a.m. tomorrow morning, I'm to receive it.
Of course, Mr. Potter,
she said.
Thank you for understanding.
The boy rose up from his chair and gave her a formal nod, then slipped out the door with his hand already going under his shirt to where his time turner waited, and she almost called out, Harry! Only she wouldn't have known what to say after. Instead, she waited, her eyes on the clock. How long did she need to wait for Harry Potter to go back in time? She didn't need to wait at all, actually. If he had done it, then it had already happened. Minerva knew, then, that she was delaying because she was nervous, and the realization saddened her. Mischief? Yes. Unspeakable, unthinkable mischief, with all the prudence and foresight of a falling rock. She didn't know how the boy had tricked the hat into not sorting him into Gryffindor, where he obviously belonged, but nothing dark or harmful. Not ever. Beneath that mischief, his goodness ran as deep and as true as the Weasley twins, though not even the Cruciatus curse could have gotten her to say that out loud.
Expecto Patronum,
she said, and then,
Go to Professor Flitwick and bear back his reply after you ask him this. Did Mr. Potter give you a message from me? What was that message, and when did you receive it?
1 hour earlier, having used the last remaining spin of his time turner, after putting on the cloak of invisibility, Harry tucked the hourglass back into his shirt. And he set out toward the Slytherin dungeons, striding as quickly as his invisible legs could manage, though not running. Thankfully, the deputy headmistress's office was already on a lower floor of Hogwarts. A few staircases later, taken 2 steps, but not 3 steps at once, Harry stopped at a corridor around whose final bend lay the entrance to the Slytherin dorms. Harry took a piece of parchment, not paper, out of his pouch, took a quotes quill, not pen, out of his pouch, and told the quill, "Write these letters exactly as I say them. Z-P-G, B-S-Y, space, F-V-Y, I-R-E-B-A-G-U-R-G-E-R-R. There are two kinds of codes in cryptography. Codes that stopped your little brother from reading your message, and codes that stopped major governments from reading your message. And this was the first kind of code. But it was better than nothing. In theory, no one should read it anyway, but even if they did, they wouldn't remember anything interesting unless they did cryptography first. Harry then put that parchment in a parchment envelope, and with his wand melted a little green wax to seal it. In principle, of course, Harry could have done all that hours earlier, but somehow waiting until after he heard the message from Professor McGonagall's own lips seemed less like messing with time. Harry then put that envelope inside another envelope, which already contained another sheet of paper with other instructions and 5 silver sickles. He closed that envelope, which already had a name written on the outside, sealed it with more green wax, and pressed a final sickle into that seal. Then Harry put that envelope into the very last envelope on which was written in large letters the name Mary Tavington. And Harry peeked around the bend to where the scowling portrait that served as the door to the Slytherin dorms waited, and as he did not wish the portrait to recall not seeing anyone invisible, Harry used the hover charm to float the envelope to the scowling man and tap it against him. The scowling man looked down at the envelope, peering at it through a monocle, and sighed, and turned around to face toward the inside of the Slytherin dorms and called, "Message for Mary Tavington." The envelope was then allowed to fall to the floor. A few moments later, the portrait door opened, and Mary snatched up the envelope from the floor. She would open it up and find a sickle and an envelope addressed to a 4th-year student named Margaret Bulstrode. Slytherins did this sort of thing all the time, and a sickle definitely constituted a rush order. Margaret would open her envelope and find 5 sickles along with an envelope to be dropped off in an unused classroom. After she used her time turner to go back 5 hours, whereupon she would find another 5 sickles waiting for her, if she got there quickly. And an invisible Harry Potter would be waiting in that classroom from 3 p.m. to 3:30, just in case someone tried the obvious test. Well, it had been obvious to Professor Quirrell anyway. It had also been obvious to Professor Quirrell that A. Margaret Bulstrode had a time turner, and B. she wasn't very strict about how she used it, e.g., telling her younger sister really good pieces of gossip before anyone else had heard. Some of the tension leaked off Harry as he strode away from the portrait door, still invisible. Somehow his mind had still managed to worry about the plan, even knowing that it had already succeeded. Now there remained only the confrontation with Dumbledore, and then he was done for the day. He'd go to the headmaster's gargoyles at 9 p.m., since doing it at 8 p.m. would seem more suspicious. This way, he could claim that he just misunderstood what Professor McGonagall had meant by afterward. The obscure pain clutched at Harry's heart again as he thought of Professor McGonagall. So Harry retreated a little further into his dark side, which had worn the calm expression and kept the fatigue off his face, and kept walking. There would come a reckoning, but sometimes you had to borrow everything you could today and let the payments come due tomorrow. Even Harry's dark side was feeling the exhaustion by the time the spiralling staircase had delivered him to the great oaken door that was the final gate to Dumbledore's office. But since Harry was now legally 4 hours past his natural bedtime, it was safe to let some of the fatigue show, the physical, if not the emotional. The oaken door swung open. Harry's eyes had already been focused in the direction of the great desk, the throne behind it, so it took a moment to register that the throne was empty, the desk barren but for a single leather-bound volume. And then Harry shifted his gaze to see the wizard standing among his fiddly things, the mysterious unknown devices in their scores. Fawkes and the Sorting Hat occupied their respective perches. A bright, cheerful blaze crackled in a nook that Harry had not before realized was a fireplace, and there were the 2 umbrellas and 3 red slippers for left feet, all things in their place and in their customary appearance, except the old wizard himself, standing tall and dressed in robes of the most formal black. It came as a shock to the eyes, those robes on that person. It was as if Harry had seen his father wearing a business suit. Very ancient was the appearance of Albus Dumbledore, and sorrowful.
"Hello, Harry,"
said the old wizard. From within an alternate self, maintained like an occlumency construct, an innocent Harry, who had absolutely no idea what was happening, inclined his head coldly, and said,
"Headmaster, I expect you've heard back from Deputy Headmistress McGonagall by now, so if it's fine by you, I would really like to know what's going on."
"Yes," said the old wizard. "It is time, Harry Potter."
The back straightened, only slightly, for the wizard had already been standing straight, but somehow even that small change made the wizard seem a foot taller, and stronger, if not younger. Formidable, though not dangerous. His potency gathered about him like a cowl. In a clear voice, then, he spoke.
"This day, your war against Voldemort has begun."
"What?"
said the outer Harry, who knew nothing, while something watching from inside thought much the same, only with a lot more profanity attached.
"Bellatrix Black has been taken from Azkaban. She has escaped from a prison unescapable," the old wizard said. "It is a feat that bears Voldemort's signature, if ever I have seen it. And she, his most faithful servant, is one of 3 requisites he must obtain to rise again in a new body. After 10 years, the enemy you once defeated has returned, as was foretold."
Neither part of Harry could think of anything to say to that, at least not for the few seconds before the old wizard continued.
"It need change little for you, for now," said the old wizard. "I have begun reconstituting the Order of the Phoenix that will serve you. I have alerted the few souls who can and should understand. Amelia Bones, Alistair Moody, Bartimus Crouch, certain others. Of the prophecy, yes, there is a prophecy. I have not told them, but they know that Voldemort is returned, and they know that you are to play some vital role. They and I shall fight your war in its lesser beginnings, while you grow stronger and perhaps wiser here at Hogwarts."
The old wizard's hand came up, as though beseeching.
"So, to you, for now, there is but one change, and I implore you to understand its necessity. Do you recognize the book on my desk, Harry?"
The inner part of Harry was screaming and banging its head against imaginary walls, while the outer Harry turned and stared at what proved to be... There was a rather long pause. Then Harry said,
"It's a copy of The Lord of the Rings by J.R.R. Tolkien."
"You recognized a quote from that book,"
said Dumbledore, an intent look in his eyes.
"So I assume you remember it well. If I am mistaken, let me be corrected."
Harry just stared at him.
"It is important to understand," said Dumbledore, "that this book is not a realistic depiction of a wizarding war. John Tolkien never fought Voldemort. Your war will not be like the books you have read. Real life is not like stories. Do you understand, Harry?"
Harry rather slowly nodded yes, and then shook his head no.
"In particular," said Dumbledore, "there is a certain very foolish thing that Gandalf does in the first book. He makes many mistakes, does Tolkien's wizard, but this one error is the most unforgivable. That mistake is this. When Gandalf first suspected, even for a moment, that Frodo held the One Ring, he should have moved Frodo to Rivendell at once. He might have been embarrassed, that old wizard, if his suspicions had proven false. He might have found it awkward to so command Frodo, and Frodo would have been greatly inconvenienced, needing to set aside many other plans and pastimes. But a little embarrassment and awkwardness and inconvenience is as nothing compared to the loss of your whole war when the 9 Nazgul swoop down on the Shire while you're reading old scrolls in Minas Tirith and take the ring at once. And it is not Frodo alone who would have been hurt. All Middle-earth would have fallen into slavery. If it had not been only a story, Harry, they would have lost their war. Do you understand what I am saying?"
said Harry.
"Not exactly."
There was something about Dumbledore when he was like this which made it hard to stay properly cold. His dark side had trouble with weird.
"Then I will spell it out,"
said the old wizard. His voice was stern, his eyes were sad.
"Frodo should have been moved to Rivendell at once by Gandalf himself, and Frodo should never have left Rivendell without guard. There should have been no Night of Terror in Bree, no Barrow Downs, no Weathertop where Frodo was wounded. They could have lost their entire war any of those times for Gandalf's folly. Do you understand now what I am saying to you, son of Michael and Petunia?"
And the Harry who knew nothing did understand. And the Harry who knew nothing saw that it was the smart, the wise, the intelligent and sane, the right thing to do. And the Harry who knew nothing said just what an innocent Harry would have said, while the silent watcher screamed in confusion and agony.
"You're saying,"
Harry said, his voice shaking as the emotions inside burned through the outer calm,
"that I'm not going home to my parents for Easter?"
"You will see them again,"
the old wizard said stiffly.
"I will beg them to come here to be with you. I will extend them every courtesy during their visits. But you are not going home for Easter, Harry. You are not going home for the summer. You are no longer taking lunches in Diagon Alley, even with Professor Quirrell to watch you. Your blood is the second requisite Voldemort needs to rise as strong as before. So, you are never again leaving the bounds of Hogwarts wards without a vital reason, and a guard strong enough to fend off any attack for long enough to get you to safety."
Water was beginning at the corners of Harry's eyes.
"Is that a request?"
said his quavering voice.
"Or an order?"
"I'm sorry, Harry,"
the old wizard said softly.
"Your parents will see the necessity, I hope. But if not, I'm afraid they have no recourse. The law, however wrongly, does not recognize them as your guardians. I am sorry, Harry, and I will understand if you despise me for it, but it must be done."
Harry whirled, looked at the door. He couldn't look at Dumbledore anymore. Couldn't trust his own face.
"This is the cost to yourself,"
said Hufflepuff within his mind.
"even as you imposed costs on others. Will that change your whole view of the matter, the way Professor Quirrell thinks it will?"
Automatically, the mask of the innocent Harry said exactly what it would have said.
"Are my parents in danger? Do they need to be moved here?"
"No," said the old wizard's voice. "I do not think so. The Death Eaters learned toward the end of the war not to attack the Order's families. And if Voldemort is now acting without his former companions, he still knows that it is I who make the decisions for now, and he knows that I would give him nothing for any threat to your family. I have taught him that I do not give in to blackmail, and so he will not try."
Harry turned back then, and saw a coldness on the old wizard's face to match the shift in his voice. Dumbledore's blue eyes grown hard as steel behind the glasses. It didn't match the person, but it matched the formal black robes.
"Is that everything, then?"
said Harry's trembling voice. Later, he would think of some cunning countermeasure. Later, he would ask Professor Quirrell if there was any way to convince the headmaster he was mistaken. Right now, maintaining the mask was taking all of Harry's attention.
"Voldemort used a Muggle artifact to escape Azkaban," the old wizard said. "He is watching you and learning from you, Harry Potter. Soon, a man named Arthur Weasley at the Ministry will issue an edict that all use of Muggle artifacts must cease in the Defense Professor's battles. In the future, when you have a good idea, keep it closer about yourself."
It didn't seem important by comparison. Harry just nodded and said again,
"Is that everything?"
There was a pause.
please," said the old wizard in a whisper. "I have no right to ask your forgiveness, Harry James Potter Evans Verris. But please, at least say that you understand why." There was water in the old wizard's eyes.
"I understand,"
said the voice of the outer Harry, who did understand.
"I mean, I was sort of thinking about it anyway, wondering whether I could get you and my parents to let me stay over at Hogwarts during the summer, like the orphans, so I could read the library here. It's just more interesting at Hogwarts anyway."
A choking sound came from Albus Dumbledore's throat. Harry turned again toward the door. It wasn't escape unscathed, but it was escape. He took a step forward. His hand reached to the door handle. A piercing cry split the air. As though in slow motion, as Harry spun, he saw the phoenix already launched through the air and winging toward him. From the true Harry, the one who knew his own guilt, came a flash of panic. He hadn't thought of that, hadn't anticipated it. He had prepared to face Dumbledore, but he'd forgotten about Fawkes. Flap, flap, and flap. 3 times the phoenix's wings flapped like the flaring up and dying down of a fire. Duration seemed to pass too slowly as Fawkes soared over the mysterious devices toward where Harry stood. And the red, golden bird was hovering in front of him with gentle wing sweeps, bobbing in the air like a candle flame.
"What is it, Fawkes?"
said the false Harry in puzzlement, looking the phoenix in the eyes, as he would if he were innocent. The real Harry, feeling the same awful sickness inside as when Professor McGonagall had expressed her trust in him, thought,
"Did I turn evil today, Fawkes? I didn't think I was evil. Do you hate me now? If I've become something a phoenix hates, maybe I should just give it up now. Give up everything now and confess."
Fawkes screamed, the most terrible cry Harry had ever heard, a scream that set all the devices vibrating and made all the sleeping figures start within their portraits. It pierced through all of Harry's defences like a white-hot sword through butter, collapsed all his layers like a punctured balloon popping, reshuffled his priorities in an instant as he remembered the one most important thing. The tears began pouring freely from Harry's eyes down his cheeks. His voice choked as the words came out of his throat like coughing up lava.
"Fawkes says he wants me to do something about the prisoners in Azkaban."
"Fawkes, no!"
said the old wizard. Dumbledore strode forward, reaching out to the phoenix with a pleading hand. The old wizard's voice was almost as desperate as the phoenix's scream had been.
"You cannot ask that of him, Fawkes. He's only a boy still."
"You went to Azkaban?"
Harry whispered.
"You took Fawkes with you? You were there. You saw. Why didn't you do anything? Why didn't you let them out?"
When the instruments stopped vibrating, Harry realized that Fawkes had screamed at the same time as his own scream, that the phoenix was now flying next to Harry and facing Dumbledore at his side, the red golden head level with his own.
"Can you?"
whispered the old wizard.
"Can you truly hear the voice of the phoenix so clearly."
Harry was sobbing almost too hard to speak. For all the metal doors he'd passed, the voices he'd heard, the worst memories, the desperate begging as he walked away, all of it had burst into his mind like fire at the phoenix's scream. All the inner bulwarks smashed. Harry didn't know whether he could truly hear the voice of the phoenix so clearly, whether he would have understood Fawkes without already knowing. All Harry knew was that he had a plausible excuse to say the things Professor Quirrell had told him he must never raise in conversation from this day forth, because this was just what an innocent Harry would have said, would have done, if he had heard so clearly.
"They're hurting. We have to help them."
"I can't,"
cried Albus Dumbledore.
"Harry, Fawkes, I can't. There's nothing I can do."
Another piercing scream.
"Why not just go in and take them out?"
The old wizard wrenched his gaze from the phoenix, his eyes meeting Harry's instead.
"Harry, tell Fawkes for me. Tell him it's not that simple. Phoenixes aren't mere animals, but they are animals, Harry. They can't understand."
"I don't understand either,"
Harry said, his voice trembling.
"I don't understand why you're feeding people to Dementors. Azkaban isn't a prison. It's a torture chamber. And you're torturing those people to death."
"Percival,"
said the old wizard hoarsely.
"Percival Dumbledore. My own father, Harry. My own father died in Azkaban. I know it is a horror, but what would you have of me? To break Azkaban by force? Would you have me declare open rebellion against the Ministry?"
Screech. There was a pause, and Harry's trembling voice said,
"Fawkes doesn't know anything about governments. He just wants you to take the prisoners out of their cells. And he'll help you fight if anyone stands in your way. And so will I, Headmaster. I'll go with you and destroy any Dementor that comes near. We'll worry about the political fallout afterward. I bet that you and I together could get away with it."
"Harry," whispered the old wizard, "Phoenixes do not understand how winning a battle can lose a war."
Tears were streaming down the old wizard's cheeks, dripping into his silver beard.
"The battle is all they know. They're good, but not wise. That is why they choose wizards to be their masters."
"Can you bring out the Dementors to where I can get at them?"
Harry's voice was begging now.
"Bring them out in groups of 15. I think I could destroy that many at a time without hurting myself."
The old wizard shook his head.
"It was hard enough to pass off the loss of one. They might give me one more, but never two. They are considered national possessions, Harry. Weapons in case of war."
Fury blazed in Harry then, blazed up like fire. It might have come from where a phoenix now rested on his own shoulder,
and it might have come from his own dark side, and the two angers mixed within him, the cold and the hot, and it was a strange voice that said from his throat,
"Tell me something. What does a government have to do? What do the voters have to do with their democracy? What do the people of a country have to do before I ought to decide that I'm not on their side anymore?"
The old wizard's eyes widened where he stared at the boy with a phoenix upon his shoulder.
"Harry, are those your words, or the defense professor's?"
"Because there has to be some point, doesn't there? And if it's not Azkaban, where is it then?"
"Harry, listen, please hear me. Wizards could not live together if they each declared rebellion against the whole every time they differed. Always there will be something."
"Azkaban is not just something. It's evil."
"Yes, even evil. Even some evils, Harry, for wizards are not perfectly good. And yet it is better that we live in peace than in chaos. And for you and I to break Azkaban by force would be the beginning of chaos. Can you not see it?"
The old wizard's voice was pleading.
"And it is possible to oppose the will of your fellows openly or in secret, without hating them, without declaring them evil and enemy. I do not think the people of this country deserve that of you, Harry. And even if some of them did, what of the children? What of the students in Hogwarts? What of the many good people mixed in with the bad?"
Harry looked on his shoulder at where Fawkes had perched, saw the phoenix's eyes gazing back at him. They did not glow, and yet they blazed, red flames in a sea of golden fire.
"What do you think, Fawkes?"
said the phoenix. Fawkes didn't understand the conversation. The young boy looked at the old wizard and said in a thick voice,
"Or maybe the phoenixes are wiser than us, smarter than us. Maybe they follow us around hoping that someday we'll listen to them. Someday we'll get it. Someday we'll just take the prisoners out of their cells."
Harry spun and pulled open the oaken door and stepped onto the staircase and slammed the door behind him. The stairwell began rotating. Harry began descending, and he put his face in his hands and began to weep. It wasn't until he was halfway to the bottom that he noticed the difference, noticed the warmth still spreading through him, and realized that...
"Fawkes?"
Harry whispered. The phoenix was still on his shoulder, perched there as he had seen him a few times upon Dumbledore's. Harry looked again into those eyes, red flames in golden fire.
"You're not my phoenix now, are you?" "Ah!" "Oh,"
Harry said, his voice trembling a little.
"I'm glad to hear that, Fawkes, because I don't think the headmaster, I don't think he deserves..."
Harry stopped, took a breath.
"I don't think he deserves that, Fawkes. He was trying to do the right thing. But
You're angry at him and trying to make a point. I understand.
The phoenix nestled his head against Harry's shoulder, and the stone gargoyle walked smoothly aside to let Harry pass back into the corridors of Hogwarts. Thank you for listening. I apologise for the poor quality of my voice in this chapter. As I said at the end of the last chapter, I've been ill for quite a while, can't seem to get over it. I feel fine, just have a cough, and my voice is suffering. I thought I'd get this chapter out to you this week, partly because you deserve it, and also partly because I wanted to test my voice. I think it's still a bit rough. If you haven't reviewed the audiobook or joined the Discord, do it. Hopefully things will improve soon. I've got a lot of other deadlines that I have to meet, so something's going to have to happen. Mother of Learning Arc 4 has got to be narrated. It comes out in January sometime, so we got to do that. Tune in soon. Hopefully I can get another one done for Tuesday. We'll see. Lots of love. P.S. I will probably end up re-recording this chapter because it sounds rough, and we've got to keep the consistency. P.S. I'm just doing the final edit on this chapter, and we literally just hit 500,000 downloads. Yeah, 500,000. That's pretty cool. Well done, everybody. Thank you so much. Let's keep going. Chapter 63. The Stanford Prison Experiment. Aftermaths. Aftermath. Hermione Granger. She was just starting to close up her books and put away her homework in preparation for sleep. Padma and Mandy stacking up their own books across the table from her, when Harry Potter walked into the Ravenclaw common room, and it was only then that she realised she hadn't seen him at all since breakfast. That realisation was rapidly stomped on by a much more startling one. There was a golden red-winged creature on Harry's shoulder, a bright bird of fire. And Harry looked sad and worn and really tired, like the phoenix was the only thing keeping him on his feet. But there was still a warmth about him. If you crossed your eyes, you might have thought you were looking at the headmaster somehow. That was the impression that went through Hermione's mind, even though it didn't make any sense. Harry Potter trudged across the Ravenclaw common room, past sofas full of staring girls, past card game circles of staring boys, heading for her. In theory, she wasn't talking to Harry Potter yet. His week wasn't up until tomorrow. But whatever was going on was clearly a whole lot more important than that.
"Fawkes,"
Harry said, just as she was opening her mouth.
"That girl over there is Hermione Granger. She's not talking to me right now because I'm an idiot. But if you want to be on a good person's shoulder, she's better than me."
So much exhaustion and hurt in Harry Potter's voice. But before she could figure out what to do about it, the phoenix had glided off Harry's shoulder like a fire creeping up a matchstick on fast forward, flashing toward her. There was a phoenix flying in front of her and staring at her with eyes of light and flame. Asked the phoenix. Hermione stared at it, feeling like she was facing a question on a test she had forgotten to study for. The one most important question, and she'd gone her whole life without studying for it. She couldn't find anything to say.
she said. I'm only 12. I haven't done anything yet.
The phoenix just glided gently around, rotating around one wingtip like the being of light and air that it was, and soared back to Harry Potter's shoulder, where it settled down quite firmly.
You silly boy,
said Padma across from her, looking like she was deciding whether to laugh or grimace.
Phoenixes aren't for smart girls who do their homework. They're for idiots who charge straight at 5 older Slytherin bullies. There's a reason why the Gryffindor colours are red and gold, you know.
There was a lot of friendly laughter in the Ravenclaw common room. Hermione wasn't one of the laughing ones. Neither was Harry. Harry had put a hand over his face.
Tell Hermione I'm sorry,
he said to Padma, his voice almost fallen to a whisper.
Tell her I forgot that phoenixes are animals. They don't understand time and planning. They don't understand people who are going to do good things later. I'm not sure they understand, really, the notion of there being something that a person is. All they see is what people do. Fawkes doesn't know what 12 means. Tell Hermione I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. It just all goes wrong, doesn't it?
Harry turned to go. The phoenix, still on his shoulder, began slowly trudging toward the staircase that led up to his dorm. And Hermione couldn't leave it at that. She just couldn't leave it at that. She didn't know if it was her competition with Harry or something else. She just couldn't leave it with the phoenix turning away from her. She had to. Her mind keyed a frantic question to the entirety of her excellent memory. Found just one thing.
I was going to run in front of the Dementor to try and save Harry!
She shouted a little desperately at the red golden bird.
I mean, I actually did start running and everything. That was stupid and courageous, right?
With a warbling cry, the phoenix launched itself from Harry's shoulder again, back toward her like a spreading blaze. It circled her 3 times like she was the center of an inferno, and for just a moment its wing brushed against her cheek before the phoenix soared back to Harry. There was a hush in the Ravenclaw common room.
Told you so,
Harry said aloud, and then he started climbing the stairs up to his bedroom. He seemed to climb very quickly, like he was very light on his feet for some reason, so that in just a moment he and Fawkes were gone. Hermione held up a trembling hand to her cheek where Fawkes had brushed her with his wing, a spot of warmth lingering there like that one small patch of skin had been very gently set on fire. She had answered the question of the phoenix, she supposed, but it felt to her like she'd just barely squeaked by on the test, like she'd gotten a 62, and she could have gotten 104 if she'd tried harder. If she'd tried at all. She hadn't really been trying, when she thought about it, just doing her homework.
Who have you saved?
Aftermath. Fawkes. Nightmares, the boy had expected. Screams and beggings and howling hurricanes of emptiness. The discharge of the horrors being laid down into memory, and in that fashion, perhaps becoming part of the past. And the boy knew that the nightmares would come. The next night, they would come. The boy dreamed, and in his dreams the world was on fire. Hogwarts was on fire. His home was on fire. The streets of Oxford were on fire, all ablaze with golden flames that shone but did not consume, and all the people walking through the blazing streets were shining with white light brighter than the fire, like they were flames themselves, or stars. The other first-year boys came to bed and saw it for themselves. the wonder whose rumour they had already heard, that in his bed Harry Potter lay silent and motionless, a gentle smile on his face, while perched on his pillow a red golden bird watched over him, with bright wings swept above him like a blanket pulled over his head. The reckoning had been put off one more night. Aftermath, Draco Malfoy. Draco straightened his robes, making sure the green trim was straight. He waved his wand over his own head and said a charm that Father had taught him while other children were still playing in mud, a charm which ensured that not a single speck of lint or dust would dirty his wizard's robes. Draco picked up the mysterious envelope that Father had owled to him and tucked it into his robes. He had already used Incendio and Everto on the mysterious note. And then he headed off to breakfast, to seat himself on exactly the same tick of the clock where the food appeared, if he could manage it, so that it would seem like all others had been waiting on his appearance to eat. Because when you were a scion of Malfoy, you were first in everything, including breakfast. That was why. Vincent and Gregory were waiting for him outside the door of his private room, up even before he was, though not, of course, dressed quite as sharply. The Slytherin common room was deserted. Anyone who got up this early was heading straight to breakfast anyway. The dungeon halls were silent but for their own footsteps, empty and echoing. The Great Hall was a hubbub of alarm despite the relatively few arrivals. Some younger children crying, students running back and forth between tables or standing in knots shouting at each other. A red-robed prefect was standing in front of two green-trimmed students and yelling at them, and Snape was striding toward the mess. The noise dimmed a little as people caught sight of Draco, as some of the faces turned to stare at him, and fell quiet. The food appeared on the tables. No one looked at it, and Snape spun on his heel, abandoning his target, and headed straight toward Draco. A knot of fear clutched at Draco's heart. Had something happened to Father? No, surely Father would have told him. Whatever was happening, why hadn't Father told him? There were bags of fatigue beneath Snape's eyes. Draco saw as their head of house came close. The potions master had never been a sharp dresser, that was an understatement, but his robes were even dirtier and more disarrayed this morning, spotted with extra grease.
"You haven't heard?"
hissed their head of house as he came close.
"For pity's sake, Malfoy, don't you have a newspaper delivered?"
"What is it,
Bellatrix Black was taken from Azkaban."
"What?" said Draco in shock as Gregory behind him said something he really shouldn't have, and Vincent just gasped. Snape was gazing at him with narrowed eyes, then nodded abruptly.
"Lucius told you nothing, then. I see."
Snape gave a snort, turned away. "Professor!" said Draco. The implications were just starting to dawn on him, his mind spinning frantically. "Professor, what should I do? Father didn't instruct me."
"Then I suggest,"
Snape said sneeringly as he strode away,
"that you tell them that, Malfoy, as your father intended."
Draco glanced back at Vincent and Gregory, though he didn't know why he was bothering. Of course, they looked even more confused than he did. And Draco walked forward to the Slytherin table, and sat down at the far end, which was still empty of sitters. Draco put a sausage omelette on his plate, began eating it with automatic motions.
Bellatrix Black had been taken from Azkaban. Bellatrix Black had been taken from Azkaban? Draco didn't know what to make of that. It was as totally unexpected as the sun going out. Well, the sun would expectedly go out in 6 billion years, but this was as unexpected as the sun going out tomorrow. Father wouldn't have done it. Dumbledore wouldn't have done it. No one should have been able to do it. What did it mean? What use would Bellatrix be to anyone after 10 years in Azkaban? Even if she got strong again, what use was a powerful sorceress who was completely evil and insane and fanatically devoted to a Dark Lord who wasn't around anymore? "Hey," said Vincent from where he was sitting next to Draco. "I don't understand, boss. Why'd we do that?" "We didn't do it, you dolt," snapped Draco. "Oh, for Merlin's sake, if even you think we... Didn't your father ever tell you any stories about Bellatrix Black? She tortured father once. She tortured your father. She's tortured everyone. The Dark Lord once told her to Crucio herself, and she did it. She didn't do crazy things to inspire fear and obedience in the populace. She did crazy things because she's crazy. She's stark raving mad, she is." "Oh, really?" said an incensed voice from behind Draco. Draco didn't look up. Gregory and Vincent would be watching his back. "I would have thought you'd be happy to hear that a Death Eater had been freed, Malfoy." Amicus Carrow had always been one of the other problem people. A father had once told Draco to make sure he was never alone in the same room with Amicus. Draco turned around and gave Flora and Hestia Carrow his number 3 sneer, the one that said that he was in a noble and most ancient house, and they weren't. And yes, that mattered. Draco said, in their general direction, certainly not deigning to address them in particular, "There's Death Eaters, and then there's Death Eaters," and then turned back to his food. There were 2 furious huffs in unison, and then 2 pairs of shoes stormed off toward the other end of the Slytherin table. It was a few minutes later that Millicent Bulstrode ran up to them, visibly out of breath, and said, "Mr. Malfoy, did you hear?" "About Bellatrix Black?" said Draco. "Yeah." "No, about Potter." "What?" "Potter was going around with a phoenix on his shoulder last night, looking like he'd been dragged through 10 leagues of mud. They say that the phoenix took him to Azkaban to try and stop Bellatrix, and he fought a duel with her, and they blew up half the fortress." "What?" said Draco. "Oh, there's just no way that—" Draco stopped. He'd said that a number of times about Harry Potter, and had started to notice a trend. Millicent ran off to tell someone else. "You don't really think," said Gregory. "I honestly don't know anymore," said Draco. A few minutes later, after Theodore Nott had sat down across from him and William Rosier had gone to sit with the Carrow twins, Vincent nudged him and said, "There." Harry Potter had entered the Great Hall. Harry Potter had entered the Great Hall. Draco watched him closely. There was no alarm on Harry's face as he saw, no surprise or shock. He just looked. It was the same
distant, self-absorbed look Harry wore when he was trying to figure out the answer to a question Draco couldn't understand yet. Draco hastily shoved himself up from the bench of the Slytherin table, saying, "Stay behind," and walked with all decorous speed toward Harry. Harry seemed to notice his approach just as the other boy was turning toward the Ravenclaw table, and Draco gave Harry one quick look, and then walked right past him, straight out of the Great Hall. It was a minute later that Harry peered around the corner of the small stony nook where Draco had waited. It might not fool everyone, but it would create plausible deniability.
"Quietus," said Harry. "Draco, what—"
Draco took the envelope out of his robes.
"I have a message for you from Father." "Huh?"
said Harry, and took the envelope from Draco, and tore it open in a rather unneat manner, and drew forth a sheet of parchment, and unfolded it, and Harry gave a sharp intake of breath. Then Harry looked at Draco. Then Harry looked back down at the parchment. There was a pause. Harry said,
"Did Lucius tell you to report on my reaction to this?"
Draco paused for a moment, weighing, and then opened his mouth.
"I see he did,"
said Harry, and Draco cursed himself. He should have known better, only it had been hard to decide.
"What are you going to tell him?" "That you were surprised," said Draco.
Surprised, Harry said flatly.
"Yeah, good. Tell him that."
"What is it?" said Draco. And then, as he saw Harry looking conflicted, "If you're dealing with Father behind my back—" And Harry, without a word, gave Draco the paper. It said, "I know it was you."
"What the—" "I was going to ask you that," said Harry. "Have you got any idea what's up with your dad?"
Draco stared at Harry. Then Draco said,
"Did you do it?" "What?" said Harry. "What possible reason would I? How would I?" "Did you do it, Harry?" "No," Harry said. "Of course not."
Draco had listened carefully, but he hadn't detected any hesitation or tremor. So Draco nodded and said,
"I've got no idea what Father's thinking, but it can't possibly be good. And, people are also saying—" "What?" said Harry warily. "Are they saying, Draco? Did a phoenix really take you to Azkaban to try to stop Bellatrix Black from escaping?"
Aftermath. Neville Longbottom. Harry had only just sat down at the Ravenclaw table for the first time, hoping to grab a quick bite of food. He knew he needed to go off and think about things, but there was a tiny remaining bit of Phoenix peace, even after the encounter with Draco, that he still wanted to cling to. Some beautiful dream of which he remembered nothing but the beauty. And the part of him that wasn't feeling peaceful was waiting for all the anvils to finish dropping on him, so that when he went off to think and be by himself for a while, he could batch process all the disasters at once. Harry's hand grasped a fork, lifted a bite of mashed potatoes toward his mouth, and there was a shriek. Every now and then, someone would shout when they heard the news, but Harry's ears recognized this one. Harry was up from the bench in an instant, heading toward the Hufflepuff table, a horrible, sick feeling dawning in the pit of his stomach. It was one of those things he hadn't considered when he'd decided to commit the crime, because Professor Quirrell had planned for no one to know. And now, afterward, Harry just hadn't thought of it.
This,
Hufflepuff said with bitter intensity,
is also your fault.
But by the time Harry got there, Neville was sitting down and eating fried sausage patties with snippy fig sauce. The Hufflepuff boy's hands were trembling, but he cut the food and ate it without dropping it.
Hello, General,
Neville said, his voice wavering only slightly.
Did you fight a duel with Bellatrix Black last night?
No, Harry said. His own voice was also wavery, for some reason.
Didn't think so,
said Neville. There was a scraping sound as his knife cut the sausage again.
I'm gonna hunt her down and kill her. Can I count on you to help?
There were startled gasps from the mass of Hufflepuffs who had gathered around Neville.
If she comes after you,
Harry said hoarsely.
If it was all a terrible mistake, if it was all a lie, I'll defend you even with my life. Won't let you get hurt for what I did, no matter what. But I won't help you go after her, Neville. Friends don't help friends commit suicide.
Neville's fork paused on the way to his mouth. Then Neville put the bite of food in his mouth. It chewed again, and Neville swallowed it. And Neville said,
I didn't mean right now. I mean after I graduate Hogwarts. Neville,
Harry said, keeping his voice under very careful control.
I think, even after you graduate, that might still be a just plain stupid idea. There's got to be much more experienced aurors tracking her. Oh, wait, that's not good.
Listen to him,
said Ernie Macmillan, and then an older-looking Hufflepuff girl, standing close to Neville, said,
Nevy, please think about it. He's right.
Neville stood up. Neville said,
Please, don't follow me.
Neville walked away from all of them, Harry and Ernie reaching out involuntarily toward him, and some of the other Hufflepuffs as well. And Neville sat down at the Gryffindor table, and, distantly, though they had to strain to hear, they heard Neville say,
I'm gonna hunt her down and kill her after I graduate. Anyone want to help?
And at least 5 voices said yes. And then Ron Weasley said loudly,
Get in line, you lot. I got an owl from Mum this morning. She says to tell everyone she's called Dibs.
And someone said,
Molly Weasley against Bellatrix Black? Who does she even think she's kidding?
And Ron reached over to a plate and hefted a muffin. Someone tapped Harry on the shoulder, and he turned around and saw an unfamiliar, green-trimmed older girl who handed him a parchment envelope and then quickly strode away. Harry stared at the envelope for a moment, then started walking toward the nearest wall. That wasn't very private, but it should be private enough, and Harry didn't want to give the impression of having much to hide. That had been a Slytherin system delivery, what you used if you wanted to communicate with someone without anyone else knowing that the two of you had talked. The sender gave an envelope to someone who had a reputation for being a reliable messenger, along with 10 knuts. That first person would take 5 knuts and pass the envelope to another messenger along with the other 5 knuts, and the second messenger would open up that envelope and find another envelope with a name written on it and deliver that envelope to that person. That way, neither of the two people passing the message knew both the sender and the recipient, so no one else knew that those two parties had been in contact. When Harry reached the wall, he put the envelope inside his robes, opened it beneath the folds of his cloak, and carefully snuck a peek at the parchment he drew forth. It said, "Classroom to the left of Transfiguration, 8 in the morning, L.L." Harry stared at it, trying to remember if he knew anyone with the initials L.L. His mind searched, retrieved.
"The Quibbler girl?"
Harry whispered incredulously, and then shut his mouth. She was only 10 years old. She shouldn't be in Hogwarts at all. Aftermath. Lesarth Lestrange. Harry was standing in the unused classroom next to Transfiguration at 8 a.m., waiting. He had at least managed to get some food into himself before facing the next disaster, Luna Lovegood. The door to the classroom opened, and Harry saw, and gave himself a really hard mental kick. One more thing he hadn't thought of. One more thing he really should have. The older boy's green-trimmed formal robes were askew. There were red spots on them, looking very much like small dots of fresh blood, and one corner of his mouth had the look of a place that had been cut and healed by a pisky or some other minor medical charm that didn't quite erase all the damage. Lesarth Lestrange's face was streaked with tears, fresh tears and half-dried tears, and there was water in his eyes, a promise of still more on the way.
"Quietus,"
said the older boy, and then,
"Hominum revelio,"
and some other things while Harry thought frantically and without much luck. And then Lesarth lowered his wand and sheathed it in his robes, and, slowly this time, formally, the older boy dropped to his knees on the dusty classroom floor, bowed his head all the way down until his forehead also touched the dust, and Harry would have spoken, but he was voiceless. Lesarth Lestrange said in a breaking voice,
"My life is yours, my lord, and my death as well."
Harry said. There was a huge lump in his throat, and he was having trouble speaking.
I didn't have anything to do with it,"
he should have been saying. Should be saying right now. But then again, the innocent Harry would have had trouble speaking too.
"Thank you,"
whispered Lesarth.
"Thank you, my lord. Oh, thank you."
The sound of a choked-off sob came from the kneeling boy. All Harry could see of him was the hair on the back of his head, nothing of his face.
"I'm a fool, my lord, an ungrateful bastard, unworthy to serve you. I cannot abase myself enough, for I shouted at you after you helped me, because I thought you were refusing me, and I didn't even realize until this morning that I'd been such a fool as to ask you in front of Longbottom. I didn't have anything to do with it," Harry said. It was still very hard to tell an outright lie like that. Slowly, Lesarth raised his head from the floor, looked up at Harry. "I understand, my lord,"
said the older boy, his voice wavering a little.
"You do not trust my cunning, and indeed I have shown myself a fool. I only wanted to say to you that I am not ungrateful, that I know it must have been hard enough to save only one person,
that they are alerted now that you can't get farther. But I'm not ungrateful. I'll never be ungrateful to you again. If ever you have a use for this unworthy servant, call me wherever I am, and I will answer, my lord. I was not involved in any way.
But it got easier each time. Lesarth gazed up at Harry, said uncertainly,
Am I dismissed from your presence, my lord? I'm not your lord.
Lesarth said,
Yes, my lord, I understand.
And pushed himself back up from the floor, stood straight, and bowed deeply, then backed away from Harry until he turned to open the classroom door. As Lesarth's hand touched the doorknob, he paused. Harry couldn't see Lesarth's face as the older boy's voice said,
Did you send her to someone who would take care of her? Did she ask about me at all?
And Harry said, his voice perfectly level,
Please stop that. I was not involved in any way. Yes, my lord. I'm sorry, my lord,
said Lesarth's voice, and the Slytherin boy opened the door and went out, and shut the door behind him. His feet sped up as he ran away, but not fast enough that Harry couldn't hear him start sobbing.
Would I cry?
Wondered Harry.
If I knew nothing, if I was innocent, would I cry right now?
Harry didn't know, so he just kept looking at the door, and some unbelievably tactless part of him thought,
Yay! We've completed a quest and got a minion! Shut up! If you ever want to vote on anything ever again, shut up!
Aftermath, Amelia Bones.
Then his life isn't in danger, I take it,
said Amelia. The healer, a stern-eyed old man who wore his robes white, he was a Muggle-born and honouring some strange tradition of Muggles, of which Amelia had never asked, although privately she thought it made him look too much like a ghost, shook his head and said,
Definitely not.
Amelia looked at the human form resting unconscious on the healer's bed. The burned and blasted flesh, the thin sheet that covered him for modesty's sake having been peeled back at her command. He might make a full recovery. He might not. The healer had said it was too early to say. Then Amelia looked at the other witch in the room, the detective.
And you say, Amelia said, that the burning matter was transfigured from water, presumably in the form of ice.
The detective nodded her head and said, sounding puzzled,
It could have been much worse, if not for... How very nice of them,
she spat, and then pressed a weary hand to her forehead. No, it had been intended as a kindness. By the final stage of the escape, there would be no point in trying to fool anyone. Whoever had done this, then, had been trying to mitigate the damage. And they'd been thinking in terms of aurors breathing the smoke, not of anyone being attacked with the fire. If it had been them still in control, no doubt, they would have steered the rocker more mercifully. But Bellatrix Black had ridden the rocker out of Azkaban alone. All the watching aurors had agreed on that. They'd had their anti-disillusionment charms active, and there had been only one woman on that rocker, though the rocker had sported 2 sets of stirrups. Some good and innocent person capable of casting the Patronus charm had been tricked into rescuing Bellatrix Black. Some innocent had fought Barry One-Hand, carefully subduing an experienced aura without significantly injuring him. Some innocent had transfigured the fuel for the Muggle artifact on which the two of them had been to ride out of Azkaban, making it from frozen water for the benefit of her auras. And then their usefulness to Bellatrix Black had ended. You would have expected anyone capable of subduing Barry One-Hand to have foreseen that part, but then you wouldn't have expected anyone who could cast the Patronus charm to try rescuing Bellatrix Black in the first place. Amelia passed her hand down over her eyes, closing them for a moment in silent mourning. "I wonder who it was, and how you know who manipulated them. What story they could possibly have been told." She didn't even realize until a moment later that the thought meant she was starting to believe. Perhaps because, no matter how difficult it was to believe Dumbledore, it was becoming more difficult not to recognize the hand of that cold, dark intelligence. Aftermath. Albus Dumbledore. It might have been only 57 seconds before breakfast ended, and he might have needed 4 twists of his time-turner, but in the end, Albus Dumbledore did make it.
"Headmaster!"
squeaked the polite voice of Professor Phileas Flitwick as the old wizard passed him by on his way to his seat.
"Mr. Potter left a message for you."
The old wizard stopped. He looked inquiringly at the charms professor.
"Mr. Potter said that after he woke up, he realized how unfair had been the things he said to you after Fawkes screamed. Mr. Potter said that he wasn't saying anything about anything else, just apologizing for that one part."
The old wizard kept looking at his charms professor and still did not speak.
"Headmaster?"
squeaked Phileas.
"Tell him I said thank you," said Albus Dumbledore, "but that it is wiser to listen to phoenixes than to wise old wizards,"
and sat down at his place 3 seconds before all the food vanished. Aftermath. Professor Quirrell.
"No!"
Madame Pomfrey snapped at the child.
"You may not see him. You may not pester him. You may not ask him one little question. He is to rest in bed and do nothing for at least 3 days.
Aftermath. Minerva McGonagall. She was heading toward the infirmary, and Harry Potter was leaving it when they passed each other. The look he gave her wasn't angry. It wasn't sad. It didn't say much at all. It was like he was looking at her just long enough to make it clear that he wasn't deliberately avoiding looking at her. And then he looked away before she could figure out what look to give him in return, as though he wanted to spare her that as well. He didn't say anything as he walked past her. Neither did she. What could there possibly be to say? Aftermath. Fred and George Weasley. They actually yelped out loud when they turned the corner and saw Dumbledore. It wasn't that the headmaster had popped up out of nowhere and was staring at them with a stern expression. Dumbledore was always doing that. But the wizard was dressed in formal black robes and looking very ancient and very powerful, and he was giving the two of them a sharp look.
"Fred and George Weasley,"
spake Dumbledore in a voice of power.
"Yes, Headmaster,"
they said, snapping upright and giving him a crisp military salute they'd seen in some old pictures.
Hear me well. You are the friends of Harry Potter. Is this so?
Yes, Headmaster.
Harry Potter is in danger. He must not go beyond the wards of Hogwarts. Listen to me, sons of Weasley. I beg you listen. You know that I am as Gryffindor as yourselves, that I too know there are higher rules than rules. But this, Fred and George, this one thing is of the most terrible importance. There must be no exception this time, small or great. If you help Harry to leave Hogwarts, he may die. Does he send you on a mission? You may go. Does he ask you to bring him items? You may help. But if he asks you to smuggle his own person out of Hogwarts, you must refuse. Do you understand?
Yes, Headmaster.
They said it without even thinking, really, and then exchanged uncertain looks with each other. The bright blue eyes of the headmaster were intent upon them.
No, not without thinking. If Harry asks you to bring him out, you must refuse. If he asks you to tell him the way, you must refuse. I will not ask you to report him to me, for that I know you would never do. But beg him on my behalf to go to me, if it is of such importance, and I will guard him as he walks. Fred, George, I am sorry to strain your friendship so, but it is his life.
The two of them looked at each other for a long while, not communicating, only thinking the same things at the same time. They looked back at Dumbledore. They said, with a chill running through them as they spoke the name,
Bellatrix Black.
You may safely assume, said the headmaster, that it is at least that bad.
Okay, got it.
Aftermath. Alistair Moody and Severus Snape. When Alistair Moody had lost his eye, he had commandeered the services of the most erudite Ravenclaw, Samuel H. Lyle, whom Moody mistrusted slightly less than average because Moody had refrained from reporting him as an unregistered werewolf, and he had paid Lyle to compile a list of every known magical eye, and every known hint to their location. When Moody had gotten the list back, he hadn't bothered reading most of it, because at the top of the list was the Eye of Vance, dating back to an era before Hogwarts and currently in the possession of a powerful dark wizard ruling over some tiny forgotten hellhole that wasn't in Britain or anywhere else you'd have to worry about silly rules. That was how Alistair Moody had lost his left foot and acquired the Eye of Vance, and how the oppressed souls of Uralat had been liberated for a period of around 2 weeks before another dark wizard moved in on the power vacuum. He had considered going after the left foot of Vance next, but had decided against it after he realized that would be just what they were expecting. Now, Mad-Eye Moody was turning slowly, always turning, surveying the graveyard of Little Hangleton. It should have been a lot gloomier, that place, but in the broad daylight it seemed like nothing but a grassy place marked by ordinary tombstones, demarcated by the chained twists of fragile, easily climbable metal that Muggles used instead of wards. Moody could not comprehend what the Muggles were thinking on that score, if they were pretending to have wards, or what, and he had decided not to ask whether Muggle criminals respected the pretense. Moody didn't actually need to turn to survey the graveyard. The eye of Vance saw the full globe of the world in every direction around him, no matter where it was pointing. But there was no particular reason to let a former Death Eater like Severus Snape know that. Sometimes people called Moody paranoid. Moody always told them to survive 100 years of hunting dark wizards and then get back to him about that. Mad-Eye Moody had once worked out how long it had taken him, in retrospect, to achieve what he now considered a decent level of caution. Weighed up how much experience it had taken him to get good instead of lucky, and had begun to suspect that most people died before they got there. Moody had once expressed this thought to Lyle, who had done some ciphering and figuring, and told him that a typical dark wizard hunter would die, on average, 8.5 times along the way to becoming paranoid. This explained a great deal, assuming Lyle wasn't lying. Yesterday, Albus Dumbledore had told Mad-Eye Moody that the Dark Lord had used unspeakable dark arts to survive the death of his body, and was now awake and abroad, seeking to regain his power and begin the Wizarding War anew. Someone else might have reacted with incredulity. "I can't believe you lot never told me this resurrection thing," Mad-Eye Moody said with considerable acerbity. "Do you realise how long it'll take me to do the grave of every ancestor of every dark wizard I've ever killed who could have been smart enough to make a Horcrux? You're not just now doing this one, are you?"
"I redose this one every year," Severus Snape said calmly, uncapping the third flask of what the man had claimed would be 17 bottles, and beginning to wave his wand over it. "The other ancestral graves we've been able to locate were poisoned with only the long-lasting substances, since some of us have less free time than yourself." Moody watched the fluid spiralling out of the vial and vanishing, to appear within the bones where marrow had once been.
"But you think it's worth the effort of the trap, instead of just vanishing the bones?"
"He does have other avenues to life, should he perceive this one blocked," Snape said dryly, uncapping a fourth bottle. "And before you ask, it must be the original grave, the place of first burial, the bone removed during the ritual and not before. Thus he cannot have retrieved it earlier, and also there is no point in substituting the skeleton of a weaker ancestor. He would notice it had lost all potency."
"Who else knows about this trap?"
Moody demanded.
"You, me, the headmaster, no one else."
Moody snorted.
"Ha! Did Albus tell Amelia, Bartimus, and that McGonagall woman about the resurrection ritual?"
"Yes."
"If Voldy finds out that Albus knows about the resurrection ritual and that Albus told them, Voldy'll figure that Albus told me, and Voldy knows I'd think this."
Moody shook his head in disgust.
"What are these other ways Voldy could come back to life?"
Snape's hand paused on the fifth bottle. It was all disillusioned, of course. The whole operation was disillusioned, but that meant less than nothing to Moody. It just marked you in his eyesight as trying to hide. And the former Death Eater said,
"You don't need to know."
"You're learning, son,"
said Moody with mild approval.
"What's in the bottles?"
Snape opened the 5th bottle, gesturing with his wand to begin the substance flowing toward the grave, and said,
"This one, a muggle narcotic called LSD. A conversation yesterday put me in mind of muggle things, and LSD seemed the most interesting option, so I hurried to obtain some. If it is incorporated into the resurrection potion, I suspect its effects will be permanent."
"What does it do?"
said Moody.
"It is said the effects are impossible to describe to anyone who has not used it," drawled Snape. "And I have not used it."
Moody nodded approval as Snape opened the 6th flask.
"What about that one?"
"Love potion."
"Love potion,"
said Moody.
"Not the standard sort. It is meant to trigger a two-way bond with an unbearably sweet Vila woman named Verdandi, who the headmaster hopes might be able to redeem even him, if they truly loved each other."
"Gah!"
said Moody.
"That bloody sentimental fool."
"Agreed,"
Severus Snape said calmly, his attention focused on his work.
"Tell me you've at least got some Malaclar venom in there."
"A 2nd flask."
"Iocane powder."
"Either the 14th or 15th bottle."
"Ball stupefaction."
Moody said, naming an extremely addictive narcotic with interesting side effects on people with Slytherin tendencies. Moody had once seen an addicted dark wizard go to ridiculous lengths to get a victim to lay hands on a certain exact portkey, instead of just having someone toss the target a trapped knut on their next visit to town. And, after going to all that work, the addict had gone to the further effort to lay a 2nd portus on the same portkey, which had, on a 2nd touch, transported the victim back to safety. To this day, even taking the drug into account, Moody could not imagine what could have possibly been going through the man's mind at the time he had cast the 2nd portus.
"10th vial,"
said Snape.
"Basilisk venom,"
offered Moody.
"What?"
spat Snape.
"Snake venom is a positive component of the resurrection potion, not to mention that it would dissolve the bone and all the other substances. And where would we even get—"
"Calm down, son. I was just checking to see if you could be trusted."
Mad-Eye Moody continued his secretly unnecessary slow turning, surveying the graveyard, and the potions master continued pouring.
"Hold on,"
Moody said suddenly.
"How do you know this is really where?"
"Because it says Tom Riddle on the easily moved headstone," Snape said dryly. "And I have just won 10 sickles from the headmaster, who bet you would think of that before the 5th bottle. So much for constant vigilance."
There was a pause.
"How long did it take Albus to
3 years after we learned of the ritual,"
said Snape in a tone not quite like his usual sardonic drawl.
"In retrospect, we should have consulted you earlier."
Snape uncapped the 9th bottle.
"We poisoned all the other graves as well with long-lasting substances,"
remarked the former Death Eater.
"It is possible that we are in the correct graveyard. He may not have planned this far ahead back when he was slaughtering his family, and he cannot move the grave itself."
The true location doesn't look like a graveyard anymore, Moody said flatly.
He moved all the other graves here and memory-charmed the Muggles. Not even Bellatrix Black would be told anything about that until just before the ritual started. No one knows the true location now except him.
They continued their futile work. Aftermath, Blaise Zabini. The Slytherin Common Room could be accurately and precisely described as a remilitarized zone. The moment you stepped through the portrait hole, you would see that the left half of the room was definitely not talking to the right half, and vice versa. It was very clear. It did not need to be explained to anyone that you did not have the option of not taking sides. At a table in the exact middle of the room, Blaise Zabini sat by himself, smirking as he did his homework. He had a reputation now, and meant to keep it. Aftermath, Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis.
You doing anything interesting today?
Said Tracy.
Nope,
said Daphne. Aftermath, Harry Potter. If you went high enough in Hogwarts, you didn't see many other people around. Just corridors and windows and staircases and the occasional portrait, and now and then some interesting sight, such as a bronze statue of a furry creature like a small child holding a peculiar flat spear. If you went high enough in Hogwarts, you didn't see many other people around, which suited Harry. There were much worse places to be trapped, Harry supposed. In fact, you probably couldn't think of anywhere better to be trapped than an ancient castle with a fractal, ever-changing structure that meant you couldn't ever run out of places to explore, full of interesting people and interesting books and incredibly important knowledge unknown to Muggle science. If Harry hadn't been told that he couldn't leave, he probably would have jumped at the chance to spend more time in Hogwarts. He would have plotted and connived to get it. Hogwarts was literally optimal. Not in all the realms of possibility, maybe, but certainly on the real planet Earth. It was the maximum fun location. How could the castle and its grounds seem so much smaller, so much more confining? How could the rest of the world become so much more interesting and important the instant Harry had been told that he wasn't allowed to leave? He'd spent months here and hadn't felt claustrophobic then.
You know the research on this,
observed some part of himself.
It's just standard scarcity effects. Like that time, as soon as a country outlawed phosphate detergents, people who'd never cared before drove to the next county in order to buy huge loads of phosphate detergent, and surveys showed that they rated phosphate detergents as gentler and more effective and even easier pouring. And if you give 2-year-olds a choice between a toy in the open and one protected by a barrier they can go around, they'll ignore the toy in the open and go for the one behind the barrier. Salespeople know that they can sell things just by telling the customer it might not be available. It was all in Caldini's book, Influence. Everything you're feeling right now. The grass is always greener on the other side. That's not allowed.
If Harry hadn't been told that he couldn't leave, he probably would have jumped at the chance to stay at Hogwarts over the summer. But not the rest of his life. That was sort of the problem, really. Who knew whether there was still a Dark Lord Voldemort for him to defeat? Who knew whether he who must not be named still existed outside of the imagination of a possibly not just pretending to be crazy old wizard? Lord Voldemort's body had been found burned to a crisp. There couldn't really be such things as souls. How could Lord Voldemort still be alive? How did Dumbledore know that he was alive? And if there wasn't a Dark Lord, Harry couldn't defeat him, and he would be trapped in Hogwarts forever. Maybe he would be legally allowed to escape after he graduated his 7th year. 6 years and 4 months and 3 weeks from now. It wasn't that long as length of time went. It only seemed like long enough for protons to decay. Only it wasn't just that. It wasn't just Harry's freedom that was at stake. The headmaster of Hogwarts, the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, was quietly sounding the alarm. A false alarm. A false alarm which Harry had triggered.
"You know,"
said the part of him that refined his skills,
"didn't you sort of ponder once how every different profession has a different way to be excellent? How an excellent teacher isn't like an excellent plumber, but they all have in common certain methods of not being stupid, and that one of the most important such techniques is to face up to your little mistakes before they turn into big mistakes."
Although this already seemed to qualify as a big mistake, actually.
"The point being,"
said his inner monitor,
"it's getting worse literally by the minute. The way spies turn people is, they get them to commit a little sin, and then they use the little sin to blackmail them into a bigger sin, and then they use that sin to make them do even bigger things, and then the blackmailer owns their soul. Didn't you once think about how the person being blackmailed, if they could foresee the whole path, would just decide to take the punch on the first step, take the hit of exposing that first sin? Didn't you decide that you would do that if anyone ever tried to blackmail you into doing something major in order to conceal something little? Do you see the similarity here, Harry James Potter Evans Verus?
Only it wasn't little. It already wasn't little. There would be a lot of very powerful people extremely angry at Harry. Not just for the false alarm, but for freeing Bellatrix from Azkaban. If the Dark Lord did exist and did come after him later, that war might already be lost.
You don't think they'll be impressed by your honesty and rationality and foresight in stopping this before it snowballs even further?
Harry did not, in fact, think this. And, after a moment's reflection, whichever part of himself he was talking to had to agree that this was absurdly optimistic. His wandering feet took him near an open window, and Harry went over and leaned his arms on the ledge, and stared down at the grounds of Hogwarts from high above. Brown, that was barren trees. Yellow, that was dead grass. Ice-coloured ice, that was frozen creeks and frozen streams. Whichever school official had dubbed it the Forbidden Forest really hadn't understood marketing. The name just made you want to go there even more. The sun was sinking in the sky, for Harry had been thinking for some hours now, thinking mostly the same thoughts over and over, but with key differences each time, like his thoughts were not going in circles, but climbing a spiral, or descending it. He still couldn't believe that he'd gone through the entire thing with Azkaban. He'd switched off his Patronus before it took all his life. He'd stunned an aura. He'd figured out how to hide Bella from the Dementors. He'd faced down 12 Dementors and scared them away. He'd invented the rocket-assisted broomstick and ridden it. He had gone through the entire thing without ever once rallying himself by thinking, I have to do this because I promised Hermione I'd come back from lunch. It felt like an irrevocably missed opportunity, like having done it wrong that time, he'd never be able to get it right no matter what sort of challenge he faced next time, or what promise he made. Because then he would just be doing it awkwardly and deliberately to make up for having missed it the first time around, instead of making the heroic declarations he could have made if he'd remembered his promise to Hermione. Like, that one wrong turn was irrevocable. You only got one chance, had to do it right on the first try. He should have remembered that promise to Hermione before going to Azkaban. Why had he decided to do that again?
My working hypothesis is that you're stupid,
said Hufflepuff.
That is not a useful fault analysis,
thought Harry.
If you want a little more detail,
said Hufflepuff,
the defense professor of Hogwarts was all like, let's get Bellatrix Black out of Azkaban, and you were like, okay. Hold on, that's not fair. Hey,
said Hufflepuff,
notice how once you're all the way up here and the individual trees sort of blur together, you can actually see the shape of the forest.
Why had he done it? Not because of any cost-benefit calculation, that was for sure. He'd been too embarrassed to pull out a sheet of paper and start calculating expected utilities. He'd worried that Professor Quirrell would stop respecting him if he said no, or even hesitated too much to help a maiden in distress. He'd thought, somewhere deep inside him, that if your mysterious teacher offered you the first mission, the first chance, the call to adventure, and you said no, then your mysterious teacher walked away from you in disgust and you never got another chance to be a hero. Yeah, that had been it. In retrospect, that had been it. He'd gone and started thinking his life had a plot, and here was a plot twist, as opposed to, say, here was a proposal to break Bellatrix Black out of Azkaban. That had been the true and original reason for the decision in the split second where it had been made. His brain perceptually recognizing the narrative where he said no as dissonant. And when you thought about it, that wasn't a rational way to make decisions. Professor Quirrell's ulterior motive to obtain the last remains of Slytherin's lost lore, before Bellatrix died and it was irrevocably forgotten, seemed impressively sane by comparison. A benefit commensurate with what had appeared at the time as a small risk. It didn't seem fair. It didn't seem fair that this was what happened if he lost his grip on his rationality for just a tiny fraction of a second. The tiny fraction of a second required for his brain to decide to be more comfortable with yes arguments than no arguments during the discussion that had followed. From high above, far enough above that the individual trees blurred together, Harry stared out at the forest. Harry didn't want to confess and ruin his reputation forever and get everyone angry at him and maybe end up killed by the Dark Lord later. He'd rather be trapped in Hogwarts for 6 years than face that. That was how he felt. And so it was in fact helpful, a relief, to be able to cling to a single decisive factor, which was that if Harry confessed, Professor Quirrell would go to Azkaban and die there. A catch, a break, a stutter in Harry's breathing. If you phrased it that way, why, you could even pretend to be a hero. instead of a coward. Harry lifted his eyes from the forbidden forest, looked up at the clear blue, forbidden sky, stared out the glass panes at the big, bright, burning thing, the fluffy things, the mysterious, endless blue in which they were embedded, that strange, new, unknown place. It actually did help. It helped quite a lot to think that his own troubles were nothing compared to being in Azkaban, that there were people in the world who were really in trouble, and Harry Potter was not one of them. What was he going to do about Azkaban? What was he going to do about magical Britain? Which side was he on now? In the bright light of day, everything that Albus Dumbledore had said certainly sounded a lot wiser than Professor Quirrell. Better and brighter, more moral, more convenient. Wouldn't it be nice if it were true? And the thing to remember was that Dumbledore believed things because they sounded nice, but Professor Quirrell was the one who was sane. Again, the catch in his breathing. It happened each time he thought of Professor Quirrell. But just because something sounded nice didn't make it wrong either. And if the defense professor did have a flaw in his sanity, it was that his outlook on life was too negative.
Really?
Inquired the part of Harry that had read 18 million experimental results about people being too optimistic and overconfident.
Professor Quirrell is too pessimistic, so pessimistic that his expectations routinely undershoot reality. Stuff him and put him in a museum. He's unique. Which one of you two planned the perfect crime and then put in all the error margin and fallbacks that ended up saving your butt? Just in case the perfect crime went wrong, hint, hint, his name wasn't Harry Potter.
But pessimistic wasn't the correct word to describe Professor Quirrell's problem, if a problem it truly was, and not the superior wisdom of experience. But to Harry, it looked like Professor Quirrell was constantly interpreting everything in the worst possible light. If you handed Professor Quirrell a glass that was 90% full, he'd tell you that the 10% empty part proved that no one really cared about water. That was a very good analogy, now that Harry thought about it. Not all of magical Britain was like Azkaban. That glass was well over half full. Harry stared up at the bright blue sky. Although, following the analogy, if Azkaban existed, then maybe it did prove that the 90% good part was there for other reasons. People trying to make a show of kindness, as Professor Quirrell had put it. For if they were truly kind, they would not have made Azkaban. They would storm the fortress to tear it down, wouldn't they? Harry stared up at the bright blue sky. If you wanted to be a rationalist, you had to read an awful lot of papers on flaws in human nature, and some of those flaws were innocent, logical failures, and some of them looked a lot darker. Harry stared up at the bright blue sky and thought of the Milgram experiment. Stanley Milgram had done it to investigate the causes of World War II, to try to understand why the citizens of Germany had obeyed Hitler. So he had designed an experiment to investigate obedience, to see if Germans were, for some reason, more liable to obey harmful orders from authority figures. First, he had run a pilot version of his experiment on American subjects as a control, and afterward he hadn't bothered trying it in Germany. Experimental apparatus. A series of 30 switches set in a horizontal line with labels starting at 15 volts and going up to 450 volts, with labels for each group of 4 switches. The first group of 4 labelled slight shock. The 6th group labelled extreme intensity shock. The 7th group labelled danger, severe shock, and the 2 last switches left over labelled just XXX. And an actor, a confederate of the experimenter, who had appeared to the true subjects to be someone just like them, someone who had answered the same ad for participants in an experiment on learning, and who had lost a rigged lottery and been strapped into a chair, along with the electrodes. The true experimental subjects had been given a slight shock from the electrodes, just so that they could see that it worked. The true subject had been told that the experiment was on the effects of punishment on learning and memory, and that part of the test was to see if it made a difference what sort of person administered the punishment, and that the person strapped to the chair would try to memorize sets of word pairs, and that each time the learner got one wrong, the teacher was to administer a successively stronger shock. At the 300-volt level, the actor would stop trying to call out answers and begin kicking at the wall, after which the experimenter would instruct the subjects to treat non-answers as wrong answers and continue. At the 315-volt level, the pounding on the wall would be repeated. After that, nothing would be heard. If the subject objected or refused to press a switch, the experimenter, maintaining an impassive demeanour and dressed in a grey lab coat, would say, "Please continue." Then, "The experiment requires that you continue." Then, "It is absolutely essential that you continue." Then, "You have no other choice. You must go on." If the 4th prod still didn't work, the experiment halted there. Before running the experiment, Milgram had described the experimental setup and then asked 14 psychology seniors what percentage of subjects they thought would go all the way up to the 450-volt level. What percentage of subjects would press the last of the 2 switches marked XXX after the victim had stopped responding. The most pessimistic answer had been 3%. The actual number had been 26 out of 40. The subjects had sweated, groaned, stuttered, laughed nervously, bitten their lips, dug their fingernails into their flesh, but, at the experimenter's prompting, they had, most of them, gone on administering what they believed to be painful, dangerous, possibly lethal electrical shocks, all the way to the end. Harry could hear Professor Quirrell laughing, in his mind, the defence professor's voice saying something along the lines of, "Why, Mr. Potter, even I had not been so cynical. I knew men would betray their most cherished principles for money and power, but I did not realize that a stern look also sufficed." It was dangerous to try and guess at evolutionary psychology if you weren't a professional evolutionary psychologist. But when Harry had read about the Milgram experiment, the thought had occurred to him that situations like this had probably arisen many times in the ancestral environment, and that most potential ancestors who'd tried to disobey authority were dead. Or that they had, at least, done less well for themselves than the obedient. People thought themselves good and moral, but when push came to shove, some switch flipped in their brain, and it was suddenly a lot harder to heroically defy authority than they thought. Even if you could do it, it wouldn't be easy. It wouldn't be some effortless display of heroism. You would tremble. Your voice would break. You would be afraid. Would you be able to defy authority even then? Harry blinked then, because his brain had just made the connection between Milgram's experiment and what Hermione had done on her first day of defense class. She had refused to shoot a fellow student, even when authority had told her that she must. She had trembled and been afraid, but she had still refused. Harry had seen that happen right in front of his own eyes, and he still hadn't made the connection until now. Harry stared down at the reddening horizon. The sun was sinking lower, the sky fading, darkening. Even if most of it was still blue, soon it would turn to night. The gold and red colours of sun and sunset reminded him of Fawkes, and Harry wondered, for a moment, if it must be a sad thing to be a phoenix, and call and cry and scream without being heeded. But Fawkes would never give up. As many times as he died, he would always be reborn, for Fawkes was a being of light and fire, and despairing over Azkaban belonged to the darkness just as much as did Azkaban itself. If you were given a glass half empty and half full, then that was the way reality was. That was the truth, and it was so. But you still had a choice of how to feel about it, whether you would despair over the empty half or rejoice in the water that was there. Milgram had tried certain other variations on his test. In the 18th experiment, the experimental subject had only needed to call out the test words to the victim strapped into the chair and record the answers, while someone else pressed the switches. It was the same apparent suffering, the same frantic pounding followed by silence, but it wasn't you pressing the switch. You just watched it happen and read the questions to the person being tortured. 37 of 40 subjects had continued their participation in that experiment to the end. The 450-volt end marked XXX. And if you were Professor Quirrell, you might have decided to feel cynical about that. But 3 out of 40 subjects had refused to participate all the way to the end. The Hermiones. They did exist in the world, the people who wouldn't fire a simple strike hex at a fellow student even if the defense professor ordered them to do it. The ones who had sheltered gypsies and Jews and homosexuals in their attics during the Holocaust and sometimes lost their lives for it. And were those people from some other species than humanity? Did they have some extra gear in their heads, some additional chunk of neural circuitry which lesser mortals did not possess? But that was not likely, given the logic of sexual reproduction, which said that the genes for complex machinery would be scrambled beyond repair if they were not universal. Whatever parts Hermione was made from, everyone had those same parts inside them somewhere. Well, that was a nice thought, but it wasn't strictly true. There was such a thing as literal brain damage. People could lose genes, and the complex machine could stop working. There were sociopaths and psychopaths, people who lacked the gear to care. Maybe Lord Voldemort had been born like that. Or maybe he had known good and yet still chosen evil. At this point it didn't matter in the slightest, but a supermajority of the population ought to be capable of learning to do what Hermione and Holocaust resistors did. The people who had been run through the Milgram experiment, who had trembled and sweated and nervously laughed as they went all the way to pressing the switches marked XXX, many of them had written to thank Milgram afterward for what they had learned about themselves. That, too, was part of the story, the legend of that legendary experiment. The sun had almost sunk below the horizon now, a last golden tip peeking above the faraway tops of trees. Harry looked at it, that tip of sun, His glasses were supposed to be proof against UV, so he ought to be able to look directly at it without damaging his eyes. Harry stared directly at it. That tiny fraction of the light that was not obscured and blocked and hidden, even if it was only 3 parts out of 40, the other 37 parts were there somewhere. The 7.5% of the glass that was full, which proved that people really did care about water, even if that force of caring within themselves was too often defeated. If people truly didn't care, the glass would have been truly empty. If everyone had been like you-know-who inside, secretly, cleverly selfish, there would have been no resistors to the Holocaust at all. Harry looked at the sunset on the second day of the rest of his life, and knew that he had switched sides. Because he couldn't believe in it anymore. He couldn't, really. Not after going to Azkaban. He couldn't do what 37 out of 40 people would vote for him to do. Everyone might have inside them what it took to be Hermione, and someday they might learn. But someday wasn't now. Not here, not today, not in the real world. If you were on the side of 3 out of 40 people, then you weren't a political majority, and Professor Quirrell had been right. Harry would not bow his head in submission when that happened. There was a sort of awful appropriateness to it. You shouldn't go to Azkaban and come back having not changed your mind about anything important.
So, is Professor Quirrell right, then?
Asked Slytherin.
Leaving out whether he's good or evil, is he right? Are you, to them, whether they know it or not, their next lord? We'll just leave out the dark part. That's him being cynical again. But is it your intention now to rule? I've got to say that makes even me nervous. Do you think you can be trusted with power? Said Gryffindor. Isn't there some sort of rule that people who want power shouldn't have it? Maybe we should make Hermione the ruler instead. Do you think you're fit to run a society and not have it collapse into total chaos inside of 3 weeks flat?
Said Hufflepuff.
Imagine how loudly Mum would scream if she'd heard you'd been elected Prime Minister. Now ask yourself, are you sure she's wrong about that? Actually, said Ravenclaw, I have to point out that all this political stuff sounds overwhelmingly boring. How about if we leave all the electioneering to Draco and stick to science? It's what we're actually good at, and that's been known to improve the human condition too, you know. Slow down, thought Harry at his components. We don't have to decide everything right now. We're allowed to ponder the problem as fully as possible before coming to a solution.
The last part of the sun sank below the horizon. It was strange, this feeling of not quite knowing who you were, which side you were on, of having not already made up your mind about something as major as that. There was an unfamiliar sensation of freedom in it. And that reminded him of what Professor Quirrell had said to his last question, which reminded him of Professor Quirrell, which made it hard once more to breathe. Started that burning sensation in Harry's throat, sent his thoughts around that loop of the climbing spiral once again. Why was he so sad now, whenever he thought of Professor Quirrell? Harry was used to knowing himself, and he didn't know why he felt so sad. It felt like he'd lost Professor Quirrell forever. Lost him in Azkaban. That was how it felt. As surely as if the defense professor had been eaten by Dementors, consumed in the empty voids.
Lost him? Why did I lose him? Because he said Avada Kedavra, and there was in fact a perfectly good reason, even though I didn't see it for a couple of hours. Why can't things go back to the way they were?
But then, it hadn't been the Avada Kedavra. That might have played a part in irreversibly collapsing a structure of rationalizations and flinches and carefully not thinking about certain things. But it hadn't been the Avada Kedavra that had been the disturbing thing that Harry had seen.
What did I see?
Harry looked at the fading sky. He had seen Professor Quirrell turn into a hardened criminal while facing the aura, and the apparent change of personalities had been effortless and complete. Another woman had known the defense professor as Jeremy Jaffe.
How many different people are you anyway?
I cannot say that I bothered keeping count.
You couldn't help but wonder whether Professor Quirrell was just one more name on the list. Just one more person that had been turned into, made up in the service of some unguessable goal. Harry would always be wondering now, every time he talked to Professor Quirrell, if it was a mask, and what motive was behind that mask. With every dry smile, Harry would be trying to see what was pulling the levers on the lips.
Is that how other people will start thinking of me if I get to Slytherin? If I pull off too many plots, will I never be able to smile at anyone again without them wondering what I really mean by it?
Maybe there was some way to restore a trust in surface appearances and make a normal human relationship possible again, but Harry couldn't think of what it might be. That was how Harry had lost Professor Quirrell. Not the person, but the connection. Why did that hurt so much? Why did it feel so lonely now? Surely there were other people, maybe better people, to trust and befriend. Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Hermione, Draco, not to mention Mum and Dad. It wasn't like Harry was alone. Only a choking sensation grew in Harry's throat as he understood. Only Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Hermione, Draco, they all of them sometimes knew things that Harry didn't, but they didn't excel above Harry within his own sphere of power. Such genius as they possessed was not like his genius, and his genius was not like theirs. He might look upon them as peers, but not look up to them as his superiors. None of them had been, none of them could ever be, Harry's mentor. That was who Professor Quirrell had been. That was who Harry had lost. And the manner in which he had lost his first mentor might or might not allow Harry to ever get him back. Maybe someday he would know all Professor Quirrell's hidden purposes and the doubts between them would go away. But even if that seemed possible, it didn't seem very probable. There was a gust of wind outside Hogwarts. It bent the empty trees, rippled the lake whose heart was still unfrozen, made a whispering sound as it slid past the window that looked upon the half-twilit world, and Harry's thoughts wandered outward for a time. Then returned inward again to the next step of the spiral.
Why am I different from the other children my age?
If Professor Quirrell's answer to that had been an evasion, then it was a very well-calculated one. Deep enough and complex enough, sufficiently full of suggestions of hidden meaning, to serve as a trap for a Ravenclaw who couldn't be diverted by less. Or maybe Professor Quirrell had meant his answer honestly. Who knew what motive might have pulled that lever on those lips?
I will say this much, Mr. Potter.
You are already an Occlumens, and I think you'll become a perfect Occlumens before long. Identity does not mean, to such as us, what it means to other people. Anyone we can imagine, we can be. And the true difference about you, Mr. Potter, is that you have an unusually good imagination. A playwright must contain his characters. He must be larger than them in order to enact them within his mind. To an actor, or spy, or politician, the limit of his own diameter is the limit of who he can pretend to be, the limit of which face he may wear as a mask. But for such as you and I, anyone we can imagine, we can be, in reality and not pretense. While you imagined yourself a child, Mr. Potter, you were a child. Yet there are other existences you could support. Larger existences if you wished. Why are you so free and so great in your circumference, when other children your age are small and constrained? Why can you imagine and become selves more adult than a mere child of a playwright should be able to compose? That I do not know, and I must not say what I guess, but what you have, Mr. Potter, is freedom. If that was a snow job, it was one heck of a distracting one. And the still more worrisome thought was that Professor Quirrell hadn't realized how disturbed Harry would be, how wrong that speech would sound to him, how much damage it would do to his trust in Professor Quirrell. There ought to always be one real person who you truly were, at the centre of everything. Harry stared out at the falling night, the gathering darkness. Right? It was almost bedtime when Hermione heard the scattered intakes of breath and looked up from her copy of Beauxbatons, a history, to see the missing boy. The boy who had been misplaced at lunch that Sunday, whose dinner non-appearance had been accompanied by rumours, and she hadn't believed them because they were completely ridiculous. But she'd felt a little queasiness inside, that he had withdrawn from Hogwarts in order to hunt down Bellatrix Black.
Harry!
She shrieked. She didn't even realise that she was talking directly to him for the first time in a week, or notice how some other students stared at the sound of her yelling all the way across the Ravenclaw common room. Harry's eyes had already lifted to her. He was already walking toward her, so she stopped halfway out of her chair. A few moments later, Harry was seated across from her, and he was putting away his wand after casting a quieting barrier around them, and an awful lot of Ravenclaws were trying not to look like they were watching.
"Hey,"
Harry said. His voice wavered.
"I missed you. You're going to talk to me again now?"
Hermione nodded. She just nodded. She couldn't think of what to say. She'd missed Harry too, but she was realising, with a guilty sort of feeling, that it might have been a lot worse for him. She had other friends. Harry... It didn't feel fair, sometimes, that Harry talked to only her like that, so that she had to talk to him. But Harry had looked about him like unfair things had been happening to him too.
"What's been going on?" she said. "There are all sorts of rumours. There were people saying you'd run off to fight Bellatrix Black. There are people saying you'd run off to join Bellatrix Black."
And those rumours had said that Hermione had just made up the thing about the Phoenix, and she had yelled that the whole Ravenclaw common room had seen it. So then, the next rumour had claimed she'd made up that part too, which was stupidity of such an inconceivable level that it left her completely flabbergasted.
"I can't talk about it," Harry said in a bare whisper. "Can't talk about a lot of it.
I wish I could tell you everything." His voice wavered. "But I can't. I guess, if it helps or anything, I'm not going to lunch with Professor Quirrell anymore." Harry put his hands over his face then, covering his eyes. Hermione felt the queasy feeling all through her stomach.
"Are you crying?"
said Hermione.
"Yeah,"
said Harry, his voice sounding a little breathy.
"I don't want anyone else to see."
There was a little silence. Hermione wanted to help, but she didn't know what to do about a boy crying, and she didn't know what was happening. She felt like huge things were happening around her. Around Harry. And if she knew what they were, she would probably be scared, or alarmed, or something, but she didn't know anything.
"Did Professor Quirrell do something wrong?"
she said at last. "That's not why I can't go to lunch with him anymore," Harry said, still in that bare whisper with his hands pressed over his eyes. "That was the headmaster's decision. But yeah, Professor Quirrell said some things to me that made me trust him less, I guess." Harry's voice sounded very shaky. "I'm feeling kind of alone right now." Hermione put her hand on her cheek where Fawkes had touched her yesterday. She'd kept thinking about that touch over and over, maybe because she wanted it to be important, to mean something to her.
"Is there any way I can help?"
she said. "I want to do something normal," Harry said from behind his hands. "Something very normal for first-year Hogwarts students. Something 11-year-olds and 12-year-olds like us are supposed to do. Like play a game of exploding snap or something. I don't suppose you have the cards or know the rules or anything like that."
I don't know the rules, actually,"
said Hermione.
"I know they explode."
"I don't suppose gobstones," said Harry.
"Don't know the rules and they spit on you. Those are boy games, Harry."
There was a pause. Harry ground his hands against his face to wipe it, and then took his hands away. And then he was looking at her, looking a little helpless. "Well," Harry said, "what do wizards and witches our age do when they play? You know, the kind of pointless, silly games we're supposed to play at this age."
"Hopscotch,"
said Hermione.
"Jump rope, unicorn attack, I don't know, I read books."
Harry started laughing, and Hermione started giggling along with him, even though she didn't know quite why, but it was funny. "I guess that helped a little," said Harry. "Actually, I think it helped more than playing gobstones for an hour could have possibly helped. So, thank you for being you. And no matter what, I'm not having anyone obliviate everything I know about calculus. I'd sooner die."
"What?"
said Hermione.
Why would you ever want to do that?"
Harry stood up from the table, and there was a rush of restored background noise as his rise broke the quieting charm. "I'm a tad sleepy, so I'm going off to bed," Harry said. Now his voice was ordinary and wry. "I've got some lost time to make up for, but I'll see you at breakfast, and then at herbology, if that's all right. Not to mention, it wouldn't be fair to dump all my depression on you. Good night, Hermione."
"Good night, Harry,"
she said, feeling very confused and alarmed.
"Pleasant dreams."
Harry stumbled a little as she said that, and then he continued on toward the stairs that led to the first-year boys' dorms. Harry turned the quieting charm all the way up on the head of his bedboard, so that he wouldn't wake anyone else up if he screamed. Set his alarm to wake him up for breakfast, if he wasn't already up by that hour, if indeed he slept at all. got into bed, laid down, felt the lump beneath his pillow. Harry stared up at the canopy above his head, hissed under his breath,
"Oh, you've got to be kidding me."
It took a few seconds before Harry could muster the heart to sit up in bed, pull the blanket over himself and his pillow to obscure the deed from the other boys, cast a low-intensity lumos, and see what was under his pillow. There was a parchment and a deck of playing cards. The parchment read, "A little bird told me that Dumbledore has shut the door of your cage. I must admit on this occasion that Dumbledore may have a point. Bellatrix Black is loosed upon the world once more, and that is not good news for any good person. If I stood in Dumbledore's place, I might well do the same. But, just in case, the Salem Witches' Institute in America accepts boys as well, despite the name. They are good people and would protect you even from Dumbledore if you needed it. Britain holds that you need Dumbledore's permission to emigrate to Magical America, but Magical America disagrees. So, in the final extremity, get outside the wards of Hogwarts and tear in half the King of Hearts from this deck of cards. That you should resort to it only in the final extremity goes without saying. Be well, Harry Potter. Santa Claus." Harry stared down at the pack of cards. It couldn't take him anywhere else. Not right now. Portkeys didn't work here. But he still felt unnerved about the prospect of picking it up, even to hide it inside his trunk. Well, he'd already picked up the parchment, which could just have easily been enchanted with a trap, if a trap was involved. But still.
"Wingardium Leviosa,"
Harry whispered, and hovered the packet of cards to lie next to him where his alarm clock rested in a pocket of the headboard. He'd deal with it tomorrow. And then Harry lay back in bed and closed his eyes to dream without any phoenix to protect him, and pay his reckoning. He came awake with a gasp of horror. Not a scream. He had yet to scream this night, but his blanket was all tangled around him from where his sleeping form had jerked as he dreamed of running, trying to get away from the gaps in space that were pursuing him through a corridor of metal lit by dim gaslight, an endlessly long corridor of metal lit by dim gaslight, and he hadn't known, in the dream, that touching those voids meant he would die horribly and leave his still-breathing body empty behind him. All he'd known was that he had to run and run and run from the wounds in the world sliding after him. Harry started to cry again. It wasn't for the horror of the chase. It was that he'd run away while someone behind him was screaming for help. Screaming for him to come back and save her, help her. She was being eaten. She was going to die. And in the dream, Harry had run away instead of helping her. "Don't go!" The voice came in a scream from behind the metal door. "Don't go! Don't take it away! Don't. Why had Fawkes ever rested on his shoulder? He'd walked away. Fawkes should hate him. Fawkes should hate Dumbledore. He'd walked away. Fawkes should hate everyone. The boy wasn't awake, wasn't dreaming. His thoughts were jumbled and confused in the shadowlands that bordered sleep and waking, unprotected by the safety rails that his aware mind imposed on itself, the careful rules and censors. In that shadowland, his brain had woken up enough to think, but something else was too sleepy to act. His thoughts ran free and wild, unconstrained by his self-concept, his waking self's ideals of what he shouldn't think. That was the freedom of his brain's dreams as his self-concept slept, free to repeat over and over Harry's new worst nightmare.
Please don't die. No, I didn't mean it. Please don't die. No, I didn't mean it. Please don't die.
A rage grew in him alongside the self-loathing, a terrible, hot wrath, icy cold hatred for the world which had done that to her, for himself, and in his half-awake state, Harry fantasized escapes, fantasized ways out of the moral dilemma. He imagined himself hovering above the vast triangular horror of Azkaban and whispering an incantation unlike any syllables that had ever been heard before on Earth. Whispers that echoed all the way across the sky and were heard on the other side of the world, and there was a blast of Silver Patronus fire like a nuclear explosion that tore apart all the Dementors in an instant and ripped apart the metal walls of Azkaban, shattered the long corridors and all the dim orange lights. And then, a moment later, his brain remembered that there were people in there and rewrote the half-dream fantasy to show all the prisoners laughing as they flew away in flocks from the burning wreck of Azkaban, the silver light restoring the flesh to their limbs as they flew, and Harry started crying harder into his pillow, because he couldn't do it, because he wasn't God. He had sworn upon his life and magic and his art as a rationalist. He had sworn by all he held sacred and all his happy memories. He'd given his oath, so now he had to do something. Had to do something. Had to do something. Maybe it was pointless. Maybe trying to follow rules was pointless. Maybe you just burned down Azkaban, however. And in fact, he had sworn he'd do it. So now that was what he had to do. He'd just do whatever it took to get rid of Azkaban. That was all. If that meant ruling Britain, fine. If that meant finding a spell to whisper that would echo all across the sky, whatever. The important thing was to destroy Azkaban. That was the side he was on. That was who he was. So, there. It was done. His waking mind would have demanded a lot more details before accepting that as an answer, but in his half-dreaming state it felt like enough of a resolution to let his tired mind fall truly asleep again, and dream the next nightmare. Final aftermath. She came awake with a gasp of horror, a disruption of her breathing that left her feeling deprived of air, and yet her lungs didn't move. She woke up with an unvoiced scream on her lips, and no words came forth, for she could not understand what she had seen. She could not understand what she had seen. It was too large for her to encompass, and still taking shape. She could not put words to that formless shape, and so she could not discharge it and become innocent and unknowing once more.
"What time is it?"
she whispered. Her golden-jeweled alarm clock, the beautiful and magical and expensive alarm clock that the headmaster had given her as a gift upon her employment at Hogwarts, whispered back. "Around 2 a.m. Go back to sleep." Her sheets were soaked in sweat, her nightclothes soaked in sweat. She took her wand from beside the pillow and cleaned herself up before she tried to go back to sleep. She tried to go back to sleep, and eventually succeeded. Sybil Trelawney went back to sleep.
There is no Chapter 64, like there was no Chapter 11. Both of these are just a series of short stories of alternate universe ideas. They don't relate to the main plot, so I didn't narrate them, but you can read them at hbmore.com.
Chapter 65. Contagious Lies. Hermione Granger had read somewhere once that one of the keys to staying thin was to pay attention to the food you ate, to notice yourself eating it so that you were satisfied with the meal. This morning, she had made herself toast and put butter on the toast and cinnamon on the butter, and it really should have been enough to get her to notice, this time, the goodness that was in front of her. Without noticing the cinnamon, or the butter, without noticing the food, or what she was eating, Hermione swallowed another bite of toast and said,
"Can you try explaining that again? I'm still completely flabbergasted."
"It's pretty straightforward, if you think like a light-side Slytherin,"
said the boy that everyone else in school, excepting only the two of them, now believed to be her true love. Harry Potter's spoon absent-mindedly stirred his breakfast cereal. He hadn't taken many bites of it this morning, not that Hermione had seen.
"Every good thing in the world brings its own opposition into existence. Phoenixes are no exception."
Hermione took another unnoticed bite out of her buttered and cinnamoned toast and said,
"How can anyone not understand that Fawkes thinks you're a good enough person to ride around on your shoulder? He wouldn't do that with a dark wizard. He just wouldn't."
And she hadn't yelled at anyone about Fawkes touching her own cheek because she knew it wouldn't be right. That if a phoenix touched you, you weren't supposed to brag about it. That wasn't what a phoenix was for. But she really hoped that it would squash the rumours about Harry Potter going evil and Hermione Granger following him down. And it hadn't. And she truly couldn't understand why not. Harry ate another bite of his cereal, his eyes going distant now, no longer meeting her own.
"Think of it this way. You skip school one day, and you lie and tell your teacher you were sick. The teacher tells you to bring a doctor's note, so you forge one. The teacher says she's going to call the doctor to check, so you give her a fake number for the doctor and get a friend to pretend to be the doctor when she calls."
"You did what?"
Harry looked up from his cereal then, and now he was smiling.
"I'm not saying I really did that, Hermione."
Then his eyes abruptly dropped back down to his cereal.
"No, just an example. Lies propagate. That's what I'm saying. You've got to tell more lies to cover them up. Lie about every fact that's connected to the first lie. And if you kept on lying, and you kept on trying to cover it up, sooner or later you'd even have to start lying about the general laws of thought. Like, someone is selling you some kind of alternative medicine that doesn't work, and any double-blind experimental study would confirm that it doesn't work. So, if someone wants to go on defending the lie, they've got to get you to disbelieve in the experimental method. Like, the experimental method is just for merely scientific kinds of medicine, not amazing alternative medicine like theirs. Or, a good and virtuous person should believe as strongly as they can, no matter what the evidence says. Or, truth doesn't exist, and there's no such thing as objective reality. A lot of common wisdom like that isn't just mistaken, it's anti-epistemology. It's systematically wrong.
every rule of rationality that tells you how to find the truth, there's someone out there who needs you to believe the opposite. If you once tell a lie, the truth is ever after your enemy. And there's a lot of people out there telling lies.
Harry's voice stopped.
What does that have to do with forks?
She said. Harry withdrew his spoon from his cereal and pointed in the direction of the head table.
The headmaster has a phoenix, right? And he's chief warlock of the Wizengamot, so he's got political opponents, like Lucius. Now, do you think that opposition is going to just roll over and surrender because Dumbledore has a phoenix and they don't? Do you think they'll admit that Fawkes is even evidence that Dumbledore's a good person? Of course not. They've got to invent something to say that makes Fawkes not important. Like, phoenixes only follow people who charge straight at anyone they think is evil, so having a phoenix just means you're an idiot, or a dangerous fanatic. Or phoenixes just follow people who are pure Gryffindor, so Gryffindor they don't have the virtues of the other houses. Or it just shows how much courage a magical animal thinks you have, nothing else, and it wouldn't be fair to judge politicians based on that. They have to say something to deny the phoenix. I bet Lucius didn't even have to make up anything new. I bet it had all been said before, centuries ago, since the first time someone had a phoenix riding on his shoulder, and someone else wanted people not to take that into account as evidence. I bet by the time Fawkes came along, it was already common wisdom. It would have just seemed strange to take into account who a phoenix liked or disliked. It would be like a Muggle newspaper testing political candidates to rate their level of scientific literacy. Every force of good that exists in this universe, there's someone else who benefits from people discounting it, or fencing it into a narrow box where it can't get to them.
But,
Hermione said,
okay, I see why Lucius Malfoy doesn't want anyone to think that Fawkes matters, but why does anyone who isn't a bad guy believe it?
Harry Potter gave a little shrug. His spoon dropped back into his cereal and went on stirring without a pause.
Why does any kind of cynicism appeal to people? Because it seems like a mark of maturity, of sophistication, like you've seen everything and know better. Or because putting something down feels like pushing yourself up. Or they don't have a phoenix themselves, so their political instinct tells them there's no advantage to be gained from saying nice things about phoenixes. Or because being cynical feels like knowing a secret truth that common people don't know.
Harry Potter looked in the direction of the head table, and his voice dropped until it was almost a whisper.
I think maybe that's what he's getting wrong. That he's cynical about everything else, but not about cynicism itself.
Without thinking, Hermione looked in the direction of the head table herself, but the defense professor's seat was still empty, as it had been on Monday and Tuesday. The deputy headmistress had pronounced, earlier, that Professor Quirrell's classes for today would be cancelled. Afterward, when Harry had eaten a few bites of treacle tart and then left the table, Hermione looked at Anthony and Padma, who had been coincidentally eating nearby, but certainly not eavesdropping or anything. Anthony and Padma looked back at her. Padma said hesitantly,
Is it just me, or has Harry Potter started talking like a more complicated sort of book in the last few days? I mean, I haven't been listening to him very long.
It's not just you,
said Anthony. Hermione didn't say anything, but she was becoming increasingly worried. Whatever had happened to Harry Potter on the day of the Phoenix, it had changed him. There was something new in him now. Not cold, but hard. Sometimes she caught him staring out a window at nothing visible, a look of grim determination on his face. In herbology class on Monday, a Venus fire trap had gone out of control, and Harry had tackled Terry out of the way of a fireball even as Professor Sprout had shouted a flame-freezing charm. And when Harry had risen from the floor, he'd just gone back to his place like nothing interesting had happened. And when, for once, she'd gotten a better test score than Harry in their Transfiguration exam, later that same Monday, Harry had smiled at her as though to congratulate her, instead of gritting his teeth, and that had bothered her a lot. She was getting the sense that Harry was pulling away from her.
"He seems a lot older all of a sudden," said Anthony. "Not like a real grown-up. I can't imagine Harry as a grown-up, but it's like he suddenly turned into a fourth-year version of whatever he is."
"Well," Padma said. She daintily dabbed a chocolate-flavoured scone with some scone-flavoured frosting.
"I think Dragon and Sunshine had better ally during the next battle, or Mr. Harry Potter is going to smash us. We were allied last time, and even then, Chaos almost won." "Yeah," said Anthony. "You're right, Miss Patil. Tell the Dragon General that we want to meet with you." "No," said Hermione. "We shouldn't have to gang up on General Potter just to stand a chance. That doesn't make any sense, especially now that nobody can use Muggle things anymore. It's still 24 soldiers in every army."
Neither Padma nor Anthony said anything to that. Knock, knock, knock.
"Come in, Mr. Potter,"
she said. The door creaked open, and Harry Potter slipped through the opening into her office. He pushed the door shut behind him with one hand and wordlessly seated himself in the cushioned chair that now stood in front of her desk. She had transfigured that chair so often that it sometimes changed form to reflect her mood without any wand movement or incantation, or even conscious intent. Right now, that chair had become deeply cushioned, so that as Harry sat down he sank into it, as though the chair were hugging him. Harry didn't seem to notice. There was an air of quiet determination about the boy. His eyes had locked steadily with hers, and not let up for a moment.
"You called me?" said the boy.
"I did,"
said Professor McGonagall.
"I have 2 pieces of good news for you, Mr. Potter. First, have you met Rubius Hagrid at all? The groundskeeper. He was an old friend of your parents."
Harry hesitated then.
"Mr. Hagrid spoke to me a bit after I got here," Harry said. "I think it was on Tuesday of my first week of school. He didn't say he knew my parents, though. At the time, I thought he just wanted to introduce himself to the boy who lived. Did he have some kind of hidden agenda? He didn't seem like the type."
"Ah,"
she said. It took her a moment to pull her thoughts together.
"It's a long story, Mr. Potter, but Mr. Hagrid was falsely accused of murdering a student 5 decades ago. Mr. Hagrid's wand was snapped, and he was expelled. Later, when Professor Dumbledore became headmaster, he gave Mr. Hagrid a place here as keeper of the grounds and keys."
Harry's eyes watched her intently.
"You said that 5 decades ago was the last time a student died in Hogwarts, and you were certain that 5 decades ago was the last time someone heard the Sorting Hat's secret message."
She felt a slight chill. Even the headmaster or Severus might not have made that connection that quickly, and said,
"Yes, Mr. Potter. Someone opened the Chamber of Secrets, but this was not believed, and Mr. Hagrid was blamed for the resulting death. However, The headmaster has located the additional enchantment on the sorting hat, and he's shown it to a special panel of the Wizengamot. As a result, Mr. Hagrid's sentence has been revoked. Just this morning, in fact, and he will be allowed to acquire a new wand.
She hesitated.
We have not yet told Mr. Hagrid of this, Mr. Potter. We were waiting until the deed was done, so as to not give him false hope after so long. Mr. Potter, we were wondering if we could tell Mr. Hagrid that it was you who helped him.
She saw the weighing look in his eyes.
I remember Mr. Hagrid holding you when you were a baby,
she said.
I think he would be very happy to know.
She could see it, though, on Harry's face, the moment when he decided that Rubeus wouldn't be any use to him. Harry shook his head.
Bad enough that someone might deduce there was a Parselmouth in this year's crop of students, Harry said. I think it'd be more prudent just to keep it all as secret as possible.
She remembered James and Lily, who'd never hesitated to return the friendship the huge, bluff man had offered them, for all that James was the scion of a wealthy house, or Lily a budding charms mistress, and Rubeus a mere half-giant whose wand had been snapped.
Because you don't expect him to prove useful, Mr. Potter?
There was silence. She hadn't intended to say that out loud. Sadness crossed Harry's face.
Probably,
Harry said quietly.
But I don't think he and I would get along. Do you?
Something seemed to be stuck in her throat.
Speaking of making use of people, Harry said, it seems I'm going to be thrown into a war with a Dark Lord sometime soon. So, while I'm in your office, I'd like to ask that my sleep cycle be extended to 30 hours per day. Neville Longbottom wants to start practicing dueling. There's an older Hufflepuff who offered to teach him, and they invited me to join. Plus, there's other things I want to learn too, and if you or the headmaster think I should study anything in particular, in order to become a powerful wizard when I grow up, let me know. Please, direct Madame Pomfrey to administer the appropriate potion, or whatever it is that she needs to do.
Mr. Potter!
Harry's eyes gazed directly into her own.
Yes, Minerva? I know it wasn't your idea, but I'd like to survive the use the headmaster's making of me. Please don't be an obstacle to that.
It almost broke her.
Harry,
she whispered in a bare voice.
Children shouldn't have to think like that.
You're right. They shouldn't, Harry said. A lot of children have to grow up too early, though. Not just me. And most children like that would probably trade places with me in 5 seconds. I'm not going to pity myself, Professor McGonagall, not when there are people out there in real trouble, and I'm not one of them.
She swallowed hard and said,
Mr. Potter, at 30 hours per day, you'll get older. You'll age faster. Like Elvis.
And in my 5th year, I'll be around the same physiological age as Hermione, said Harry. Doesn't seem that terrible.
There was a wry smile on Harry's face.
Honestly, I'd probably want this even if there weren't a Dark Lord. Wizards live for a while, and either wizards or muggles will probably push that out even further over the next century. There's no reason not to pack as many hours into a day as I can. I've got things I plan to do, and they were done quickly.
There was a long pause.
All right,
Minerva said. It came out as almost a whisper. She raised her voice.
All right, Mr. Potter. I shall ask the headmaster, and if he agrees, it shall be done.
Harry's eyes narrowed for a moment.
I see. Then please remind the headmaster that Godric Gryffindor, in his last words, said that if it had been the right thing for him to do, then he wouldn't tell anyone else to choose wrongly. Not even the youngest student in Hogwarts.
And she knew with a hollow feeling that any chance of Albus stopping any of this, had just vanished into nothingness. That was what Albus had told her when she'd objected that Cameron Edward was too young, and then when she'd objected that Peter Pevensie was too young, and finally she'd given up objecting.
Who told you that, Mr. Potter? Not Albus. Surely Albus would never say that to any student.
I've been doing a lot of reading lately,
Harry said. His body started to rise from the enveloping chair, then halted.
Dare I ask about the second piece of good news?
Oh,
she said.
Professor Quirrell has woken up and says that you may.
The Hogwarts infirmary was a brilliantly open space, skylit on all four sides, despite seeming to be located squarely in the middle of the castle. White beds in long rows stretched out, only 3 of them occupied at the moment. One older boy and one older girl on opposite sides, both lying motionless with their eyes closed, probably unconscious and spellbound, while some healing charm or potion reconfigured their bodies in uncomfortable ways, and the third occupant had the curtain drawn around their bed, which was presumably a good thing. Madame Pomfrey had pushed him along with a hard shove and told him not to gawk, and Harry had needed to remind himself sharply that some people still didn't know who the boy who lived was. Either that, or Madame Pomfrey's identity was bound up with her absolute dominance of her own hospital, etc. Whatever. Behind the rows of beds were 5 doors leading into the private rooms where they stored the patients who would be staying for days instead of hours, but whose condition didn't warrant a transfer to St. Mungo's. Windowless, skyless, unlit but for a single smokeless torch on one side of the solid walls, that was the room behind the middle door. Harry had wondered whether professors could ask Hogwarts to change itself, or if the infirmary always had a room like that available for people who didn't enjoy the light. In the centre of the room, between 2 equal bedstands that looked to have been carved from the same grey marble as the walls, rested a white hospital bed, looking vaguely orangish in the unsmoking torchlight, and within that bed, a white sheet pulled up about his thighs and wearing a hospital gown, sat Professor Quirrell, with his back slightly propped up against the headboard of the bed. There was something frightening about seeing Professor Quirrell in one of Madame Pomfrey's beds, even if the defence professor appeared uninjured. Even knowing that Professor Quirrell had deliberately arranged his own apparent defeat at Severus's hands to give himself an excuse to recover his strength from Azkaban. Harry had never actually watched anyone dying in a hospital bed, but had seen too many movies. It was an imitation of mortality, and the defence professor was not supposed to be mortal. Madame Pomfrey had told Harry that he was absolutely forbidden to pester her patient. Harry had said, "I understand," which technically did not say anything about obedience. The stern old healer had then turned and started to say to Professor Quirrell that he was absolutely not to overexert himself or upset himself. Madame Pomfrey had trailed off hurriedly, turned around and fled the room. Not bad, Harry observed after the door had shut behind the escaping medical matron. I've got to learn how to do that sometime. Professor Quirrell smiled a smile with absolutely no humour content, and said, his voice sounding a good deal drier than its usual dryness, "Thank you for your artistic critique, Mr. Potter." Harry stared into the pale blue eyes and thought that Professor Quirrell looked older. It was subtle. It might have just been Harry's imagination. It might have been the poor lighting. But the hair above Quirinus Quirrell's forehead might have receded a bit. What remained might have thinned and greyed, an advancing of the baldness that had already been visible on the back of his head. The face might have grown a little sunken. The pale blue eyes had stayed sharp and intense. "I'm glad," Harry said quietly, "to see you in what appears to be good health." "Appearances can be deceiving, of course," said Professor Quirrell. He gave a flick of his fingers, and when his hand finished the gesture, he was holding his wand. "Would you believe that woman thinks she has confiscated this from me?" 6 incantations, the defense professor spoke then. 6 of the 30 that he had used to safeguard their important conversations in Mary's room. Harry raised his eyebrows, silently quizzical. "That is all I can manage for now," said the defense professor. "I expect it shall prove sufficient. Still, there is a proverb. If you do not wish a thing heard, do not say it. Consider it to apply in full measure. I am told that you were trying to see me." "Yes," Harry said. He paused, gathered his thoughts. "Did the headmaster or anyone tell you that we can't go to lunch anymore?" "Something along those lines," said the defense professor, and without changing expression, "Of course, I was terribly sorry to hear it." "It's more extreme than that, actually," said Harry. "I'm confined to Hogwarts and its grounds indefinitely. I can't leave without a guard, and a good reason. I'm not going home for summer, and maybe not ever again. I was hoping to speak with you about that." There was a pause. The defense professor exhaled a breath like a brief sigh and said, "We shall just have to rely on the known fact that the deputy headmistress will personally murder anyone who tries to report me, Mr. Potter. I intend to keep this conversation on track so that we may conclude it quickly. Is that understood?" Harry nodded and, in the light of the single torch, shaded toward the reddish end of the optical spectrum. The snake's green scales were not very reflective, and the blue and white banding hardly more so. Dark seemed the snake in that light. The eyes, which had seemed like grey pits before, now reflected the torchlight, and seemed brighter than the rest of the snake. "So," hissed the venomous creature, "what did you wish to say?" And Harry hissed, "Schoolmaster thinks that woman's former lord is the one who stole her from prison." Harry had thought about it this time, and carefully, before he had decided that he would reveal to Professor Quirrell only that the headmaster believed that, and not say anything about the prophecy which had set Voldemort on Harry's parents, nor that the headmaster was reconstituting the Order of the Phoenix. It was a risk, a significant risk, but Harry needed an ally in this. "He believes that one is alive," the snake finally said. The divided two-pronged tongue flickered rapidly from side to side, sardonic, snakish laughter.
Somehow I am not surprised.
Yes, Harry hissed dryly. Very amusing, I'm sure. Except now I'm stuck in Hogwarts for next 6 years for safety. I have decided that I will indeed seek power, and confinement is not helpful for that. Must convince Schoolmaster that Dark Lord is not yet awakened, that escape was work of some other power.
Again, the rapid flickering of the snake's tongue. The snakish laughter was stronger, drier this time.
Amateur foolishness.
Pardon?
Hissed Harry.
You see mistake. Think of undoing, setting time back to start. Yet not even with hourglass can time be undone. Must move forward instead. You think of convincing others they are mistaken. Far easier to convince them they are right. So, consider, boy, what new happenstance would make Schoolmaster decide you are safe once more. Simultaneously advance your other agendas.
Harry stared at the snake, puzzled. His mind tried to comprehend and unravel the riddle.
Is it not obvious?
Hissed the snake. Again the tongue flickered sardonic laughter.
To free yourself, to gain power in Britain, you must again be seen to defeat the Dark Lord.
In reddish-orange flickering light, a green snake swayed above a white hospital bed as the boy stared into the embers of its eyes.
So,
Harry said finally,
let us be clear on what is proposed. You suggest that we set up impostor to impersonate Dark Lord.
Something like that. Woman we rescued will cooperate. Should be most convincing when she is seen at his side.
More sardonic tongue flickering.
You are kidnapped from Hogwarts to public location. Many witnesses. Wards keep out protectors. Dark Lord announces that he has at long last regained physical form, after wandering as spirit for years. Says that he has gained still greater power. Not even you can stop him now. Offers to let you duel. You cast Guardian Charm. Dark Lord laughs at you. Says he is not Life Eater. Casts Killing Curse at you. You block. Watches see Dark Lord explode.
Cast Killing Curse?
Harry hissed in incredulity.
At me? Again? Second time? Nobody will believe Dark Lord could possibly be that stupid.
You and I are only two people in country who would notice that, hissed the snake. Trust me on this, boy.
What if there is third someday?
The snake swayed thoughtfully.
Could write different script for play if you wish. Whatever scenario should leave open possibility Dark Lord might return yet again.
nation must think they are still dependent on you to protect them." Harry stared into the red, flickering pits of the snake's eyes. "Well," hissed the swaying form. The obvious thought was that going along with the defense professor's plots and deceptions a second time, spinning an even more complicated lie to cover up the first mistake, and creating another fatal vulnerability if anyone ever discovered the truth, would be exactly the same sort of stupidity as the putative Dark Lord using the killing curse again. It didn't even take his Hufflepuff side to point that out. Harry thought it in his very own mental voice. But there was also a certain question as to whether the appropriate moral to learn from the last experience was to always say no immediately to the defense professor, or... "Well, think about it," hissed Harry. "We'll not answer right away this time. We'll enumerate risks and benefits first." "Understood," hissed the snake. "But remember this, boy. Other events proceed without you. Hesitation is always easy, rarely useful." The boy emerged from the private room into the main infirmary, running nervous fingers through his messy black hair as he walked past the white beds, occupied and unoccupied. Shortly afterward, the boy emerged from the Hogwarts infirmary entirely, passing Madame Pomfrey on the way out with a distracted nod. The boy walked out into a hallway, then into a larger corridor, and then stopped and leaned against the wall. The thing was, he really didn't want to be stuck in Hogwarts for the next 6 years. And when you thought about it, the incident with rescuing Bellatrix from Azkaban wasn't just imposing costs on Harry. Other people would be worrying, living in fear of the Dark Lord's return, expending unknown resources to take unknown precautions. Harry could demand that they write the script in such a fashion as to make it seem not plausible that the Dark Lord would return a third time, and then people would relax. It would all be over. Unless, of course, there actually was a Dark Lord out there to be feared. There had been a prophecy. The boy, leaning against the wall, vented a soft sigh and started walking again. Harry had almost forgotten, but he had gotten around to showing Professor Quirrell the deck of cards he'd been given on Sunday by Santa Claus, within which the King of Hearts was allegedly a portkey that would take him to the Salem Witches Institute in America. Although, of course, Harry hadn't told Professor Quirrell who'd sent him the card, nor what it was supposed to do, before he'd asked Professor Quirrell if it was possible to tell where the portkey would send him. The defense professor had transformed back to human form and examined the King of Hearts, tapping it a few times with his wand. And, according to Professor Quirrell, the portkey would send the user somewhere in London, but he couldn't pinpoint it any nearer than that. Harry had shown Professor Quirrell the note that had accompanied the deck of cards, saying nothing of the earlier notes. Professor Quirrell had taken it in at a glance, given a dry chuckle, and observed that if you read the note carefully, it didn't explicitly say that the portkey would take him to the Salem Witches Institute. You needed to learn to pay attention to that kind of subtlety, Professor Quirrell said, if you wanted to be a powerful wizard when you grew up, or, indeed, if you wanted to grow up at all. The boy sighed again as he trudged off to class. He was starting to wonder if all the other wizarding schools were also like this, or if it was only Hogwarts that had a problem.
Chapter 66 Self-Actualization, Part 1.
Hesitation is always easy,
really useful."
So the defense professor had told him, and while you could quibble about the details of the proverb, Harry understood the weakness of Ravenclaws well enough to know that you had to try answering your own quibbles. Did some plans call for waiting? Yes, many plans called for delayed action, but that was not the same as hesitating to choose. Not delaying because you knew the right moment to do what was necessary, but delaying because you couldn't make up your mind. There was no cunning plan which called for that. Did you sometimes need more information to choose? Yes, but that could also turn into an excuse for delaying, and it would be tempting to delay when you were faced with a choice between two painful alternatives, and not choosing would avoid the mental pain for a time. So you would pick a piece of information you couldn't easily obtain, and claim that you couldn't possibly decide without it. That would be your excuse. Although, if you knew what information you needed, knew when and how you would obtain that information, and knew what you would do depending on each possible observation, then that was less suspicious as an excuse for hesitating. If you weren't just hesitating, you ought to be able to choose in advance what you would do once you had the extra information you claimed you needed. If the Dark Lord were really out there, would it be smart to go along with Professor Quirrell's plan to have someone impersonate the Dark Lord? No, definitely not. Absolutely not. And if Harry knew for a fact that the Dark Lord wasn't really out there, in that case... The defense professor's office was a small room, at least today. It had changed since the last time Harry had seen it, the stone of the room becoming darker, more polished. Behind the defense professor's desk stood the single empty bookcase that always decorated the room, a tall bookcase stretching almost from the floor to the ceiling, with 7 empty wooden shelves. Harry had only once seen Professor Quirrell take a book from those empty shelves and never seen him put a book back. The green snake swayed above the seat of the chair behind the defense professor's desk, the lidless eyes staring unblinkingly at Harry from close to his own eye level. They were warded now by 22 spells, all that could be cast within Hogwarts without attracting the headmaster's attention.
"No!"
hissed Harry. The green snake cocked its head, tilting it slightly. No emotion was conveyed by the gesture, not that Harry's Parselmouth talent conveyed to him.
"Reason not,"
said the green snake.
"Too risky,"
Harry said simply. That was true whether or not the Dark Lord was out there. Forcing himself to decide in advance had made him realize that he'd just been using the unanswered question as an excuse to hesitate. The sane decision was the same, either way. For a moment, the dark pitted eyes seemed to gleam blackly. For a moment, the scaled mouth gaped to expose the fangs.
"Think you have learned wrong lesson, boy, from previous failure. My plans are not in habit of failing, and last one would have gone flawlessly but for your own foolishness. Correct lesson is to follow steps laid down for you by older and wiser Slytherin. Tame your wild impulses." "Lesson I learned is not to try plots that would make girl-child friend think I am evil, or boy-child friend think I am stupid,"
Harry snapped back. He'd been planning a more temporizing response than that, but somehow the words had just slipped out. The "s" ing sound that came from the snake was not heard by Harry as words, only as pure fury. A moment later. "You told them."
"Of course not, but know what they would say."
There was a long pause as the snake head swayed, staring at Harry. Again, no detectable emotion came through, and Harry wondered what Professor Quirrell could be thinking that would take Professor Quirrell that long to think.
"You seriously care what those two think?" came the snake's final hiss. "True younglings, those two are. Not like you. Could not weigh adult matters."
"Might have done better than me,"
Harry hissed.
"Boy-child friend would have asked after secret motives before assenting to rescue woman."
"Glad you understand that now,"
the snake hissed coldly.
"Always ask after others' advantage. Next, learn to always ask after your own. If my plan is not to your taste, what is yours?"
"If necessary, stay at school 6 years and study. Hogwarts seems fine place to dwell. Books, friends, strange but tasty food."
Harry wanted to chuckle, but there wasn't any gesture in Parseltongue for the kind of laughter he wanted to express. The pits of the snake's eyes seemed almost black.
"Easy to say that now. Such as you and I, we do not tolerate imprisonment. You will lose patience long before 7th year, perhaps before end of this one. I shall plan accordingly."
And before Harry could hiss another word of Parseltongue, the human shape of Professor Quirrell was sitting in his chair once more.
"So, Mr. Potter,"
said the defense professor, his voice as calm as if they'd been discussing nothing important, and as if the whole conversation had not occurred at all.
"I hear that you have begun to practice dueling. Not the worthless sort with rules, I hope."
Hannah Abbott looked as unnerved as Hermione had ever seen her, except on the day of the Phoenix, the day Bellatrix Black had escaped, which shouldn't ought to count for anyone. The Hufflepuff girl had come over to the Ravenclaw table during dinner and tapped Hermione on her shoulder and very nearly dragged her away.
"Neville and Harry Potter are learning dueling from Mr. Diggory,"
Hannah blurted as soon as they were a few steps away from the table.
"Who?"
said Hermione.
"Cedric Diggory," said Hannah. "He's the captain of our Quidditch team and general of an army, and he's taking all the electives and getting better grades than anyone. And I hear he learns dueling from professional tutors during the summers, and he once beat 2 7th-year students, and even some teachers call him the Super Hufflepuff, and Professor Sprout says we should all emulate him or something like that, and—"
After Hannah finally stopped for air, the list had gone on for a while, Hermione managed to insert a word in edgewise.
"Sunshine Soldier Abbott,"
said Hermione.
"Calm down. We're not going to be fighting General Diggory, right? Sure, Neville's studying to beat us, but we can study too. Don't you see?"
Hannah shrieked, raising her voice a lot louder than it should have been, if they were trying to keep the conversation private from all the Ravenclaws looking at them.
"Neville isn't studying to beat us. He's practicing so he can fight Bellatrix Black. They're going to go through us like a bludger through a stack of pancakes."
The Sunshine General gave her soldier a look.
Listen,
said Hermione.
I don't think a few weeks of practice is going to make anyone an invincible fighter. Plus, we already know how to handle invincible fighters. We'll concentrate fire on them, and they'll go down, just like Draco.
The Hufflepuff girl was looking at her with mixed admiration and skepticism.
Aren't you even, worried? Oh, honestly,
said Hermione. Sometimes it was hard being the only sensible person in your whole school year.
Haven't you ever heard the saying, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself? What?
Said Hannah.
That's crazy. What about Letherfolds lurking in the darkness and being put under the Imperious Curse and horrible transfiguration accidents and... I mean...
said Hermione, exasperation leaking out into her now raised voice. She'd been hearing this sort of thing all week now.
How about if we wait until after the Chaos Legion actually crushes us to get so scared of them and... Did you just mutter Gryffindors under your voice?
A few moments later, Hermione was walking back to her place at the table with a sweet smile plastered onto her young face. It wasn't the terrible, cold glare of Harry's dark side, but it was the scariest face she knew how to make. Harry Potter was going down.
This is loony,
gasped Neville with what tiny amount of breath he could spare from being completely out of breath.
This is brilliant,
said Cedric Diggory. The eyes of the super Hufflepuff gleamed with manic enthusiasm, shining like the sweat on his forehead as he stamped his feet through the dance of one of his dueling postures. His usually light steps had changed to heavier stomps, which might have had something to do with the transfigured metal weights they'd all attached to their arms and legs and strapped over their chests.
Where do you get these ideas, Mr. Potter?
A strange old shop in Oxford, and I'm never shopping there again.
Thud. Chapter 67. Self-Actualization, Part 2. In the high reaches of Hogwarts, where rooms and corridors changed on a daily basis, where the territory itself was uncertain, and not just the map, where the stability of the castle began to fray into dreams and chaos without changing its architectural structure or apparent solidity. In the high reaches of Hogwarts, a battle would soon be fought. The presence of so many students would stabilize the corridors for a time by dint of constant observation. The rooms and corridors of Hogwarts sometimes moved even while people looked directly at them, but they wouldn't change. Even after 8 centuries, Hogwarts was still a little shy about changing in front of people. But despite that transient permanence, the defense professor had said, the upper reaches of Hogwarts still had military realism. You had to learn the ground anew each time and check every closet for secret corridors all over again. Sunday it was. Sunday, the 1st of March. Professor Quirrell had recovered enough to supervise battles once more, and they were all catching up on the backlog. The Dragon General, Draco Malfoy, watched 2 compasses he held in either hand. One compass was the colour of the sun, and the other had a multicoloured, iridescent sheen to indicate chaos. The other 2 generals, Draco knew, had been given their own compasses. Only Hermione Granger's hand and Harry Potter's hand would hold a compass that was orange-red and flickered in its reflections like fire, pointing always to the direction of the largest active contingent of Dragon Army. Without those compasses, they might have searched for days and never found each other, which was a territorial hazard of fighting in the upper levels of Hogwarts. Draco had a bad feeling about what would happen when Dragon Army found the Chaos Legion. Harry Potter had changed since Bellatrix Black had escaped. The air of Slytherin had begun to seem truly lordly now. And how had Professor Quirrell known that would happen? Draco would have felt a lot better with Hermione Granger standing alongside him with her 23 Sunshine soldiers in tow. But no, the Sunshine General was being stupidly proud and refusing to accept aid against General Potter. She wanted to take down Potter herself, she'd told him. The noble and most ancient house of Malfoy had maintained their influence over Britain for centuries by understanding that you couldn't always be the most powerful. Sometimes another lord was just stronger, and you had to settle for merely being his foremost lieutenant. You could build up quite a position of wealth and power over a dozen generations of being second in command. You just had to be careful each time not to let your house be dragged down with the fall of the lord you served. That was the Malfoy tradition which centuries of experience had honed. And so, Father had thoroughly explained to Draco that if he ran into someone who was obviously stronger than him, Draco was not to resent this and not to deny it, and not to throw a tantrum that could sabotage his potential position. But Draco was to make sure that his place in the next generation's power structure wasn't any lower than second. Granger, apparently, had never gotten this lecture from her own parents, and was still in denial about the obvious fact that Harry Potter was becoming stronger than her. So, Draco had secretly met with Captain Goldstein and Captain Bones and Captain Macmillan, and they had agreed to all do their best to make sure that Dragon and Sunshine didn't engage each other before they engaged the larger threat of chaos. It wasn't really violating the agreement against traitors. You weren't soliciting traitors if you honestly meant to help the other army. A high, ringing tone belled through the corridors to signal the start of the battle, and a moment later Draco shouted, "Go!" and the dragons started running. It would tire his soldiers. It would cost them something, even after they stopped and caught their breath, but they had to put chaos directly between themselves and the Sunshine Regiment. Harry and Neville walked at a leisurely pace through the corridors, Harry watching the yellow-golden compass that pointed toward the location of the Sunshine Regiment, and Neville keeping a lookout just in case they ran into someone else. Their footsteps sounded a bit thumpy, if you listened closely.
"So,"
the chaotic lieutenant said after a while,
"that's why you had us practice dueling with all that weight strapped on."
Harry nodded, keeping his eyes on the compass that led to Sunshine. If the apparent direction started to change quickly, then they were getting close.
"I didn't want to say anything in front of the others, but a couple of weeks isn't a lot of time to put on extra muscle," said Neville. "And the balance is different, and I think this weighs more, actually. And doesn't this count as transfiguring a Muggle artifact?" "No," Harry said. "I checked that in advance. You can see it in Hogwarts statues, so some wizards used to wear it, even if they were just being fashionable for the Dark Ages."
And since nobody would ever try this if they weren't fighting first-year students using weak spells like the Sleep Hex, it didn't count as giving away good ideas either. They came to a Y intersection, An annoying one, neither corridor bent in quite the right way to take them on a direct intercept course toward where Sunshine would go as they followed the Chaos Legion following Dragon Army. So Harry chose what seemed like the better of the two options, and Neville followed.
"We'd better try a quick silencing charm on this stuff when we get close," Neville said. "It's kind of noisy. They might figure it out."
Harry nodded and then said,
"A good idea,"
in case Neville hadn't been looking at him. They trudged on through the stone-floored corridor of the upper reaches of Hogwarts, lit by windows of plain glass or stained glass, now and then passing statues of witches and dragons, and even the occasional wizard knight in plate armour or chainmail. The Sunshine Soldiers were striding through a long, wide corridor with their wands out and pointed. They couldn't use the prismatic shield while they were manoeuvring, but Parvati Patil and Jenny Rustad were currently maintaining Contagos around the officer group, who would be the first targets of any ambush. Their tactic for the next battle, she and her officers had decided, would be to mix directly in with the enemy soldiers as fast as possible. After having practiced among themselves how to support one another, avoid hitting each other, and get into positions where enemy soldiers would hesitate to fire. They'd only gotten in 4 hours' practice, but she thought her troops would already be better at that kind of mixed-in fighting than soldiers who hadn't practiced at all. It seemed like the sort of tactic Chaos would use, but they hadn't actually used it yet. It was a good strategy, she believed, and yet still, no matter how much she'd lectured her soldiers, they'd persisted in whispering fearful rumours about what Harry and Neville were learning to do. Finally, she had gone off and talked with Captain Goldstein, who understood things like troop morale, and Anthony had suggested. "That's weird," Captain Macmillan spoke up suddenly, frowning at the fiery and iridescent compass he held in either hand. Ernie was, as Harry would have termed it, good at spatial visualization, and so had been designated to hold both compasses and try to figure out what their enemies were doing.
"I think Dragon's not moving fast anymore. I think they got on the other side of Chaos from us first, and it looks like Chaos is moving to attack them instead of trying to maneuver out from in between."
Hermione frowned, trying to understand, and she saw similar frowns on the faces of Anthony and Ron. If Chaos and Dragon attacked each other straight out and spent all their forces fighting each other, that was practically conceding the battle to Sunshine.
"Butter thinks we're allied, so he's attacking Malfoy now, before Dragon can link up with us,"
said Blaise Zabini from the common ranks of soldiers.
"Or Potter just thinks he can beat both armies in a row, if he attacks them separately."
The Slytherin boy gave a condescending sigh.
Are you going to promote me back to officer now? You lot are hopeless without me, you know."
They all ignored the talking noises coming from Zabini's mouth.
"Are we still moving in the right direction?"
said Anthony.
"Yeah,"
said Ernie.
"We getting close to 'em?"
said Ron.
"Not yet."
That was when the huge black wooden doors at the end of the corridor flew open and crashed into the wall, revealing 2 figures, almost completely enveloped in grey cloaks. Grey cloth stretched over their faces beneath the grey hoods, one of those figures already raising a wand and pointing it directly at her. And then the face of the game changed drastically as Harry's voice, high and strained with the effort, screamed the word,
"Stupefy!"
The dueling grade stunner blasted toward her. She was so shocked that she didn't start to move until almost too late as the red jet of light smashed right through the Contago shield to their front and she just barely dodged. There was a tingle on her arm as the red light went past her, and she saw out of the corner of her eye Susan getting hit and blown off her feet into Ron.
"Somnium!"
bellowed Anthony's voice, followed a moment later by a dozen voices crying,
"Somnium!"
Hermione frantically pushed herself to her feet, and, as she rose, she saw the two figures in the grey cloaks just standing there. You couldn't see sleep hexes, the spell was too weak, but there was no way they all could have missed.
"Stupefy!"
shrieked the voice of Neville Longbottom, and another red jet shot at her. She fell in an undignified heap as she desperately twisted out of the way, and when she scrambled up, panting, she saw that this time the stun bolt had gotten Ron where he'd been rising from the ground.
"Hello there, sunshine,"
said Harry's voice from beneath his hood.
"We're the Grey Knights of Chaos,"
said Neville's voice.
"We'll be your opponents for this battle,"
said Harry's voice.
"While Chaos's other army slaughters the dragons. And by the way,"
said Neville's voice,
"we're invincible."
The two boys in their grey cloaks and robes, grey cloth over their faces, stood facing Sunshine's entire army, seemingly unfazed by a dozen sleep hexes. Daphne heard a soft sigh from beside her, and when her head turned, she saw that Hannah's lips were parted, and the Hufflepuff girl's eyes were huge, and she was staring at... It would have been hard to describe the jumble of thoughts that flashed through Daphne's mind as she realised that Hannah was staring at Neville rather than Harry, which in turn seemed to trigger some part of her into noticing that, in point of fact, Neville had been getting pretty interesting lately, as boys went. In fact, right now, the last scion of Longbottom was seemingly downright cool, and something woke up inside her, and her own lips parted, and everything the lady, her mother, had ever instructed her about demure demeanours and flattery and scented shampoo blew straight out of her mind so hard it should have fluffed her hair about her ears, because she'd watched Hermione and Harry, and she knew how she wanted her own courtship to go. Her lady mother had also recently instructed her on a few spells it might be embarrassing not to know if you belonged to the noble and most ancient house of Greengrass. Daphne's wand swung to point to her left, and she shouted, "Tanara!" The wand went over her head, and she spoke the incantation, "Revarum Caravaria!" And finally she grasped her wand in both hands and shrieked, "Luxus Gladius!" The huge magical drain almost sent her to her knees, but she bore it, and when the blazing shape had fully formed and stabilized, the drain was a little less. Still, she had a feeling she'd better not try to fight with this for long. That everyone was staring at her went quite without saying, and she should have leapt forward to confront Neville with her hair billowing around her, but it was all she could do to walk forward steadily to level her most ancient blade at Neville Longbottom. That everyone moved aside and made way for her also went without saying. "I hight Daphne of the noble and most ancient house of Greengrass," she cried. "Greengrass of Sunshine!" The dueling forms had gone completely out of her mind. She'd seen enough plays to remember death challenges and blood challenges, but she couldn't remember at all what was appropriate for this. She just pointed the incandescent sword toward the object of her crush and yelled, "Let's see what you got, Nevy!" Once again, Harry's voice shrieked,
"Stupefy!"
And later on, when she was remembering this, she could never quite believe she'd managed to do it. But she slashed out with her blade of light like it was a beater's bat and hit the stun bolt back at Harry, who just barely managed to twist out of the way.
"Tanara!"
shouted Neville of the noble and most ancient house of Longbottom.
"Ravarum! Calvaria! Lucas! Gladius!"
For a few seconds, no one did anything but stare at Neville and Daphne as they started whacking at each other. They were both moving slowly, and Hermione guessed that the spell was taking a lot of strength out of them. It wasn't very impressive by comparison, if you were a Muggleborn and you'd watched certain movies, but you still had to give them extra credit for using lightsabers at all.
"A point of order,"
said Harry's voice.
"I know the defense professor is watching, but I still have to ask. Does anyone know whether they'll slice each other in half if they actually hit—"
"No,"
Hermione said absently. This had been in one of her history books, though she had no idea the magical dueling sword looked like that.
"They cast it so it'll only stun if it touches."
"You know that spell?"
"Oh, no. It's the charm of the most ancient blade. It's only legal for noble and most ancient houses to use."
Hermione stopped talking and looked at Harry, or Harry's grey hood, rather.
"Well,"
said Harry's voice,
"I guess I could take down the rest of the Sunshine Regiment by myself, then."
She couldn't see his face, but his voice sounded like he was smiling.
"You dodged when Daphne hit your own spell back at you,"
Hermione said.
"So whatever you did, you're not invincible. A stupefy can still get you."
"Interesting theory,"
said Harry's voice from beneath the hood.
"Got anyone in your army who can test it?"
"I read about the stunning hex once,"
said Hermione.
"A few months ago. I wonder if I can remember the instructions right."
Her wand came up to point at Harry. There was a slight pause, as nearby a boy and a girl, breathing in audible gasps, slowly whacked at each other with lightsabers.
"Of course,"
Harry said, levelling his own wand on her.
"I can just use Somnium on you. That'll take a lot less effort."
New Contago shield sprung into existence in front of her, cast by Jenny and Pavati, even as Harry spoke. The tip of Hermione's own wand began making small motions in the air. A diamond within a circle, a diamond within a circle, rehearsing the gesture to match exactly what she remembered seeing in the book. It would be a difficult feat, even for her, but she had to cast the spell right on the first try. She couldn't afford any failed castings that would sap her energy.
"You know,"
said Hermione Granger,
"I understand it's not really your fault, but I'm getting tired of hearing people talk about the boy who lived like you're some kind of god or something."
"Same here, I must say,"
said Harry Potter.
"It's sad how people keep underestimating me."
Her wand kept rehearsing the diamond within the circle, over and over. Harry would be recharging his own strength, she knew, even as she practiced as much as she could before her attack.
"I'm starting to think you need taking down a peg, General Chaos."
"You could be right,"
Harry said equably. His feet began to shuffle through what she recognized as a duelist's stance.
"Unfortunately, there's nothing left that can defeat me now except another Harry Potter."
"Let me be specific, Mr. Potter. I'm taking you down a peg."
You and what other army?
You think you're pretty cool, don't you?
said Hermione.
Why, yes,
said Harry.
Yes, I do. Some might call that arrogant. But am I supposed to be the last person in Hogwarts to notice how awesome I am?
Hermione raised her left hand into the air and made a fist. It was a signal. 8 designated soldiers in her army would be pointing their wands at her and quietly casting Wingardium Leviosa. They'd practiced this too, once Hermione had given up on lecturing her soldiers and, at Anthony's suggestion, tried giving them a sunshine general who looked like she could defeat invincible enemies.
You pretend you're Superman,
said Hermione. She raised her left fist higher in the air, and the 8 soldiers supporting her hovered her off the ground.
Well, here's Super Hermione!
Her hand pushed forward, and as she shot rapidly through the air toward Harry, regretting only that she couldn't see the look on his face, her wand made a diamond within a circle, and she summoned up all the magic she could. It felt like she imagined touching a live wire would feel as the too powerful spell poured through her when her voice screamed, "Stupefy!" The red bolt burst from her wand, perfectly formed. Harry dodged it. And then, because they hadn't practiced doing this part inside of hallways, she crashed into a wall. "Somnium!" shrieked Draco, and then, after only a few seconds to recharge, "Somnium, curse you!" He knew he was hitting Theodore. The other boy wasn't even trying to dodge, but the Scion of Not only grinned as evilly as his father and levelled his wand. Draco managed to leap aside just as Theodore said, "Somnium!" But Draco was getting winded. He couldn't keep this up. Theodore wasn't bothering to dodge at all, while Draco had to keep moving. This was crazy. He had enough strength now to fire again, but
stupidity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result,
Harry had said. This was Harry's work somehow. It couldn't be a Muggle artifact anymore, but Draco couldn't figure out what it could be, and he should be thinking of hypotheses and ways to test them, but he was too busy frantically dodging as Theodore laughed and shot another sleep hex at him. Draco felt a little numbness in his side that time as he twisted. That had been a very, very near miss. And finally, Draco couldn't take it anymore. He didn't bother working out what theory he was testing or why, as he just... "Luminos!" shouted Draco, and Theodore was haloed in red light. "Dulac!" And it went out again. So, Theodore was still being affected by magic. Expelliarmus! And Theodore's wand went flying. That had been a good spell to cast anyway, now that Draco realised it. But Theodore was rushing toward Draco with his arms outstretched to grapple, so Draco yelled, "Flipendo!" And the other boy's feet were abruptly yanked up. And Theodore's back hit the ground with a surprisingly loud and metallic-sounding crash. Draco's vision was swimming now from casting 4 spells in such fast succession, and Theodore was already scrambling to his feet, so there wasn't even time to think in words, but Draco still managed to say, "Somnium!" And this time he aimed for Theodore's face instead of the chest. Theodore dodged. He dodged, and the boy shouted, "Code 7 on Malfoy!" "Prismatis!" cried Padma's voice, and there was suddenly a shimmering rainbow wall in front of Draco, just as 4 chaotic voices cried, Somnium! And there was a pause as everyone looked at the huge prismatic sphere protecting the remnants of Dragon Army. Casting that fifth spell had sent Draco to his hands and knees, but he looked up and managed to say, as clearly as he could, "If the sleep hex doesn't work, aim for the face. I think the lieutenants are wearing metal shirts."
"You've already lost too many soldiers,"
Finnegan said loudly from across the barrier.
"We'll beat you anyway."
And then the Gryffindor boy laughed evilly. He did the evil laughter almost as well as Harry Potter by now, and the other chaotic legionnaires started laughing with him soon afterward. Draco could see from the corner of his eye where Gregory and Vincent lay unconscious. Padma was still sustaining the prismatic sphere, the largest one he'd ever seen her cast, but she was breathing hard, still visibly sweating from when they'd all jogged to get into position. The Ravenclaw girl was a strong witch, but not an athletic one. He really hoped General Granger got here soon and hit Chaos from behind. General Potter and Neville of Chaos were missing, and Draco could guess where they'd gone. But 2 soldiers couldn't delay the whole Sunshine Regiment for too long all by themselves, could they? She knew it wasn't fair, that the other girl had given all she could, but Hermione still wished that Daphne had lasted longer.
"Lagan!"
said Neville's voice from behind her as she flew, and there was the sound of a prismatic wall shattering. Hannah's voice desperately cried, "Somnium!" And then a few moments later, Neville's voice calmly said, "Somnium!" And there was a thud of another of her soldiers falling over. And the force keeping her in the air diminished again. Hermione could feel the grab of the hover charms straining at her. But now it just wasn't enough. Her flight stopped and she began falling in slow motion toward the ground, and she should have signalled her soldiers to just drop her. But she was too angry and confused and not thinking fast enough and still trying to muster the strength for one last stunning hex. And so there was nowhere to go when Harry pointed his wand at her and said, "Somnium!" And that was the last word that Hermione Granger heard of her battle. Chapter 68. Self-Actualization, Part 3. Hermione wasn't feeling very nice right now, or good either. There was a hot ball of anger burning inside her, and she wondered if this was something like Harry's darkness, though it probably wasn't even close, and she shouldn't have felt that way over some silly little game, but her whole army. 2 soldiers had beaten her whole army. That was what she'd been told after she woke up. It was a little too much. "Well," Professor Quirrell said. From close up, the defense professor didn't look quite as healthy as he had the last time she'd been in his office. His skin looked paler, and he moved a little slower. His expression was as stern as ever, and his gaze as penetrating. His fingers tapped sharply on his desk. Rap, rap. "I would guess that of the 3 of you, only Mr. Malfoy has guessed why I've asked you here."
"Something to do with noble and most ancient houses,"
said Harry from beside her, sounding puzzled.
"I didn't violate some kind of crazy law by firing on Daphne, did I?"
"Not quite," the man said with heavy irony. "Since Miss Greengrass did not invoke the correct dueling forms, she is not entitled to demand that you be stripped of your house name, although, of course, I would not have permitted a formal duel." Wars do not respect such rules." The defense professor leaned forward and rested his chin on steepled hands, as though sitting upright had already tired him. His eyes gazed at them, sharp and dangerous. "General Malfoy, why did I call you here?" "General Potter against the two of us isn't a fair fight anymore," Draco Malfoy said in a quiet voice.
"What?"
blurted Hermione.
"We almost had them, if Daphne hadn't fainted."
"Miss Greengrass did not faint from magical exhaustion," Professor Quirrell said dryly. "Mr. Potter shot her in the back with a sleep hex, while your soldiers were distracted by the sight of their general flying into a wall. But congratulations nonetheless, Miss Granger, on almost defeating 2 chaotic legionnaires with a mere 24 sunshine soldiers." The blood flaming in her cheeks grew a little hotter.
That was just... if I'd only figured out he was wearing armor."
Professor Quirrell gazed at her from over touched fingers. "Of course there are ways you could have won, Miss Granger. There always are, in every lost battle. The world around us redounds with opportunities, explodes with opportunities, which nearly all folk ignore because it would require them to violate a habit of thought. In every battle, 1,000 Hufflepuff bones waiting to be sharpened into spears. If you had thought to try a massed finite incantatem on general principles, you would have dispelled Mr. Potter's suit of chainmail and everything else he was wearing except his underwear, which leads me to suspect that Mr. Potter did not quite realize his own vulnerability. Or you could have your soldiers swarm Mr. Potter and Mr. Longbottom and physically wrest their wands from their hands. Mr. Malfoy's own response was not what I would term well-reasoned, but at least he did not wholly ignore his 1,000 alternatives." A sardonic smile. "But you, Miss Granger, had the misfortune to remember how to cast the stunning hex, and so you did not search your excellent memory for a dozen easier spells that might have proved efficacious. And you pinned all your army's hopes on your own person, so they lost spirit when you fell. Afterward, they continued to cast their futile sleep hexes, governed by the habits of fighting that had been trained into them, unable to break the pattern as Mr. Malfoy did. I cannot quite comprehend what goes through people's minds when they repeat the same failed strategy over and over. But apparently it is an astonishingly rare realization that you can try something else. And so the Sunshine Regiment was wiped out by 2 soldiers." The defense professor grinned mirthlessly. "One perceives certain similarities to how 50 Death Eaters dominated all of magical Britain, and how our much-loved ministry continues in its rule." The defense professor sighed. "Nonetheless, Miss Granger, the fact remains that this is not the first such defeat for you. In the previous battle, you and Mr. Malfoy united your forces, and yet you were fought to a standstill, so that you and Mr. Malfoy had to pursue Mr. Potter onto the roof. The Chaos Legion has now demonstrated, twice in succession, military strength equal to both other armies combined."
This leaves me no choice. General Potter, you will select 8 soldiers from your army, including at least 1 chaotic lieutenant, to be divided among Dragon Army and the Sunshine Regiment.
What?
Hermione burst out again. She glanced over at the other generals and saw that Harry looked as shocked as her, while Draco Malfoy only looked resigned.
General Potter is stronger than both of you together,
Professor Quirrell said with calm precision.
Your contest is over. He has won, and it is time to rebalance the 3 armies to present him with a renewed challenge.
Professor Quirrell, said Harry, I didn't...
This is my decision as the Professor of Battle Magic at the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and it is not subject to negotiation.
The words were still precise, but the look in Professor Quirrell's eyes chilled Hermione's blood, even though he was glaring at Harry, and not at her.
And I find it suspicious, Mr. Potter, that the moment you wished to isolate Miss Granger and Mr. Malfoy and force them to chase you onto the roof, you were able to annihilate just exactly as much of their united force as you pleased. Indeed, that is the level of performance I expected of you since the start of this year, and I am annoyed to discover that you have been holding back in my classes this entire time. I have seen what you can truly do, Mr. Potter. You are far beyond the point where Mr. Malfoy or Miss Granger can fight you on an equal level, and you will not be permitted to pretend otherwise. This, Mr. Potter, I tell you in my capacity as your professor. For you to learn to your full potential, you must exercise your full abilities and not hold back for any reason. Particularly, not childish frets over what your friends might think.
She left the defense professor's office with a larger army and less dignity, and feeling a lot like a sad little bug that had just been squished, and trying very, very hard not to cry.
I wasn't holding back,
Harry said as soon as they turned the first corner away from Professor Quirrell's office, the moment the wooden door faded out of sight behind the stone walls.
I wasn't pretending. I never let either of you win.
She didn't answer. Couldn't answer. It would all break loose if she tried to say a word.
Really?
Said Draco Malfoy. The Dragon General still had that air of resignation.
Because Quirrell's right, you know. It's suspicious that you could beat nearly everyone in both armies as soon as you wanted to make us chase you onto the roof. And didn't you say something then, Potter, about us needing to beat you when you were fighting for real?
The burning sensation was creeping up her throat, and when it reached her eyes she would burst into tears, and from then on she would just be a crying little girl to both of them.
That,
Harry's voice said urgently. She wasn't looking at him, but his voice sounded like he had his head turned toward her.
That was... I tried a lot harder that time. There was an important reason. I had to, so I used a whole bunch of tricks I'd been saving up and...
She had always been trying her hardest, every time.
And I let out a side of myself I wouldn't usually use for something like a defense class.
So, if she ever got close to winning against Harry when it really mattered, he could just go into his dark side and crush her. Was that it? Of course it was. She couldn't even look Harry in the eyes when he was being scary. How had she ever thought she could beat him for real? The corridor forked, and Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy went left toward a staircase that climbed to the second floor, and she went right instead. She didn't even know where that passage went, but right now she'd rather be lost in the castle.
Excuse me, Draco,
said Harry's voice, and then there was a pattering of footsteps behind her.
Leave me alone,
she said. It came out sounding stern, but then she had to shut her mouth and press her lips together tightly and hold her breath to stop it all from coming out. That boy just kept on coming and ran around her and put himself in front of her because he was stupid that way, and Harry said, his voice now a high and desperate whisper,
I didn't run away when you were beating me in all my classes except broomstick riding.
He didn't understand, and he would never understand. Harry Potter would never understand because no matter what contest he lost, he would still be the boy who lived. If you were Harry Potter and Hermione Granger was beating you, then it meant everyone was expecting you to rise to the challenge. If you were Hermione Granger and Harry Potter was beating you, that meant you were just no one.
It's not fair,
she said. Her voice was shaking, but she wasn't crying yet. Not yet.
I shouldn't have to fight your dark side.
I'm only 12. That was what she thought then.
I only used my dark side once, and that was when I had to. So, today you beat my whole army, being just Harry.
She still wasn't crying yet, and she wondered what her face looked like right now. If she looked like an angry Hermione or a sad one. Harry said. His voice got a little lower.
I wasn't really expecting to win that time. I know I said I was invincible, but that was just to try to scare you. I really just thought we'd slow you down for a bit.
She started walking again, walked right past him, and as she passed, Harry's face tightened up like he was going to cry.
Is Professor Quirrell right?
Came a high, desperate whisper from behind her.
If I have you for a friend, will I always be afraid to do better because I know it will hurt your feelings? That's not fair, Hermione.
She took a breath and held it and ran, her feet pattering across the stone as fast as they could, running as fast as she dared with her vision all blurry, ran so that no one would hear her, and this time Harry didn't follow. Minerva was going over the Transfiguration parchment due Monday, and had just marked down to negative 200 points a fifth-year parchment with an error that could have potentially killed someone. During her first year as a professor, she'd been indignant at the folly of older students. Now she was just resigned. Some people not only never learned, they never noticed that they were hopeless. They stayed bright and eager and kept on trying. Sometimes they believed you when you told them, before they left Hogwarts, that they must never try anything unusual, give up free transfiguration, and use the art only through established charms. And sometimes they didn't. She was in the middle of trying to unravel a particularly convoluted answer when a knock at the door disrupted her thoughts. And it wasn't her office hours, but it had only taken a very short time as head of Gryffindor House for her to learn to suspend judgment. You could always deduct house points afterward.
Come in,
she said in a crisp voice. The young girl who entered her office had clearly been crying, and then afterward had washed her face in hopes it wouldn't show.
Miss Granger,
said Professor McGonagall. It had taken her a moment to recognize that face, with its eyes reddened and cheeks puffed.
What happened?
Professor,
said the young girl in a wavering voice.
You said that if I was ever worried or uncomfortable about anything, I should come to you at once.
Yes,
said Professor McGonagall.
No, what happened?
The girl started to explain. Hermione stood still, and the stairs turned around her, a revolving helix that shouldn't have taken her anywhere at all, and instead bore her continuously upward. Hermione thought it seemed like the enchantment of the endless stair, which had been invented in 1733 by the wizard Aram Sabeti, who lived on top of Mount Everest in the days when no muggles could climb it. Only that couldn't be right, because Hogwarts was much older. Maybe the enchantment had been reinvented? She should have been frightened. Should have been nervous about her second meeting with the headmaster. She was, in fact, frightened and nervous about her second meeting with the headmaster. Only Hermione Granger had been thinking. She'd been thinking a lot, after she hadn't been able to run any further and had slid down against the wall with her lungs on fire, thinking while she curled up in a ball with her back against the chilly stone wall and her legs drawn up and crying. Even if she lost to Harry Potter, she was never, ever going to lose to Draco Malfoy. That was just totally, absolutely unacceptable, and Professor Quirrell had praised General Malfoy for not ignoring his 1,000 alternatives. And so, after Hermione had cried herself out, she had thought of 14 other spells she should have tried against Harry and Neville, and then she'd started wondering if she might be making the same sort of mistake about other things. And that was how she'd ended up knocking on Professor McGonagall's door. Not asking for help. Right now, Hermione didn't have any plans she could ask for help with. Just telling Professor McGonagall everything. Because, when she'd thought of it, that had seemed like one of the 1,000 alternatives that Professor Quirrell had been talking about. And she told Professor McGonagall about how Harry Potter had changed since the day the Phoenix had been on his shoulder, and about how people more and more seemed to see her as just something of Harry's, and how it seemed like Harry was pulling farther and farther away from everyone else in their school year, and went around with a sad air sometimes, like he was losing something. And she didn't know what to do anymore. And Professor McGonagall had told her that they needed to talk to the headmaster. And Hermione had felt worried. But then the thought had come to her that Harry Potter wouldn't have been scared of the headmaster. Harry Potter would have just barged ahead doing whatever he was trying to do. Maybe the thought had come to her. It was worth trying to be like that, not being scared, just doing whatever and seeing what happened to her. It couldn't really be worse. The endless stair stopped turning. The great oaken door in front of them with the brass griffin knocker opened without being touched. Behind a black oaken desk with dozens of drawers facing in every direction, looking like it had drawers set inside other drawers, was the silver-bearded headmaster of Hogwarts upon his throne, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, into whose gently twinkling eyes Hermione looked for around 3 seconds before she was distracted by all the other things in the room. Some time later, she wasn't sure how long, but it was while she was trying to count the number of things in the room for the 3rd time, and still not getting the same answer, even though her memory insisted that nothing had been added or removed, the headmaster cleared his throat and said,
Miss Granger.
Hermione's head snapped around, and she felt a little heat in her cheeks, but Dumbledore didn't appear annoyed with her at all, only serene, and with an inquiring look in those mild, half-glassed eyes.
Hermione?
Said Professor McGonagall. The older witch's voice was gentle, and her hand rested reassuringly on Hermione's shoulder.
Please tell the headmaster what you said to me about Harry.
Hermione began speaking. Despite her newfound resolution, her voice still stumbled a little with the nervousness, as she described how Harry had changed in the last few weeks since Fawkes had been on his shoulder. When she was done, there was a pause, and then the headmaster sighed.
I am sorry, Hermione Granger,
said Dumbledore. Those blue eyes had grown sadder as she spoke.
That is unfortunate, but I cannot say it is unexpected. That is a hero's burden, which you see.
A hero?
Said Hermione. She looked up nervously at Professor McGonagall and saw that the Transfiguration Professor's face had grown tight, though her hand still squeezed Hermione's shoulder reassuringly.
Yes, said Dumbledore. I was a hero myself once, before I was a mysterious old wizard, in the days when I opposed Grindelwald. You have read history books, Miss Granger?
Hermione nodded.
Well, said Dumbledore, that is what heroes have to do, Miss Granger. They have their tasks, and they must grow strong to accomplish them, and that is what you see happening to Harry. If there is anything that can be done to gentle his pathway, then you will be the one to do it, and not I. For I am not Harry's friend, alas, but only his mysterious old wizard.
Said Hermione.
I'm not sure I still want to be.
Her voice stopped. It seemed too awful to say aloud. Dumbledore closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he looked a little older than before.
No one can stop you, Miss Granger, if you choose to stop being Harry's friend. As for what it would do to him, you may know that better than I.
That doesn't seem fair,
Hermione said, her voice trembling.
That I've got to be Harry's friend because he's got no one else. That doesn't seem fair.
Being a friend is not something you can be forced to, Miss Granger.
The blue eyes seemed to look right through her.
The feelings are there, or they are not. If they are there, you can accept them or deny them. You are Harry's friend, and choosing to deny it would wound him terribly, perhaps beyond healing. But, Miss Granger, what would drive you to such extremes?
She couldn't find words. She'd never been able to find words.
If you get too near Harry, you get swallowed up, and no one sees you anymore. You're just something of his. Everyone thinks the whole world revolves around him, and...
She didn't have the words. The old wizard nodded slowly.
It is indeed an unjust world we live in, Miss Granger. All the world knows that it is I who defeated Grindelwald, and fewer remember Elizabeth Beckett, who died opening the way so I could pass through. And yet, she is remembered. Harry Potter is the hero of this play, Miss Granger. The world does revolve around him. He is destined for great things, and I ween that in time the name of Albus Dumbledore will be remembered as Harry Potter's mysterious old wizard, more than for anything else I have done. And perhaps the name of Hermione Granger will be remembered as his companion, if you prove worthy of it in your day. For this I tell you true, never will you find more glory on your own than in Harry Potter's company.
Hermione shook her head rapidly.
But that's not...
She'd known she wouldn't be able to explain.
It's not about glory. It's about being something that belongs to someone else.
So, you think you would rather be the hero?
The old wizard sighed.
Oh, Miss Granger, I have been a hero and a leader, and I would have been 1,000 times happier if I could have belonged to someone like Harry Potter. Someone made of sterner stuff than I, to make the hard decisions, and yet worthy to lead me. I thought once that I knew such a man, but I was mistaken. Miss Granger, you have no idea at all how fortunate are those like you compared to heroes.
The hot, burning feeling was creeping up her throat again, along with helplessness. She didn't understand why Professor McGonagall had brought her here if the headmaster wasn't going to help, and from a glance at Professor McGonagall's face, it looked like Professor McGonagall also wasn't sure now that it had been a good idea.
I don't want to be a hero,
said Hermione Granger.
I don't want to be a hero's companion. I just want to be me.
The thought came to her a few seconds later that maybe she did, in fact, want to be a hero, but she decided not to change what she'd said.
Ah, said the old wizard. That is a tall order, Miss Granger.
Dumbledore rose from his throne, stepped out beside his desk, and pointed to a symbol on the wall, so ubiquitous that Hermione's eyes had glossed right over it. A faded shield on which was inscribed the heraldry of Hogwarts, the lion and snake and badger and raven, and in Latin engraved words whose point she had never understood. Then, as she realized where that shield was and how old it looked, it suddenly occurred to Hermione that this might be the original.
A Hufflepuff would say,
said Dumbledore, tapping his finger on the faded badger and making Hermione wince for the sacrilege, if it was the original,
that people fail to become who they are meant to be because they are too lazy to put in all the work involved. A Ravenclaw,
tapping the raven,
would repeat those words that the wise know to be far older than Socrates. Know thyself, and say that people fail to become who they are meant to be through ignorance and lack of thought. And Salazar Slytherin,
Dumbledore frowned as his finger tapped the faded snake.
Why, he said that we become who we are meant to be by following our desires, wherever they lead. Perhaps he would say that people fail to become themselves because they refuse to do what is necessary to achieve their ambitions. But then one notes that nearly all of the dark wizards to come out of Hogwarts have been Slytherins. Did they become what they were meant to be? I think not.
Dumbledore's finger tapped the lion, and then he turned toward her.
Tell me, Miss Granger, what would a Gryffindor say? I do not need to ask whether the Sorting Hat offered you that house.
It didn't seem like a hard question.
A Gryffindor would say that people don't become who they should be because they're afraid.
Most people are afraid, Miss Granger, said the old wizard. They live their whole lives circumscribed by crippling fear that cuts off everything they might accomplish, everything they might become. Fear of saying or doing the wrong thing, fear of losing their mere possessions, fear of death, and above all, the fear of what other people will think of them. Such fear is a most terrible thing, Miss Granger, and it is terribly important to know that. But it is not what Godric Gryffindor would have said. People become who they are meant to be, Miss Granger, by doing what is right. By doing what is right.
The old wizard's voice was gentle.
So, tell me, Miss Granger, what seems to you like the right choice? For that is who you truly are, and wherever that path leads, that is who you are meant to become.
There was a long space filled with the sounds of things that could not be counted. She thought about it, because she was a Ravenclaw.
I don't think it's right,
Hermione said slowly,
for someone to have to live inside someone else's shadow like that.
Many things in the world are not right, said the old wizard. The question is, what is right for you to do about them? Hermione Granger, I shall be less subtle than is usual for a mysterious old wizard, and tell you outright that you cannot imagine how badly things could go if the events surrounding Harry Potter turn to ill. His quest is a matter you would not even dream of walking away from if you knew.
What quest?
Said Hermione. Her voice was trembling because it was very clear what answer the headmaster was looking for, and she didn't want to give it.
What happened to Harry back then? Why was Fawkes on his shoulder?
He grew up, said the wizard.
His eyes blinked several times beneath the half-moon glasses, and his face suddenly looked very lined.
You see, Miss Granger, people do not grow up because of time. People grow up when they are placed in grown-up situations. That is what happened to Harry Potter that Saturday. He was told, you are not to share this information with anyone, you understand. he was told that he would have to fight someone. I cannot tell you who. I cannot tell you why. But that is what happened to him, and why he needs his friends."
There was a pause.
"Bellatrix Black?"
Hermione said. She couldn't have been more shocked if someone had plugged an electrical cord into her ear.
"You're going to make Harry fight Bellatrix Black?"
"No," said the old wizard. "Not her. I cannot tell you who or why."
She thought about it some more.
"Is there any way I can keep up with Harry?"
said Hermione.
"I mean, I'm not saying it's what I'll do, but if he needs friends, then can we be equal friends? Can I be a hero too?"
"Ah,"
said the old wizard and smiled.
"Only you can decide that, Miss Granger."
"But you're not going to help me, like you're helping Harry?"
The old wizard shook his head.
"I have helped him little enough, Miss Granger. And if you're asking me for a quest—"
The old wizard smiled again, rather wryly.
"Miss Granger, you are in your first year of Hogwarts. Do not be too eager to grow up. There will be time enough for that later."
"I'm 12. Harry's 11.
"Harry Potter is special," said the old wizard. "As you know, Miss Granger."
The blue eyes were suddenly piercing beneath the half-moon glasses, and she was reminded of the day of the Dementor when Dumbledore's voice had said inside her mind that he knew about Harry's dark side. Hermione put up her hand and touched Professor McGonagall's hand, which had stayed strong on her shoulder this whole time, and Hermione said, she was surprised that her voice didn't break,
"I'd like to go now, please."
"Of course,"
said Professor McGonagall, and Hermione felt the hand on her shoulder gently turning her around to face the oaken door.
"Have you chosen your path yet, Hermione Granger?"
said Albus Dumbledore's voice from behind her, even as the door slowly creaked open to reveal the enchantment of the endless stair. She nodded.
"And?"
"Oh,"
she said, her voice stuck.
I'll
She swallowed.
"I'll do what's right."
She didn't say anything else. She couldn't. And then the endless stair began revolving around her once again. Neither she nor Professor McGonagall spoke on the way down. When the flowing stone gargoyles stepped out of their way and the two of them stepped out into the corridors of Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall finally spoke, and she said in a whisper,
"I'm so sorry, Miss Granger. I didn't think the headmaster would say such things to you. I think he's truly forgotten what it's like to be a child."
Hermione glanced back up to her and saw that Professor McGonagall looked like she was about to burst into tears. Only, not really, but there was a tightness in her face that was like that.
"If I want to be a hero too,"
said Hermione.
"If I decided to be a hero too, is there anything you can do to help?"
Professor McGonagall rapidly shook her head and said,
"Miss Granger, I'm not sure the headmaster's wrong about that. You are 12.
"Okay,"
said Hermione, then walked forward a bit.
"Excuse me,"
said Hermione.
"Is it okay if I walk back to the Ravenclaw Tower by myself? I'm sorry, it's not your fault or anything. I just want to be by myself right now."
"Of course, Miss Granger,"
said Professor McGonagall, her voice sounding a little hoarse, and Hermione heard her footsteps stop and then turn around behind her. Hermione Granger walked away. She climbed a flight of stairs, and then another, wondering if there was anyone else in Hogwarts who would give her a chance to be a hero. Professor Flitwick would say the same thing as Professor McGonagall, and even if he didn't, he probably couldn't help. Hermione didn't know who could help. Well, Professor Quirrell would come up with something clever if she used up enough Quirrell points, but she had a feeling that asking him would be a bad idea. That the defense professor couldn't help anyone become the sort of hero that was worth becoming, and that he wouldn't even understand the difference. She had almost gotten to the Ravenclaw Tower when she saw the flash of gold. Chapter 69. Self-Actualization, Part 4. It was out of the corner of her eye that Hermione Granger saw it. A reflection on the polished metal of a statue at the junction of two corridors. A flash of gold, a flash of red, something like an image of fire. Just for a moment, she saw it, and then it was gone. She paused, puzzled, and she almost walked away. But there had been something familiar about that brief glow. Hermione walked forward to where the statue had stood, looked at the corridor from which she thought the fiery reflection might have come. Faintly, as though from a faraway place, she heard the cry, the call. Hermione started to run. She ran for a while. Whenever she got to a junction, she would pause, catch as much breath as she could, and then she would see a flash of fire reflected from one direction or another, or hear that distant call. If it hadn't been for her army training, she would have fallen over in exhaustion running like that. She never saw the Phoenix, and then she came to a four-way branch, and there was nothing. No sign. She waited for long seconds, and she heard no cry and saw no fire, and she was only just starting to wonder, with a sick, sad feeling, if she'd imagined the whole thing, when she heard a person cry out. When her rapidly racing feet turned the corner, her mind took in the whole scene at a glance. 3 huge boys in green-trimmed robes already turning to look at her, and one shorter and smaller boy in yellow, who was dangling in the air from one foot held up high by an invisible hand. The Sunshine General didn't even think about it. People who stopped to think didn't spring very good ambushes. Her wand was in her hand, her fingers did the twist, and her lips said, "Somnium!" And the largest bully fell over. The Hufflepuff boy dropped out of the air with a thump, and the other 2 bullies were trying to aim their wands at her, and she said, "Somnium!" again, and another huge boy keeled over. The one who'd been aiming his wand faster, that was who she'd fired at. Unfortunately, casting 2 sleep hexes in a row like that was hard, even for her, and she couldn't get off a third before the last bully shouted, "Protego!" and was surrounded by a shimmering blue glow. 24 hours ago, Hermione would have panicked at that. A real shielding charm would let the bully boy cast spells on her even while he was protected. Now she... "Stupefy!" shouted the bully boy. The crimson bolt blasted toward her with a terrible brilliance, blazing far brighter than any hex that had sprung from Harry's wand. Hermione swayed slightly to the left, and the bolt missed, because the bully's aim hadn't been nearly as good as Harry's, and the thought came to her that maybe bullies and Professor Quirrell's armies didn't mix. "Stupefy!" shouted the bully boy again.
Expelliarmus! Stupefy!
Anyway, now she'd just spent a whole hour thinking of all the other spells she could have cast on Harry and Neville.
Jellify!
Yelled the bully boy, a wide beam jinx with no visible bolt to dodge, and her knees suddenly felt almost too weak to support her. And then, with an angry roar producing an even brighter blaze of crimson,
Stupefy!
She dodged that one by deliberately falling, and by then she'd recovered enough for her next spell, which was...
Glissio!
said Hermione, directing her remark to the floor.
Oh!
said the bully boy, and his feet went out from under him, and he actually dropped his wand. The Protego winked out.
Somnium!
said Hermione. She was still breathing in gasps as she crawled over to where the Hufflepuff boy was sitting up and groaning and rubbing his skull where he'd been dropped head first into the floor. It was a good thing he hadn't been a muggle, Hermione realised, or he might have snapped his neck. She hadn't actually thought of that. Said the boy. His hair was of a colour that would have been called brunette if he was a girl, his eyes an undistinguished brown that somehow seemed just right for Hufflepuff. There weren't any tears on his face, but he looked sort of pale. She pegged him at about 4th year, or 3rd. Then the brown eyes widened as he focused on her. General Sunshine?
Yeah,
she said.
That's me.
If the Hufflepuff boy said anything about her being Harry Potter's love interest, she decided he was going to die. Wow, said the Hufflepuff boy. That was... I saw you on the screens before Christmas, but... Wow! I can't believe you just did that. There was a pause.
I can't believe I just did that,
thought Hermione Granger, who was feeling a little faint all of a sudden. It must have been all that running.
Excuse me,
she said.
Can you angelify my legs?
The boy nodded, pushed himself to his feet and reached inside his robes for his wand. But Hermione had to correct his gesture before the counterjinx worked right. I'm Michael Hopkins, said the boy once Hermione had rolled back to her own feet. He stuck out his hand. Or just Mike, inside Hufflepuff. There aren't any other Mikes in all of Hufflepuff this year. Would you believe it? They shook hands, and Mike said, Anyway, thank you. Hermione wasn't prepared for the rush of euphoria that hit her then. Saving someone like that literally felt better than anything she'd ever felt in her whole life. She turned to look at the bullies. They were very big, and they looked, she thought, around 15 years old. And she was suddenly realising just how large a difference had sprung up between Hogwarts students who'd signed up for all of Professor Quirrell's extracurricular activities and students who'd had years of being taught by the worst professors ever to go professing. Being able to hit things that you aimed at, for example, or being able to think well enough in the middle of a fight to realise that you ought to innovate your fallen allies. And other things Professor Quirrell had said, like that in the real world almost any fight would be settled by a surprise attack, suddenly made a lot more sense to her. Still trying to catch her breath, she looked back at Mike.
Would you believe,
said Hermione Granger,
that 5 minutes ago I was having trouble figuring out how to become a hero?
Had she really thought she needed permission from someone, or that heroes sat around waiting for someone else to give them quests? It was very simple, actually. You just went where evil was. That was all it ever took to be a hero. She should have remembered. She shouldn't have needed a phoenix to tell her that bad things sometimes happened right here in Hogwarts. Then Hermione glanced nervously back at where the 3 older boys were lying unconscious as the realization hit that they had seen her. They might know who she was. They might sneak up on her and take her by surprise, and they could really hurt her. Hermione stopped. She remembered that Harry Potter had put himself in the middle of 5 Slytherin bullies on the first day of class when he hadn't even known how to use his wand. She remembered the headmaster saying that you grew up by being put in grown-up situations, and that most people lived their lives inside a constraining circle of fear. And she remembered Professor McGonagall's voice saying,
"You are 12.
Hermione took a deep breath. Once, twice, and 3 times. She asked Mike if he needed to go to Madame Pomfrey's office, which he didn't, and got him to tell her the names of the Slytherin boys, just in case. And then Hermione Granger strolled away from the heap of unconscious bullies, making sure to put a smile on her face as she walked. She knew that she was probably going to get hurt sooner or later. But if you were too scared of getting hurt to do what was right, then you couldn't be a hero. It was as simple as that. And if you'd put the Sorting Hat on her head at that moment, it wouldn't have waited even 1 second before calling out, "Gryffindor!" She was still thinking about it when she came down to dinner. The euphoria of saving someone still hadn't worn off, and she was beginning to worry that it had broken something in her brain. As she approached the Ravenclaw table, a sudden epidemic of whispers broke out, and Hermione wondered if the Hufflepuff boy had said anything yet, before she realized that the whispers probably weren't about that. She sat down across from Harry Potter, who looked extremely nervous, probably because she was still smiling. "Ah," said Harry as she served herself freshly toasted bread, butter, cinnamon, no fruits or vegetables whatsoever, and 3 helpings of chocolate brownies. "Ah." She let him go on like that until she'd finished pouring herself a glass of grapefruit juice, and then she said,
"I've got a question for you, Mr. Potter. How do you think people fail to become themselves?"
"Oh, what?" said Harry. She looked at him.
"Pretend there isn't all this stuff going on," she said, "and just say whatever you'd have said yesterday."
Said Harry, looking very confused and worried. I think we already are ourselves. It's not like I'm an imperfect copy of someone else, but I guess if I try to run with the sense of the question, then I'd say that people don't become themselves because we absorb all this crazy stuff from the environment and then regurgitate it. I mean, how many people playing Quidditch would be playing a game like that if they'd invented the game themselves? Or, back in Muggle Britain, how many people who think of themselves as Labour or Conservative or Liberal Democrat would invent that exact bundle of political beliefs if they had to come up with everything themselves? Hermione considered this. She'd been wondering if Harry would say something Slytherin, or maybe even Gryffindor. But this didn't seem to fit into the headmaster's list. And it occurred to Hermione that there might be a lot more viewpoints on the subject than just 4.
"Okay,"
said Hermione.
"Different question. What makes someone a hero?"
A hero?" said Harry.
"Yeah,"
said Hermione. "Ah," said Harry. His fork and knife nervously sawed at a piece of steak, cutting it into tinier and tinier pieces. I think a lot of people can do things when the world channels them into it. Like, people are expecting you to do it, or it only uses skills you already know, or there's an authority watching to catch your mistakes and make sure you do your part. But problems like that are probably already being solved, you know? And then there's no need for heroes. So, I think the people we call heroes are rare because they've got to make everything up as they go along. And most people aren't comfortable with that. Why do you ask? Harry's fork stabbed 3 pieces of thoroughly shredded steak and lifted them up to his mouth.
Oh, I stunned 3 older Slytherin bullies and rescued a Hufflepuff,
said Hermione.
I'm going to be a hero.
When Harry had finished choking on his food, some of the other Ravenclaws in hearing distance were still coughing, he said, "What?" Hermione told the story. It began rippling out in further whispers as she spoke, though she left out the part about the phoenix, because that seemed like a private thing between the 2 of them. Hermione had felt surprised, thinking about it afterward, that a phoenix would appear for someone who wanted to be a hero. It seemed a bit selfish when she thought about it that way. But maybe it didn't matter to phoenixes, so long as they saw that you were willing to help people. When she was done talking, Harry stared at her across the table and didn't say a word.
I'm sorry for how I acted earlier,
Hermione said. She sipped from her glass of grapefruit juice.
I should have remembered that if I'm still beating the pants off you in charms class, then it's okay for you to do better in defence.
Please, don't take this the wrong way, said Harry. He looked too adult now, and grim. But are you sure this is who you are? And not to put it bluntly, me?
I'm quite certain,
said Hermione.
Why, my name practically spells out heroine, except for the extra M. I've never noticed that until today.
Being a hero isn't all fun and games, said Harry. Not real heroing, the sort grown-ups have to do. It isn't like this. It isn't going to be this easy.
I know,
said Hermione. It's hard, and it's painful, and you've got to make decisions where there isn't any good answer.
Yes, Harry, I read those books too.
No, said Harry. You don't understand. Even if the books warn you, there's no way you can understand until...
That doesn't stop you,
said Hermione.
It doesn't stop you even a little. I bet you never even considered not being a hero because of that. So why do you think it'll stop me?
There was a pause. A sudden, huge smile lit Harry's face. A smile that was as bright and as boyish as the frown had been grim and adult. And everything was all right again between them. This is going to go horribly, mind-bogglingly wrong somehow, said Harry, still smiling hugely. You know that, right?
Oh, I know,
said Hermione. She ate another bite of toast.
That reminds me, Dumbledore refused to be my mysterious old wizard. Is there some place I can write to get another one?
Aftermath.
And Professor Flitwick says her determination seems unshakable,
Minerva said tightly, staring at the silver-bearded old wizard who was responsible for this. Albus Dumbledore was just sitting silently and listening to her with a distant, sad look in his eyes.
Miss Granger didn't even blink when Professor Flitwick threatened to have her transferred to Gryffindor. Just said that if she left, she would take all the books with her. Hermione Granger has decided she's going to be a hero, and she's not taking no for an answer. I doubt you could have pushed her into this any harder if you'd tried to.
It took all of 5 full seconds for Minerva's brain to process the realization.
Albus!
She shrieked.
My dear, said the old wizard, after you have dealt with your 13th hero or so, you will realize that they react quite predictably to certain things, such as being told that they are too young, or that they are not destined to be heroes, or that being a hero is unpleasant. And if you truly wish to be sure, you should tell them all 3. Although,
with a brief sigh,
it does not do to be too blatant, or your deputy headmistress might catch you.
Albus!
Minerva said, her voice even tighter.
If she is hurt, I swear this time I'll...
She would have come to that place in due time,
Albus said, the distant, sad look still in his eyes.
If someone is meant to become a hero, then they will not listen to our warnings, Minerva, no matter how hard we try. And given that, it is better for Harry if Miss Granger does not fall too far behind him.
Albus produced, as though from nowhere, a tin which flipped open to reveal small yellow lumps. She'd never been able to figure out where he kept it, and she'd never been able to detect the magic involved.
Lemon drop?
She is a 12-year-old girl, Albus!
Aftermath.
With the windows barely visible in the evening gloom, fishes swam in the black waters, illuminated by the bright shine of the Slytherin common room as they came closer, fading into darkness as they swam away. Daphne Greengrass was sitting in a comfortable black leather couch, her head collapsed into her hands, glowing golden yellowish as bright sparks of white light winked into and out of existence around her. She'd been ready to be teased about liking Neville Longbottom. She'd been expecting to hear a lot of snide remarks about Hufflepuffs. She had thought of whole reams of snappy comebacks for it while she was on the way back to the Slytherin dungeons. She had been looking forward to being teased about liking Neville. Being teased about that sort of thing meant you'd grown up into a real girl. As it turned out, nobody had worked out that her challenging Neville to a most ancient duel meant that she liked him. She had thought it would be obvious. But no, nobody else had even thought of that, apparently. It was always the hex you didn't see that hit you. She should have just called herself Daphne of Sunshine, like Neville of Chaos. Or Sunny Daphne, like Sunny Ron. Or anything except Greengrass of Sunshine. Greengrass of Sunshine! It had gone from there to Greengrass of Sunshine and Blue Skies. Then someone had added snow-topped mountains and frolicking woodland creatures. Currently, she was being referred to as the sparkly unicorn princess of the noble and most ancient house of Sparklypoo. And some cursed sixth-year girl had hit her with a sparkling jinx. She hadn't even known there was such a thing as a sparkling jinx, and finite incantatem hadn't worked, and she'd asked older girls who she'd thought were her friends. She had apparently been wrong about this. And then she'd threatened the caster with grievous political mayhem wreaked by her father, and nonetheless, Daphne Greengrass was still sitting in the Slytherin common room with her head in her hands, sparkling brightly and wondering how she'd ended up as the only sane person in Hogwarts. It was after dinner time, and they were still at it. And if they didn't stop by tomorrow morning, she was going to transfer to Durmstrang and become the next Dark Lady.
Hey, everyone!
The Carrow twins said dramatically, waving an issue of the Daily Prophet.
Did you hear the news? The Wizengamot just ruled that, let's see what you got, constitutes a lawful challenge to be fought until the challenger lies down and has a nap. How dare you insult the honour of the sparkly unicorn princess?
Shouted Tracy.
Let's see what you got.
Then Tracy lay down flat on her sofa and started snoring loudly. Daphne's sparkling head sank further into her glowing hands.
After my family takes over, I'm going to have you all put under anti-apparition jinxes and flued into the sea,
she said to no one in particular.
You're all okay with that, right?
Thunk, thunk. Thunk, 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 thunk. Daphne looked up, surprised. That was a sunshine code signal.
I heard someone knocking,
bellowed Mr. Goyle.
Knocking of the door.
Let's see what you've got, door,
shouted an older boy near the door, and yanked the door open. There was a moment of complete surprise.
I've come to have a word with Miss Greengrass,
said the Sunshine General, sounding like she was trying to sound confident.
Could someone please?
From the look on Hermione's face, she had just noticed Daphne sparkling. And that was when Millicent Bulstrode raced up from the lower dorms and shouted,
Hey everyone, guess what? Now Granger went and beat up Derek and what's left of his crew, and his father owled him and said that if he didn't...
Millicent caught sight of Hermione standing in the doorway. There was a very loud silence. Said Daphne. What? Said her brain.
What are you doing here, General?
Well,
said Hermione Granger with a strange smile on her face,
I've decided it's not fair if mysterious old wizards give some people a chance to be heroes and not others. And also I've read history books, and there aren't nearly enough girl heroes in them, so I thought I'd just drop by and see if you wanted to be a hero. And why are you glowing like that?
There was another silence.
This,
said Daphne,
was probably not the best time to ask me that question.
I'll take it,
shouted Tracy Davis, leaping off her sofa. And thus was born the Society for the Promotion of Heroic Equality for Witches. Chapter 70. Self-Actualization, Part 5. Even if you had been the deputy headmistress for 3 decades, and a transfiguration professor before that, it was rare that you saw Albus Dumbledore caught completely flat-footed.
Susan Bones, lavender brown, and Daphne greengrass,"
Minerva finished.
"I should also note, Albus, that Miss Granger's account of your seemingly unsupportive attitude, I believe her phrase was, 'He said I should be happy to be just a sidekick,' has generated a good deal of interest among the older girls, several of whom came to me to ask if Miss Granger's accusations were true, since Miss Granger had said that I was there."
The old wizard leaned back in his huge chair, still gazing at her, his eyes looking rather abstracted beneath the half-moon glasses.
"It placed me in something of a dilemma, Albus,"
said Professor McGonagall. Her face stayed quite neutral. She made sure of that.
"I know that you did not truly mean to discourage the girl. Quite the opposite, in fact. But you and Severus have often told me that, to keep a secret, I must give no sign that differs from the reaction of someone truly ignorant. Thus, I had no choice but to confirm that Miss Granger's account was accurate, and feign the appropriate degree of worry, with the slight overtone of offence. After all, had I not known you were deliberately manipulating Miss Granger, I might have been rather put out."
"I see,"
the old wizard said slowly. His hands toyed absently with his silver beard, small, quick gestures.
"Thankfully,"
Professor McGonagall continued,
"so far, Professor Sinestra and Vector are the only two faculty members to don Miss Granger's buttons."
"Buttons?"
repeated the old wizard. Minerva drew forth a small silver disc bearing the initials SPHEW, laid it on Albus's desk, and gave it a brief tap with her finger. And the voices of Hermione Granger, Padma Patil, Parvati Patil, Lavender Brown, Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, Daphne Greengrass, and Tracy Davis cried out in unison,
"We won't settle for second best. It's time to give a witch a quest."
"Miss Granger is selling them for 2 sickles, and tells me that she has so far sold 50 of them. I believe that Nymphadora Tonks, in 7th year Hufflepuff, is enchanting them for her. To conclude my report,"
Professor McGonagall said briskly,
"our 8 newly minted heroines have asked permission to conduct a protest outside the entrance to your office."
"I hope,"
Albus said, frowning,
"you explained to them that—"
"I explained to them that Wednesday at 7 p.m. would be fine,"
said Minerva. She took back the button from the headmaster's desk, favoured Albus with a honeyed smile, and turned to the door.
"Minerva,"
said the old wizard from behind her.
"Minerva!"
The oaken door shut solidly behind her. There wasn't a lot of room between the brief stone walls that demarcated the vestibule to the headmaster's office, so although a lot of people had wanted to watch the protest, not many had been allowed to come. Just Professor Sinestra and Professor Vector, who were wearing the buttons, and the prefects Penelope Clearwater and Rose Brown and Jacqueline Preece, who were wearing the buttons. Behind them, Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout and Professor Flitwick, who weren't wearing the buttons, scrutinized the whole affair. Harry Potter and the head boy of Hogwarts were there, and the boy prefects Percy Weasley and Oliver Beatson, all wearing the buttons to show solidarity. And, of course, the 8 founding members of SPEW, forming a picket line next to the gargoyles with their signs. Hermione's own sign, attached to a solid wooden handle, which seemed to weigh heavier and heavier in her hands as the seconds passed, said, "Nobody's sidekick." And Professor Quirrell, who was leaning with his back against the far stone wall and watching with unreadable eyes. The defence professor had gotten one of her buttons, though she'd never sold one to him, and he wasn't wearing it, but idly tossing it with one hand. This whole idea had seemed like a much better idea 4 days ago, when the fires of her indignation had been burning fresh and hot, and she had been facing the prospect of doing it all 4 days later, instead of right now. But she had to carry on, because that's what heroes did. They carried on, and also because it seemed infinitely too awful to tell everyone she was calling it off. Hermione wondered how much heroism had gone on for reasons like that. Most books didn't say, "And then they refused to give up, no matter how sensible it would have been, because that would have been too embarrassing." But a great deal of history made a lot more sense that way. At 7:15 p.m., Professor McGonagall had told her, Headmaster Dumbledore would come down and talk to them for a couple of minutes. Professor McGonagall had said, not to be frightened, the headmaster was a good person, deep down, and they'd properly gotten the school's authorization for the protest. But Hermione was very, very aware that even if she was doing it with signed permission, she was still defying authority. After she'd decided to be a hero, Hermione had done the obvious thing and gone to the Hogwarts library and taken out books on how to be a hero. Then she had returned those books back to their shelves because it had been patently obvious that none of the authors had been actual heroes themselves. Instead, she'd just read 5 times over, until she'd memorized every word, The 30 Inches by Godric Gryffindor. That was all his autobiography and his life's advice. Or the English translation, anyway. She couldn't read Latin yet. Godric Gryffindor's autobiography had been a lot more compressed than the books Hermione was used to reading. He used one sentence to say things that should have taken 30 inches just by themselves, and then there was another sentence after that. But it was clear from what she'd read that, while defying authority wasn't the point of being a hero, you couldn't be a hero if you were too scared to do it. And Hermione Granger knew by now how others saw her, and she knew what other people thought she couldn't do. Hermione hefted her picket sign a little higher and concentrated on breathing slowly and rhythmically, instead of hyperventilating until she fell over.
"Really?"
said Miss Priest in a tone of undisguised fascination.
"They couldn't vote?"
"Indeed," said Professor Sinestra. The astronomy professor's hair was still dark, and her dark face only slightly lined. Hermione would have guessed her age at around 70, except,
"I quite remember my mother's rejoicing when they announced the Qualification of Women Act, although she did not actually qualify."
Which meant that Professor Sinestra had been around her Muggle family in 1918.
"And that wasn't the worst of it. Why, just a few centuries earlier."
30 seconds later, all the non-Muggle-borns, male and female both, were staring at Professor Sinestra with utterly shocked expressions. Hannah had dropped her sign. And that wasn't the worst of it either. Not by half, finished Professor Sinestra. But you see where this sort of thing could potentially lead.
Merlin preserve us,
said Penelope Clearwater in a strangled voice.
You mean that's how men would treat us if we didn't have wands to defend ourselves?
Hey, said one of the boy prefects, that's not... There was a short, sardonic laugh from the direction of Professor Quirrell. When Hermione turned her head to look, she saw that the defense professor was still idly toying with the button, not bothering to glance up at the rest of them as he said, "Such is human nature, Miss Clearwater. Rest assured that you would be no kinder if witches had wands and men lacked them." "I hardly think so," snapped Professor Sinestra. A cold chuckle. "I suspect it happens more often than any dare suggest in the proudest, pure-blood families. Some lonely witch spies a handsome muggle and thinks how very easy it would be to slip the man a love potion, and by him be adored alone and utterly. And since she knows he can offer her no resistance, why, it is only natural for her to take from him whatever she pleases."
Professor Quirrell,
said Professor McGonagall sharply. "I'm sorry," Professor Quirrell said mildly, his eyes still looking down on the button in his hand. "Are we still pretending it doesn't happen? My apologies, then." Professor Sinestra snapped. "And I suppose that wizards don't—"
There are children present, professors.
Again, Professor McGonagall. "Some do," Professor Quirrell said equably, as though discussing the weather, "although, personally, I don't." There was a bit of silence for a time. Hermione put up her sign again, but it slipped down to her shoulder while she was listening. She'd never thought of that, not even a little, and now she was trying not to think of it, and her stomach was feeling a bit queasy. She looked in Harry Potter's direction, not quite knowing why she did, and she saw that Harry's face was perfectly still. A chill ran down her spine before she looked away, not quite fast enough to miss the small nod that Harry gave her, as though they were agreeing on something. "To be fair," Professor Sinestra said after a while, "since I received my Hogwarts letter, I can't recall encountering any prejudice on account of being a woman, or coloured. No, now it is all for being a Muggle-born. I believe Miss Granger said that it was just with heroes that she found a problem so far." It took Hermione a moment to realize that she'd been asked the question, and then she said, "Yes?" in a tone that squeaked a little. This whole thing had blown up a bit larger than she'd imagined when she'd started it.
What exactly did you check, Miss Granger?
said Professor Vector. She looked older than Professor Sinestra, her hair starting to grey a little. Hermione hadn't ever come close to Professor Vector in person until the arithmancy professor had asked her for a button. Hermione said, her voice a little high.
I checked the history books, and there's been as many women ministers of magic as men. Then I looked at supreme mugwumps, and there are a few more wizards than witches, but not many.
But if you look at people like famous dark wizard hunters, or people who've stopped invasions of dark creatures, or people who've overthrown dark lords...
And the dark wizards themselves, of course, said Professor Quirrell. Now the defense professor had looked up. You may add that to your list, Miss Granger. Among all the suspected Death Eaters, we know of only 2 sorceresses, Bellatrix Black and Alecto Carrow. And I dare say that most wizards would be hard-pressed to name a single dark lady besides Baba Yaga. Hermione just stared at him. He couldn't possibly be...
Professor Quirrell,
said Professor Vector.
What exactly are you implying?
The defense professor raised the button so that the golden-lettered spew faced them and said, Heroes. Then turned the button to show its silver backside and said, Dark wizards. They are similar career paths, followed by similar people, and one can hardly ask why young witches are turning away from one course without considering its reflection.
Oh, now I see,
said Tracy Davis, speaking up so suddenly that Hermione gave a small startle.
You're joining our protest because you're worried that not enough girls are becoming dark witches.
Then Tracy giggled, which Hermione couldn't have managed at this point if you paid her £1,000,000 sterling. There was a half-smile on Professor Quirrell's face as he replied, Not really, Miss Davis. In truth, I do not care about that sort of thing in the slightest. But it is futile to count the witches among ministers of magic and other such ordinary folk leading ordinary existences when Grindelwald and Dumbledore and he who must not be named were all men. The defense professor's fingers idly spun the button, turning it over and over. Then again, only a very few folk ever do anything interesting with their lives. What does it matter to you if they are mostly witches or mostly wizards, so long as you are not among them? And I suspect you will not be among them, Miss Davis, for although you are ambitious, you have no ambition.
That's not true,
said Tracy indignantly.
And what's it mean?
Professor Quirrell straightened from where he had been leaning against the wall. You were sorted into Slytherin, Miss Davies, and I expect that you will grasp at any opportunity for advancement which falls into your hands. But there is no great ambition that you are driven to accomplish, and you will not make your opportunities. At best, you will grasp your way upward into Minister of Magic or some other high position of unimportance, never breaking the bonds of your existence. Then Professor Quirrell's gaze shifted away from Tracy. He was looking at her, the pale blue eyes staring at her with an awful intensity. Tell me, Miss Granger, do you have an ambition?
Professor!
Squeaked the high, stern voice of Professor Flitwick, and then her head of house's voice cut off, and from the side of her vision Hermione saw that Harry had laid his hand on Professor Flitwick's shoulder and was shaking his head, face looking very adult. Hermione felt like a deer caught in headlights. What drove you to break your bounds, Miss Granger?" said the defense professor, still gazing directly at her. "Why is getting good marks in class no longer enough? Is it true greatness that you seek? Does some aspect of the world dissatisfy you that you must remake according to your will? Or is this all merely a child's game to you? I will be quite disappointed if this is only about rivaling Harry Potter." said Hermione, her voice so high-pitched it made a sort of peeping sound, but then she couldn't think of what else to say. "You may take a moment to think, if you like," said Professor Quirrell. "Pretend it is a homework essay, 6 inches due Thursday. I hear you are quite eloquent in them." Everyone was looking at her. said Hermione.
I don't agree with one single thing you just said anywhere."
"Well spoken,"
came Professor McGonagall's crisp voice. Professor Quirrell's gaze did not waver. "That is not 6 inches, Miss Granger. Something drives you to defy the headmaster's verdict and gather followers about yourself. Perhaps it is something you prefer not to speak aloud." Hermione knew the correct answer wouldn't impress Professor Quirrell, but it was the correct answer. So she said it.
"I don't think you need ambition to be a hero,"
Hermione said. Her voice wavered, but it didn't crack.
"And I think you just have to do what's right. And they're not my followers. We're friends."
Professor Quirrell leaned back against the wall again. The half-smile had faded from his face. "Most folk tell themselves they are doing right, Miss Granger. They do not thereby rise above the ordinary." Hermione took a couple of deep breaths, trying to be brave.
"It's not about being not ordinary,"
she said as stoutly as she could.
"But I think if someone just tries to do what's right over and over again, and they're not too lazy to do all the work it takes, and they think about what they're doing, and they're brave enough to do it even when they're scared."
Hermione paused for an instant, her eyes darting to Tracy and Daphne.
"And they cleverly plan how to do it, and they don't just do what other people do, then I think someone like that would already get into enough trouble."
Some of the girls and boys chuckled, as did Professor McGonagall, who looked wry and proud at the same time. "You may be right about that," said the defense professor, his eyes half-lidded. He tossed Hermione the button, and she caught it without thinking. "My donation to your cause, Miss Granger. I understand that they are worth 2 sickles." The defense professor turned and walked away without another word.
"I thought I was going to faint,"
gasped Hannah after his footsteps had faded, and she heard some of the other girls letting out their breath or putting down their signs for a moment.
"I do too have an ambition,"
said Tracy, who seemed to be almost on the verge of tears.
I'll figure out what it is by tomorrow. But I have one, I'm sure."
"If you really can't think of anything," Daphne said, giving Tracy a comforting pat on the shoulder, "just go with the oldie but goodie and try to take over the world."
"Hey,"
said Susan sharply,
You're supposed to be heroes now. That means you have to be good. No, it's all right, said Lavender. I'm pretty sure General Chaos wants to take over the world, and he's sort of a good guy.
More conversation was going on behind the picket line.
My goodness, said Penelope Clearwater. I think that's the most overtly evil defense professor we've ever had.
Professor McGonagall coughed warningly, and the head boy said, "You weren't around for Professor Barney," which made several people twitch.
Professor Quirrell just talks like that,
said Harry Potter, though he sounded less certain than before.
I mean, think about it. He doesn't do anything like what Professor Snape does.
Mr. Potter,
squeaked Professor Flitwick, voice polite and face stern.
Why did you ask me to stay silent?
Professor Quirrell was testing Hermione to see if he wanted to be her mysterious old wizard, Harry said, which totally would not have worked out in any way, shape or form, but she had to answer for herself.
Hermione blinked. Then Hermione blinked again as she realized that it was Professor Quirrell who was Harry Potter's mysterious old wizard, and not Dumbledore at all. And that really wasn't a good sign. A rumbling noise filled the small stone vestibule, and Hermione, her nerves already on edge, spun rapidly around, almost dropping her protest sign as her other hand darted toward her wand. The gargoyles were stepping aside, the flowing stone rumbling like rock as it moved like flesh. The huge, ugly figures waited only briefly, dead grey eyes staring out in silent vigil. Then the great gargoyles folded their wings back into place and stepped back into their former positions. The flowing stone not changing its outward appearance at all as it returned from flexibility to motionlessness, and the brief gap in the stone of Hogwarts was solid once more. And before them all, wearing robes of bright purple that probably only looked hideous if you were Muggle-born, stood the towering form of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, the chief warlock of the Wizengamot, the supreme mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, the vanquisher of the Dark Lord Grindelwald and protector of Britain, the rediscoverer of the fabled 12 uses of dragon's blood, the most powerful wizard alive. And he was looking at her, Hermione Jean Granger, general of the recently expanded Sunshine Regiment, who was getting the best grades in the first year of Hogwarts classes, and who had declared herself a heroine. Even her name was shorter than his. The headmaster smiled benevolently at her, his wrinkle-lined eyes twinkling cheerfully beneath their half-circles of glass, and said, "Hello, Miss Granger." The odd thing was that it wasn't nearly as scary as talking to Professor Quirrell.
"Hello, Headmaster Dumbledore,"
Hermione said with only a slight quiver in her voice.
"Miss Granger,"
said Dumbledore, now looking more serious.
"I think you and I may have had a bit of a misunderstanding. I did not mean to imply that you could not or should not be a hero. I certainly did not mean to imply that witches in general should not be heroes, only that you were a bit young to be thinking of such things."
Hermione, unable to help herself, glanced at Professor McGonagall and saw that Professor McGonagall was giving her an encouraging smile. Or she was giving the two of them some kind of smile anyway. So Hermione looked back at the headmaster and said, the small quaver in her voice a little larger now,
"Since you became headmaster 40 years ago, there have been 11 students to graduate Hogwarts who became heroes. I mean, people like Lupe Cazaril and so on, and 10 of those were boys. Simorine Linderwall was the only witch."
Said the headmaster. There was a thoughtful expression on his face. He at least seemed to be thinking about it.
Miss Granger, I have never been one for tallying such numbers. Often it is too much easier to count than to understand. Many good people have come out of Hogwarts, witches and wizards both. Those famed as heroes are only one kind of good person, and perhaps not the highest. You did not include Alice Longbottom or Lily Potter in your reckoning. But leave that aside. Tell me, Miss Granger, did you tally how many heroes came out of Hogwarts in the 40 years before me? For in that time I can recall only 3 now called heroes, and among those 3, no witches at all.
"I'm not trying to say it's just you,"
Hermione said.
"Only I think maybe a lot of people, like the headmasters before you two, maybe even your whole society and everything, might be discouraging girls."
The old wizard sighed. His half-glassed eyes looked only at her, as though they were the only 2 people present.
Miss Granger, it might be possible to discourage witches from becoming charms mistresses, or Quidditch players, or even auras, but not heroes. If someone is meant to be a hero, then a hero they will be. They will walk through fire and swim through ice. Dementors will not stop them, nor the deaths of friends, and not discouragement either.
"Well,"
said Hermione, and paused, struggling with the words.
"Well, I mean, what if that's not actually true? I mean, to me it seems that if you want more witches to be heroes, you ought to teach them heroing."
Many boys and girls are heroes in their dreams,
Dumbledore said quietly. He did not look at any of the other girls, only at her.
Fewer in the waking world. Many have stood their ground and faced the darkness when it comes for them. Fewer come for the darkness and force it to face them. It is a hard life, sometimes lonely, often short. I have told none to refuse that calling, but neither would I wish to increase their number.
Hermione hesitated. There was something in the lined face that stopped her, like a hint to all the emotion that wasn't being displayed. Years and years of it.
Maybe if there were more heroes, their lives wouldn't be so lonely, or so short.
She couldn't bring herself to say that, though. Not to him.
But the point is mute,
said the old wizard. He smiled, a bit ruefully, she thought.
Miss Granger, you cannot teach heroism like you would teach charms. You cannot assign 12 inches on how to carry on when all hope seems lost. You cannot rehearse students on when to stand up and tell the headmaster he has done wrong. Heroes are born,
not taught, and for whatever reason, more of them are born boys than girls." The headmaster shrugged, as if to say that he was helpless to do anything about that. Hermione said. She couldn't help it. She glanced behind her. Professor Sinestra was looking a bit indignant, and it wasn't true that everyone was staring at her like she'd just been silly, the way she'd started to imagine while she was listening to Dumbledore. Hermione turned back to face Dumbledore again, took a deep breath and said,
"Well, maybe people who are going to be heroes will be heroes no matter what, but I don't see how anyone could really know that, aside from just saying it afterward. And when I told you that I wanted to be a hero, you weren't very encouraging."
"Mr. Potter," the headmaster said mildly. His eyes didn't leave hers. "Please tell Miss Granger your impression of our own first meeting. Would you say that I was encouraging? Speak the truth." There was a pause.
"Mr. Potter,"
said Professor Vector's voice from behind her, sounding puzzled. Harry's voice said from further back, sounding extremely reluctant.
Well, actually, in my case, the headmaster set fire to a chicken." "He what?"
Hermione blurted, only there were several other people exclaiming things at around the same time, so she wasn't sure anyone heard her. Dumbledore went on gazing at her, looking perfectly serious.
"I didn't know about Fawkes," Harry's voice said rapidly, "so he told me that Fawkes was a phoenix, while he was pointing to a chicken on Fawkes's stand, so I'd think that was Fawkes. And then he set the chicken on fire, and also gave me this big rock, and told me it had belonged to my father and I ought to carry it everywhere." "But that's crazy!"
Susan blurted out. There was a sudden hush. The headmaster slowly turned his head to stare at Susan.
I
said Susan. The headmaster leaned down until he was face to face with the young girl.
"I didn't,"
said Susan. Dumbledore put a finger to his lips and twiddled them, making a sound. The headmaster straightened up again and said, "Well, my good heroines, it has been pleasant speaking to you, but alas, much else remains to do this day. Still, rest assured that I am inscrutable at everyone, not just witches." The gargoyle stepped aside, the flowing stone rumbling like rock as it moved like flesh. The huge, ugly figures waited briefly with dead grey eyes staring out in silent vigil as Albus, Percival, Wulfric, Brian, Dumbledore, smiling as benevolently as when he'd first emerged from his office, stepped back into the enchantment of the endless stare. Then the great gargoyles folded their wings back into place and stepped back into their former positions. Only one last brief echoing out before the gap closed. There was a long silence.
"He really set a chicken on fire?"
said Hannah. The 8 of them had continued protesting even after that, but to be honest, their heart had gone out of it. It had been established, after some careful questions from Professor Flitwick, that Harry Potter hadn't smelled the chicken burning, which meant that it had probably been a pebble or something, transfigured into a chicken and then enclosed in a boundary charm to make sure that no smoke escaped into the air. Both Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall had been very emphatic about nobody trying that without their supervision. But still, what? Hermione didn't even know. But still, what? But still. After a lot of glances exchanged between girls, none of whom wanted to be the first to say it, Hermione had declared the protest over, and the adults and boys had drifted off.
"You don't think we were being unfair to Dumbledore, do you?"
said Susan as the heroines walked away to the sound of 8 pairs of feet trotting on the stone paving of Hogwarts corridors.
"I mean, if he is crazy at everyone, and not just at witches, then it's not discrimination, right? I don't want to protest against the headmaster anymore,"
Hannah said weakly. The Hufflepuff girl seemed a bit unsteady on her feet.
"I don't care what Professor McGonagall says about him not holding it against us. It's just too much for my nerves."
Lavender snorted.
"I guess you won't be slaying armies of Inferi any time soon." "Stop that!"
Hermione said sharply.
"Look, all of us have got to learn to be heroines, right? It's okay if someone doesn't know right away." "The headmaster doesn't think it can be learned,"
Padma said. The Ravenclaw girl's face was thoughtful. Her steps measured as she strode through the corridor.
"The headmaster doesn't even think that's a good idea."
Daphne was striding with her back straight and her head held bolt upright, looking more like a proper young lady in her Hogwarts robes than Hermione could have done with her best formal dress.
"The headmaster,"
Daphne said in a precise voice, her shoes making hard, sharp tacking sounds on the stone,
"thinks the lot of us are a bunch of silly girls playing games, and that someday Hermione might make a good sidekick, but the rest of us are hopeless." "Is he right?"
said Parvati. The Gryffindor girl's face was very serious, making her look much more like her twin than she usually did.
"I mean, it has to be asked." "No!"
spat Tracy. The Slytherin girl was stalking through the hallway looking ready to kill someone, like a miniature female Snape. Of all the girls, Tracy was the one who Hermione knew least. Hermione had talked to Lavender once before, but she'd never really seen Tracy, except at one point during a battle, until the Slytherin had jumped up from her sofa to volunteer.
"We'll show him! We'll show them all!" "Okay," said Susan. "That was definitely evil." "No," said Lavender. "That's a Chaos Legion motto, actually. Only she didn't do the insane laughter." "That's right," Tracy said, her voice low and grim. "This time I'm not laughing." The girl went on stalking through the corridor, like she had dramatic music accompanying her that only she could hear. Hermione was starting to worry about what exactly the impressionable youths of the Chaos Legion were learning from Harry Potter. "But, I mean," Parvati said. She still had a contemplative look on her face. "I mean, you can see why the headmaster would think we were just silly girls, right? What does protesting outside the headmaster's office have to do with becoming heroines?" "Huh?" Lavender said, now looking thoughtful herself. "That's true. We should be doing something heroic. I mean, heroinic."
said Hannah, which very much expressed Hermione's own feelings on the subject.
Well, said Parvati, has anyone already been through Dumbledore's third-floor forbidden corridor? I mean, everyone in Gryffindor's been through it by now. Hold on, Hermione said desperately. I don't want you doing anything dangerous.
There was a pause while everyone looked at Hermione, who was realizing, much too late, why Dumbledore hadn't wanted anyone else to be a hero.
I don't think you can become a heroine if you never do anything dangerous,
Lavender observed reasonably.
Besides, said Padma, a considering look on her face, everyone knows that nothing really bad ever happens in Hogwarts, right? Do students, not do the defense professors. We've got all these ancient wards and so on.
Hannah said again.
Yeah,
said Parvati.
The worst that can happen is that we'll lose a few dozen house points or something, and there's 2 of us from each house, so that'll all come out even.
Why, that's brilliant, Hermione, said Daphne in a tone of great amazement. The way you set it up means that we can get away with anything, and I didn't even notice your cunning plan until now. Said Hermione, Hannah, and Susan.
Right,
said Parvati.
So now it's time for us to become real heroines. We'll come for the darkness. And make it face us, said Lavender. And teach it to be afraid,
Tracy Davis said grimly.